1441. Falls into the endless reincarnation. One was a man dressed in a Taoist robe, and the other was a white-robed cultivator dressed as a scholar. Li Fan had seen the phantoms of these two before, namely the true honored one and the humane honored one. Within the country of truth, no lies exist. Moreover, in the humane heavenly realm, everyone, regardless of cultivation level, can change the world as long as their hearts are sincere. As for the last one, he was a young man with an extraordinary temperament, looking no more than 20 years old. Although Li Fan had not met him in reality, he had encountered him once in the Immortal Fall illusion test. Ji Wangxian, 10,000 years ago, he single-handedly created the Universal Commerce Guild that spanned the Xuanwang realm, using spirit stones to build an extremely luxurious heavenly city. I didn't expect that the old ancestor of the Ji family, who was known for being a ruthless businessman, would transform into a representative of contracts. However, back then, the entire Ji family and even the Universal Commerce Guild were said to be Ji Wangxian's tools for cultivation. After the great changes in the world, he still wanted to maintain a state of longevity, thereby changing to a new method, which makes sense. Li Fan also instantly understood the specific situation of the Myriad Dharma Commerce Guild, which was headquartered in Nine Mountains Prefecture and sandwiched between the Myriad Immortals Alliance and the Five Old Men Association. The Myriad Dharma Commerce Guild is a remnant of the former Universal Commerce Guild. After Ji Wangxian attained immortality, this guild became useless to him. However, after all, it was once a direct force of one of the five heavenly honored ones. As long as it is stable, neither the Five Old Men Association nor the Myriad Immortals Alliance will actively seek trouble with it. It can also exist as an intermediary to promote private transactions between the two sides. However, that's all. In the face of true power, the so-called Myriad Dharma Commerce Guild is no different from other ants in the world. It turned into ashes along with the creatures of Nine Mountains Prefecture under the palm of transmission. His thoughts raced, and Li Fan's gaze swept over the three newly arrived immortal heavenly honored ones one by one. Obviously, they had already learned from Worry-Free about Li Fan's unfathomable cultivation level. Although they looked calm and maintained the demeanor of top experts in the Xuanwang realm, Li Fan could faintly see their restraint. Ha, don't be nervous. The heavenly honored one of transmission has been suppressed by me. Li Fan's light sentence made the five heavenly honored ones in the field stand on end. When they saw Li Fan's palm, where the heavenly honored one of transmission was trapped in an endless illusion, seemingly asleep and awake, they inevitably turned pale, lowered their heads, and dared not look directly at Li Fan. Especially Worry-Free, whose body trembled uncontrollably again, feeling lingering fear for his previous rude and foolish probing. Before this, the five heavenly honored ones knew that this suddenly descended predecessor, suspected to be a true immortal, was very strong. But they did not have a quantified concept of how strong he was. But now they knew. The heavenly honored one of transmission, who had dominated the Xuanwang world and forced the five of them to submit when they joined forces, was easily suppressed by the other party with a flip of his hand. How could such strength not make the five of them feel terrified? Li Fan seemed to ignore their inner feelings and continued to say faintly, "Immortals and mortals are separated, I will not interfere with you excessively. But there are some things that require your little help. Senior, please instruct," Worry-Free said first. His eagerness formed a strong contrast with his past almost indifferent attitude, causing the other four heavenly honored ones to look sideways. But how could they be fools to have attained immortality in the Xuanwang realm? They all followed suit and expressed their stances. "I am here for one thing. The soul-grinding disc." As soon as Li Fan said this, Worry-Free and the others' gazes turned to the man in the Taoist robe. The true honored one's face twitched, then he cupped his hands and took out a millstone-like object. He handed it over. Li Fan saw that the soul-grinding disc seemed to be still turning slightly. Below it, he could vaguely hear the miserable cries of countless souls crushed under the huge millstone. And from returning to truth there was indeed a slight movement. In the soul-grinding disc, there were a total of 56 remnant souls and 103 remains. But the aura of these remnant souls and remains seemed to be even stronger than that of countless lonely wild ghosts. After a careful examination, Li Fan saw the mystery. The soul-grinding disc was like a huge millstone, constantly grinding these remnant souls and remains. In theory, no matter how special they were, they could not withstand such torture. At most, they would be reduced to ashes in more than 10 years. But it has continued from ancient times to the present. This is because at every moment, a stream of pure energy emerges from the soul-grinding disk, nourishing these remnant souls, maintaining the vitality from being extinguished, then being subjected to a round of torture by the huge millstone. This cycle repeats itself, as if being in Avachi hell, with no end forever. Li Fan finally knew how this suspected existence of eternal remembrance was formed. Not bad means, Li Fan commented faintly. The true honored one lowered his head, not daring to answer. Li Fan exerted a little force, and this huge millstone disappeared in an instant. The remnant souls and remains were liberated and absorbed by returning to truth. The remaining pure energy in the millstone also made Li Fan feel a little familiar. It was exactly the same as the pure cultivation formed after practicing the transformation chapter of the open double angle bracket supreme primordial true scripture close double angle bracket and transforming one's own cultivation method. Remnants of the supreme sect. Li Fan glanced at the true honored one, thoughtfully. Using the primordial true scripture to transform cultivation, not all of it will be inherited. Instead, a small part will disappear out of thin air, whereabouts unknown. Now it seems that it is flowing into the pockets of the supreme sect. What does the life and death of the world's cultivators have to do with me? It really fits the supreme's character. When the great calamity of the Xuanwang realm came in the past, some people from the 10 immortal sects had already escaped. People like One Heart and Truth may have miraculous effects in exploring beyond the high wall. Li Fan did not pay attention to them for the time being, but concentrated on feeling the changes in returning to truth. Compared with the previous greedy and joyful desire to devour, returning to truth's performance was a little strange this time. It was as if it had eaten something extremely difficult to swallow, wanting to spit it out. But still, bit by bit, it endured and swallowed it. Li Fan's expression became a little subtle. He stood still, checking the prompts from returning to truth. The 5 old men's immortals also accompanied him, not daring to move. Perhaps this time the eternal remembrance was not formed by the condensation of one person, but by the formation of many remnant souls. Li Fan had not experienced the test of the true illusion, and returning to truth directly absorbed it successfully. Avachi reincarnation function unlocked. Even chanting poetry did not appear, but just perfunctorily said this directly. Avachi reincarnation. However, these 4 words immediately aroused Li Fan's interest. Use a certain life you have experienced as a template to create a period of time with a beginning and an end. Any living being without the power to resist can be thrown into this period of time. If there is an identity corresponding to the living being thrown in this timeline, then possess it. If not, then possess it randomly. You can specify the identity of the living being thrown in to possess. The living being thrown in will lose the relevant memories outside of reincarnation. During the entire Avachi reincarnation, only the memory of the living being thrown in will be retained. Time is constant from beginning to end, constantly reincarnating. The events that occur with a fixed template are used as linear constraints to ensure that Avachi reincarnation does not deviate from the original trajectory. Avachi reincarnation depends on my existence. After each activation of returning to truth and returning to the original anchor point, the created reincarnation will disappear and needs to be recreated. You can also choose to keep it at a certain cost. The time flow rate of Avachi reincarnation is 1,000 times that of the normal time and space I have experienced. It can also be greatly accelerated according to my needs. The function of Avachi reincarnation is much more complicated than the previous incarnation and source of Tao. But it is actually very easy to understand. It is a constantly repeating history that Li Fan has experienced. It should be known that every time Li Fan forced returning to truth, a great terror descended. This also means that in Avachi reincarnation, a great calamity of destruction will come every few decades. And because of returning to truth's active constraints, the living beings who experience reincarnation cannot make progress little by little like Li Fan, so as to eventually defy the heavens and change their fate. You can also observe the state of the living being thrown into reincarnation at all times. Interesting. Extremely interesting. Like finding a novel toy, a burst of curiosity surged in Li Fan's heart. Chao Sidao can escape in the billions of reincarnations of the era. Then is there anyone who can escape from the Avachi reincarnation created by returning to truth? According to returning to truth's explanation, only when a complete deviation occurs at the end of reincarnation can this Avachi reincarnation be terminated. But the living being thrown in still cannot escape. It's just that this reincarnation timeline is in a void state between truth and falsehood, waiting for Li Fan to execute the next round of orders. Whether to release the living being thrown in, or create a new Avachi reincarnation. It really deserves the name Avachi. Li Fan almost applauded, turned his head sharply, and looked at the true honored one. He showed a meaningful smile and then pointed at him gently. One of the few immortal heavenly honored ones in the Xuanwang realm disappeared silently in front of everyone. His life and death were unknown. The remaining worry-free and others were horrified. But they had no intention of avenging the true honored one. They could only pray secretly that this true immortal senior would spare their lives. The entire process of the true immortal suppressing the true honored one did not have the slightest energy fluctuation. In a way they could not understand at all, he just disappeared directly. Not to mention confrontation, they couldn't even understand it. The gap was so great that they had no courage to resist. Li Fan's attention at this time was already focused on the activated Avachi reincarnation. He chose the history of himself as a holy embryo riding the Medicine King True Cauldron and rushing towards the immortal ruins. The history of attracting the hungry immortals' gaze to destroy the world. There's only one chapter today. I haven't been feeling well recently, and my back hurts badly. Sorry. 1442. Dream array emanates from the heart. The true celestial venerable in endless reincarnation, having lost his memories of meeting Li Fan, returned to the anchored year. A hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. But how could anything less than the Changsheng realm resist the power of Wanjun? Soon, this trace of doubt vanished without a trace. He continued to live according to his past historical trajectory. Li Fan sensed the rapid changes of light and shadow in the interminable reincarnation. The thousand-fold increase in the flow of time created a unique pressure on him. It wasn't like carrying the immortal domain chess piece, where his body and soul seemed to bear a heavy weight. Instead, his entire being seemed to be shrouded in a hazy mist. His thoughts and actions were as if he were in a dream. Affected by this, Li Fan even began to doubt the reality of his existence in the present world. It wasn't just Li Fan. Even the remaining 4 of the 5 celestial venerables standing beside Li Fan began to look dazed. They either recalled past memories, or images they had never experienced flashed through their minds, or they suddenly remembered a fleeting thought they had long forgotten. None of them could resist this contamination, and they were deeply trapped in it, unable to extricate themselves. It wasn't until the interminable reincarnation moved rapidly forward, experiencing its first end and beginning its second reincarnation, that Li Fan slowly adapted. His mind focused, and the surrounding mist thinned a little. He still felt some strangeness, but at least it didn't affect his actions. Only then did Li Fan have the opportunity to observe what was happening in the interminable reincarnation. Ignoring the true celestial venerable, who was in a state of surprise, joy, and fear due to his rebirth, the first thing Li Fan did was to search for himself in the Xuanwang world of the interminable reincarnation. To his relief, he did not see another version of himself. The one who replaced him in pushing the interminable reincarnation towards its predetermined end was a cultivator named Zhang Fan, who was extremely similar to him. Naturally, there is no other existence of Wanjun. Zhang Fan only has the illusion that he can be reborn continuously. When the interminable reincarnation is activated, his memory will be reset without his awareness. He is just a tool created for this purpose. Li Fan shook his head slightly and stopped paying attention. He looked at the true celestial venerable. The true celestial venerable firmly believed that the destruction of the Xuanwang world he had seen in his previous life was not an illusion. However, he was not in a hurry to tell others about his rebirth experience. He simply put aside all his affairs and focused on investigating the truth about the world's destruction. As expected of a powerhouse capable of proving the Tao of Changsheng, he quickly discovered that the disaster might be related to the inexplicably appearing heavenly Tao White. Following the clues, he traced it all the way to the Medicine King Valley. When the chaotic word formula was detonated and the Medicine King True Cauldron containing the holy embryo soared into the sky, the true celestial venerable hiding in the dark also keenly sensed its existence. He was about to take action to stop it. But, after saving the Medicine King sect cultivators, heavenly Tao White flashed to the true celestial venerable. Although he was no match for the celestial transmission, he was, after all, the manifestation of the Xuanwang world's heavenly Tao will, capable of mobilizing the power of all the world's essence. For a time, the true celestial venerable couldn't break free. He could only watch helplessly as the Medicine King True Cauldron flew farther and farther away. In this life, the ending did not change. The Xuanwang world was still destroyed by the hungry immortal's gaze. Is this the so-called linear constraint of Wanjun? Li Fan was thoughtful, and then accelerated the flow of time in the interminable reincarnation. His mind was dizzy, and the pressure he felt deepened. He fast-forwarded to the true Celestial Venerable's next attempt to save the world. Long before the arrival of Heavenly Tao White, the true Celestial Venerable had already noticed Zhang Fan, who was plotting in the dark. He attacked decisively, intending to capture him. However, the aura he revealed alarmed the restrictions within the myriad Immortal Alliance. The 5 elders Changsheng Celestial Venerable sneaked into the territory, and the myriad Immortal Alliance was on high alert. The Celestial Transmission Celestial Venerable's phantom descended and severely injured the true Celestial Venerable with a palm strike without saying a word. In the chaos, Zhang Fan had disappeared without a trace. Soon after, the world-destroying calamity struck again. Interesting, the Celestial Transmission Phantom did not actually appear in this life. Activating the Celestial Transmission Phantom requires the sacrifice of several immortal candidates. But this is not a simulation of the interminable reincarnation, creating things arbitrarily. But a hint of playfulness flashed in Li Fan's eyes. It seems as if it had foreseen the true Celestial Venerable's actions. At the beginning of the reincarnation, the myriad Immortal Alliance began a large-scale selection of immortal candidates. There has been some deviation from what happened in the previous reincarnation. However, the true Celestial Venerable, who is focused on investigating the real culprit of the world's destruction, has inadvertently overlooked this point. It seems that the so-called constraint of the interminable reincarnation is just to ensure that the beginning and the end are consistent with the original. The specific details that occur in between don't matter. The third reincarnation. This time, the true Celestial Venerable simply squatted on the edge of the Xuanwang world, waiting for the appearance of the Medicine King True Cauldron. But for some reason, the Medicine King True Cauldron did not appear this time. What he didn't expect was that on the day when the end of the world he remembered finally arrived, the suction from the immortal ruins above suddenly became stronger. Caught off guard, he couldn't control himself and fell towards the immortal ruins. Striving to stay alive, he saw a skeleton standing tall on the land full of ruins. Around him were broken golden chains. The hungry immortal of the immortal ruins grabbed the true Celestial Venerable who wanted to resist and absorbed and refined him. Then, his eyes were full of scarlet, and he looked at the Xuanwang world below with unsatisfied desire. This is a possibility I have never experienced. The hungry immortal is out of seclusion ahead of schedule. In the present world, looking far at the hungry immortal in the interminable reincarnation, even with his strength of having successfully comprehended the Tao, approaching the realm of no name, he still could not detect Li Fan's prying gaze. He just had a vague feeling, full of surprise and uncertainty. The performance of the hungry immortal who had successfully comprehended the Tao made Li Fan's heart skip a beat, and he temporarily stopped the simulation function of the interminable reincarnation. It wasn't because he was afraid of the hungry immortal. Theoretically speaking, this interminable reincarnation is actually a new possibility created out of thin air by Wanjun. Then is it possible that there will be peerless powerhouses who can traverse possibilities, discover the strangeness within, and leap out of the interminable reincarnation? For example, if I use the experience of the previous life as a template, then wouldn't there be another black sky physician in this created interminable reincarnation? Just as Li Fan was surprised and uncertain, Wanjun seemed to sense his thoughts and promptly sent a reminder. The created incomplete timeline will naturally not include the existence of transcendence possibilities. The variables caused by it in the template experience will be presented in other ways to ensure the consistency of the original and the ultimate. Li Fan silently sensed Wanjun's fluctuations, relieved and somewhat regretful at the same time. It's good as long as nothing goes wrong. He glanced at the true Celestial Venerable in the interminable reincarnation, who was collapsing and had not moved for more than 10 years, and Li Fan shook his head slightly. I wonder when this Changsheng Celestial Venerable will be able to break the destiny of reincarnation. I hope you don't disappoint me. Of course, even if this true Celestial Venerable completely gave up the idea of escaping, Li Fan would not easily let him out. Because Li Fan had already realized that every time the interminable reincarnation restarted, it was equivalent to Wanjun launching a change of truth and falsehood. It was just that the energy scale was not comparable to when Li Fan himself urged it. But it was better because it was continuous and did not interfere with Li Fan's actions in reality. This is a sharp weapon to assist me in understanding the change of truth and falsehood. It's a pity that with my current strength, I don't seem to be able to withstand the opening of the second interminable reincarnation. Li Fan thought regretfully. His thoughts returned to reality. Li Fan looked at Wu Yu and the others. The four Changsheng were completely subdued by the means Li Fan used. I can vaguely feel that there is great terror outside the high wall. This is also why I have stopped and not moved forward even though I can step out of the high wall. Li Fan's words made Wu Yu and the others' expressions change drastically. I know that the worry-free dream realm you created has explored near the high wall. You can cooperate with my actions in reality and work together. Explore the reality under the high wall. Li Fan stared at Wu Yu. The thin Changsheng Celestial Venerable repeatedly assured, it is Wu Yu's honor to be able to serve senior. As for you, Li Fan looked at the human Tao Celestial Venerable, Zhao Ruoxi, and Ji Wangxian. He flicked his fingers and shot out 3 light particles, flying into the foreheads of the 3 people. It was a miniature array based on the ink-killing Tao annihilation phase as the core, driven by the Xuanwang World Phantom obtained from the Sitting Heaven technique feedback, which could realize surveillance and counterattack. As soon as it entered the body, it gave birth to thousands of array patterns like roots, rooting towards the depths of the 3 people's souls. However, what made Zhao Ruoxi and the other 3 even more terrified was that they had not felt the slightest pain from beginning to end. Instead, they felt supreme satisfaction and joy from their hearts. Even as the array patterns gradually covered the entire soul, their feelings for Li Fan also slowly changed from fear to admiration and loyalty. Knowing clearly that the light core rooted in the depths of their souls was constantly peeping at their every move, not only did they not have the intention to resist, but they were eager to completely overturn their souls and dedicate them to the other party. The human Tao Celestial Venerable's chi and blood surged, giving rise to the impulse that a scholar dies for his confidant. Ji Wangxian knelt on one knee, deeply convinced. Zhao Ruoxi's cheeks were flushed, her body softened, and she slumped to the ground. Her eyes were full of fascination, staring at Li Fan, unwilling to leave for a moment. Through the top-down observation of the interminable reincarnation, Li Fan had a deeper understanding of the Changsheng Celestial Venerables in front of him. Coupled with the magic formation transformation tailored for them by the dissection disc, this strange effect was achieved. It's even 100 times better than the true temptation fruit back then. Li Fan thought to himself. He turned his head and said to Wu Yu, who had witnessed all this and whose face was pale, the level of your dream realm is really a bit shallow. If you want to explore beyond the high wall, I'm afraid you won't be able to do it. After 7 days, you will all come to the Myriad Immortal Alliance. I will order someone to assist you in making some modifications to the dream realm. The voice was still echoing in the air, and Li Fan's figure had already faded away. He disappeared without a trace. I haven't been feeling well recently and can't even sit still. I can only try to keep updating, sorry. 1443. Repairs Kingming Pearl. By rooting the array patterns deep within Zhao Ruoxi's soul, Li Fan instantly perused her memories. As expected of the One-Heart Celestial Venerable, a being embodying the masses, the scenes she experienced were astonishing. But that wasn't the focus. Li Fan quickly found what he sought. Taking the heavens to replace. A secret treasure from the Great Tao sect, one of the rich legacies from the former destruction of the Zantian sect. It was said to be able to completely strip the Zantian sect members of their cultivation methods and power. Furthermore, it could transfer the realm and strength gained from practicing the Zantian sect's techniques to the caster, like grafting a plant. Li Fan remained skeptical about the description of this secret technique. After all, figures like the 12 Dharma kings shouldn't be so easily restrained by such a technique. But in any case, the vast majority of the Tianzan sect's techniques originated from the Azure Sky Pearl. It wouldn't be illogical for it to reclaim them. What Li Fan needed to do now was verify whether this taking the heavens to replace secret method was connected to the Azure Sky Pearl. By using cultivation to nourish the Azure Sky Pearl, he could pull it from the brink of complete collapse. Then, Li Fan would assist it with the change of truth and falsehood, gradually repairing it. As for the nourishing cultivation injected into the Azure Sky Pearl, Zhao Ruoxi, who cultivated the Eternal Uniqueness Sutra, was naturally the best source. From Zhao Ruoxi's memories, Li Fan already knew that although she attained enlightenment through the principle of one heart from the masses, the core of her cultivation method was still the Eternal Uniqueness Sutra. Addicted to games, lacking ambition. Being able to defy logic successfully is also due to the heaven-defying nature of this technique. Li Fan snorted coldly in his heart, commenting. In the blink of an eye, he had already returned to the depression beneath the high wall, where the Azure Sky Pearl was located. The disintegration disk had already translated the taking the heavens to replace secret technique into an array. Threads of light, carrying array information, entered Senior Sister Zhao's soul invisibly. The light spots spread along the dense array patterns, and as they circulated, they slowly extracted Senior Sister Zhao's cultivation. In Li Fan's hand, drops of strangely green liquid were slowly forming. Zhao Ruoxi could naturally keenly sense the sudden loss of her cultivation. For a being in the eternal life realm like her, nothing was more terrifying than returning to being immortal overnight. Her face was pale, not knowing where she had offended that capricious true immortal. The speed at which Zhao Ruoxi's cultivation was lost became faster and faster. But she had no way to stop it, she could only watch as the essence she had painstakingly accumulated over thousands of years disappeared before her eyes. Moreover, she soon realized something even more terrifying. Since defying logic and becoming the Xuanwang realm's eternal life celestial venerable, she had become a part of the Xuanwang realm. Although she was currently still in the eternal life realm, with the loss of a large amount of cultivation, her increasingly weak body seemed unable to support the Xuanwang principles she had defied. As if being crushed by a heavy object, her soul and body began to ache faintly. Zhao Ruoxi couldn't help but groan, and countless tiny blood streaks appeared all over her body. And it wasn't just this body. All of her were on the verge of collapse. The pain intensified. With the spiritual power in her body completely depleted, even worse than ordinary qi refining stage cultivators, Zhao Ruoxi felt an unprecedented weakness. The crushing and tearing sensation from her soul intensified 100-fold as her strength decreased. Fresh blood gushed out from the cracks all over her body, soaking her into a bloody figure, concealing the flowing tears and mucus. She was in so much pain that she couldn't make any sound, only some hoarse noises from her throat. The fear of seemingly turning back into immortal in an instant, and the ever-increasing, omnipresent pain felt by her soul and body, made Zhao Ruoxi feel as if she had returned to the great green mountain in her childhood. At that time, bandits were burning, killing, and looting in the village, and the sky was filled with blood. Hiding outside the village, watching the fierce bandits who seemed to have discovered her and were running towards her with sneers, Zhao Ruoxi was panic-stricken. She discovered a figure standing silently not far away, she didn't know since when. As if grasping at the only possible lifeline, Zhao Ruoxi cried and begged, "Immortal Master, save me! Immortal Master, save me!" The roar from her throat seemed to overlap with the past in her memory. It's just that the figure Zhao Ruoxi regarded as a savior was no longer Zhang Rong, the fourth-generation disciple of the great Dao sect's Moon Blossom lineage, who had already been avenged and devoured by her, but turned into Li Fan. The blurry figure in Zhao Ruoxi's heart gradually became clear. As if responding to her plea, Li Fan smiled slightly. From the center of countless array patterns in Zhao Ruoxi's soul, strands of extremely pure energy escaped from the Xuanwang realm's phantom. At first, it was just a trickling stream, but in an instant, it turned into a great river, surging and roaring non-stop. In an instant, it filled Zhao Ruoxi's body. This one-heart celestial venerable, who was originally on her last breath, instantly became lively again. Feeling the vast power from the Xuanwang realm's phantom in her body, which seemed inexhaustible, Zhao Ruoxi felt herself becoming more powerful than before. The blood stains on her fair skin disappeared. Zhao Ruoxi respectfully bowed to the figure standing deep in her soul. Without paying attention to the small movements on Zhao Ruoxi's side, Li Fan focused all his attention on the extremely fragile azure sky pearl in front of him. Zhao Ruoxi's lifelong cultivation of the Eternal Uniqueness Sutra only turned into 4 drops of green liquid. Without Li Fan's excessive manipulation, relying on the subtle connection with the azure sky pearl, the energy of this green liquid slowly dissipated towards the azure sky pearl not far away after it appeared. Nearly 10,000 years of hard work by an eternal life celestial venerable finally allowed this immortal artifact to successfully emerge from the brink of destruction. Li Fan was overjoyed. His divine sense followed closely, quickly wrapping the azure sky pearl heavily. The surface of the azure sky pearl, like the color of the vast azure sky, flowed in layers, trying to prevent Li Fan's prying. This layer of protection might be useful to ordinary people. Or rather, if the azure sky pearl was at its peak, it might be able to stop Li Fan. But it had just emerged from a state of near destruction, half dead. How could it stop Li Fan, who possessed a half-immortal body? Divine sense was like a needle, piercing through the azure sky. It went straight in and pierced into the interior of the azure sky pearl. Boom! The scene in front of Li Fan shook violently. The next moment, he seemed to have arrived in a strange realm. 12 solemn palaces, standing above the clouds, were distributed in a ring, occupying the sky of the world. In each palace, there was a statue enshrined. A steady stream of cultivators came from the ground, kneeling, praying. On the statue, active faces would appear from time to time. It seemed to be communicating with these kneeling cultivators. Divine witch realm. When the scene in his mind dissipated, Li Fan also understood what he had just seen. That strand of divine sense had been forcibly expelled by the azure sky pearl. Li Fan did not try to invade again. With the contact just now, relying on the unique aura of the azure sky pearl, he could replicate it in a short time with the change of truth and falsehood. But Li Fan did not leave to try. He already had a hunch that using the change of truth and falsehood to create another azure sky pearl out of thin air would definitely bring a load far greater than before. He needed to make some preparations in advance. The azure sky pearl could not be moved temporarily, so Li Fan laid down layers of arrays around it. The light spots representing the immortal level magic array flickered around him constantly. Only then did Li Fan feel a little relieved. False is also true, Li Fan chanted softly in his heart. The object of his magical power was not the azure sky pearl, but himself. Cultivation, divine soul, all levels of power, all skyrocketed by a factor of 1. Li Fan looked at the azure sky pearl, still feeling it was not enough. After breathing for a while, he used the magical power of false is also true again. The superposition of 3 times the cultivation could not last too long. Li Fan only waited for his body to adapt to the intensity of bearing it before concentrating and locking onto the azure sky pearl. Using the color of the clear blue sky as an index, Li Fan recalled the scene of the divine witch realm he had glimpsed. He imagined the existence of another azure sky pearl. False is also true. Li Fan felt that he was more strenuous than when he had reproduced the essence ancient azure origin before, dozens of times more. This was probably because the essence ancient azure origin was just an energy source existing in a single form. But the azure sky pearl in front of him was a collection of many laws. Veins popped out on his forehead. In an instant, he felt as if his body had been emptied. He felt extremely weak, but seeing the color on the azure sky pearl seemed to become more distinct and vivid. Li Fan knew his attempt had succeeded. The superimposed false is also true cultivation gradually disappeared. The fatigue of body and mind came crashing down like a mountain. But Li Fan only closed his eyes and rested for a while before starting to copy the azure sky pearl again. Each time he used the change of truth and falsehood, his understanding would deepen a little. But like those things created out of thin air, most of these understandings would slowly dissipate over time. Only a very small part would remain. The change of truth and falsehood, ethereal and illusory, is my foundation. Relying solely on the realization of each reversion to truth, which is assisted by the infinite reincarnation, is far from enough. A trace of determination flashed in his eyes. Taking advantage of the understanding he had after using the magical power last time, Li Fan endured the exhaustion of his body and mind. He used the false is also true method again. Inside the sunken dark river, an indescribable and wonderful aura descended and disappeared one after another. Time passed slowly. Although Li Fan's appearance did not change in any way, his aura also became more unpredictable inexplicably. He really looked like an ethereal and transcendent true immortal. After an incense stick of time, Li Fan finally felt that his body and soul had reached their limit. He sighed slightly, and the tide of weariness could not be stopped. Without taking care of the azure sky pearl that had been repaired and almost reborn, Li Fan first closed his eyes and sat down to rest. In his mind, there was no thought or feeling. It was as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. Only faintly, it seemed that countless light spots were constantly lit up. Soon after, they returned to darkness. Repeating endlessly, when Li Fan regained his spirits, it was already 3 days later. Through the high-intensity, near-limit false is also true display in a short period of time, Li Fan gained the understanding of the change of truth and falsehood that he could only obtain from nearly 5 reversions to truth. This is also because I am trying this kind of continuous and extreme attempt for the first time. It is the reason why I awakened the understanding of the change of truth and falsehood that I had used in the past but had forgotten. The effect of this kind of cultivation next time will definitely not be as good as this. But it is still of great significance. With this attempt, Li Fan had already noticed that the understanding of the change of truth and falsehood gained from each initiation of reversion to truth seemed to be different from what he had learned from imitating it. Undoubtedly, what was realized from the initiation of reversion to truth was purer and closer to the truth. Although what Li Fan himself tried to comprehend was weaker, it was easier to control. There is still a long way to go from understanding to practice. Each reversion to truth is to deepen my understanding progress. But the specific practice still requires me to do it myself. Li Fan understood something in his heart. At this moment, reversion to truth actually conveyed a trace of teachable fluctuations. Li Fan pondered and continued to try to communicate with reversion to truth. What he got was silence. Li Fan shook his head slightly and temporarily put this matter aside, looking at the azure sky pearl not far away. He reached out and took it. Perhaps it was because Li Fan had repaired it for a small half, he did not notice any resistance. This immortal artifact fell lightly into his hand. Although it barely escaped the shattered state, its power has declined seriously. After all, the vitality contained within it has been taken out and used to repair the dark star sea. Li Fan looked at the vitality in the dark river in the depression and thought so. But what Li Fan valued was not the vitality of the azure sky pearl. It was the legendary, almost miraculous function. The azure sky pearl can devour other immortal artifacts and transfer their functions to its own body. It can also extract the skills of a cultivator from the cultivator's corpse. After Li Fan's investigation, he found that there was no spirit in the azure sky pearl. If Li Fan had not repaired it, it would now be an empty shell that had completely lost its function. But now, the function can still be used. Li Fan's heart moved, and he returned to the Xuanwang realm with the azure sky pearl. To prevent the immortal ruin-hungry immortals from noticing, the surrounding hidden immortal arrays were not dispersed, but turned into a layer of white mist. It set off Li Fan as extraordinarily ethereal and immortal. Devouring immortal artifacts, Li Fan looked at the underground secret room of the Sun family, where the boundless mirror was located. He reached out his hand, and the boundless mirror broke through time and space and came to Li Fan's palm. Who is it? Ignoring the exclamation of the boundless mirror's spirit Sun Luyao, Li Fan directly fed it to the azure sky pearl. Although it was also once an immortal artifact, and also in a severely damaged state. But the boundless mirror was obviously not at the same level as the azure sky pearl. In addition, with Li Fan suppressing it, the boundless mirror had no resistance at all. It disappeared into the vast azure color of the azure sky pearl. On the surface of the azure sky pearl, it seemed as if there was a heavy rain, rippling with waves. Perhaps it was too weak, and suddenly devouring and eating, causing it to be too deficient to make up for it. This digestion of the azure sky pearl took almost half a day. When the heavy rain first stopped, a different aura was born from the azure sky pearl. 1444. Everyone takes corpse as teacher. Originally, the vast and uniform surface of the azure underworld pearl was divided into many different regions by lines. In most of these regions, the boundary lines flickered uncertainly and were difficult to see. Only the region displaying a bright mirror seemed to be alive, and emitted fluctuations that were very different from the azure underworld pearl itself. From the rising aura, Li Fan faintly seemed to see a complete immeasurable mirror. These different partitions are the different immortal artifacts that the azure underworld pearl once devoured. It's just that with the past shattering of the azure underworld pearl, these functions can no longer be used. Only the newly opened immeasurable mirror can barely. A realization dawned on Li Fan. Compared to the azure underworld pearl, this area, which had been developed into the immeasurable mirror, was easier to conquer. Li Fan patiently used the immeasurable mirror area as a breakthrough point, and finally successfully sent a wisp of divine sense into the interior of the azure underworld pearl, and this time it was not easily expelled. Instead, it took root and settled in the immeasurable mirror area. Soon after, formations arose with his thoughts, endlessly generating. Light green, massive formation patterns, the same color as the azure underworld pearl itself, took root and grew from within the immeasurable mirror area. Li Fan attempted to completely refine and control this immortal treasure using the formation refinement technique. With the immortal array disintegration disk taking action, the efficiency was extraordinary. In just one day, a strange connection was born between Li Fan and the azure underworld pearl. Li Fan let out a long breath, playing with the azure underworld pearl in his right hand. There was no actual sense of contact. It was just icy cold, very smooth and comfortable. The azure underworld pearl was reborn from destruction, as if it had been recast. All the shackles and restrictions of the past seemed to have vanished. At least Li Fan carefully checked it inside and out and found no traces of other unknown energies. Even so, Li Fan was not completely relieved. The formation refinement continued. On the surface of the azure underworld pearl, in the vast azure sky, billions of silver stars gradually appeared. Those were all traces of the formation's operation. Li Fan first began to study the immeasurable mirror function. He had Qian Fu Zuan Ru this damaged immortal artifact for some time and could be said to be very familiar with it. The many divine abilities of the immeasurable mirror are based on the immortal level grand formation of immeasurable, Hongmeng C's square. In theory, it can analyze all things in the world. Even things that exceed its own level can be analyzed slowly, like the foolish old man moving mountains. But the immeasurable mirror I encountered in the Xuanwang realm had greatly reduced power. Not to mention all things in the world, even the celestial mystery mirror, which is also an immortal artifact, it can only seize gaps to peep. And now, Li Fan held the azure underworld pearl and returned to the 10,000 Immortals Alliance. Within the space of the Immortal Alliance headquarters, the azure underworld pearl in Li Fan's hand rippled with azure water. Suddenly, it transformed into the appearance of the celestial mystery mirror. It radiated a faint light in all directions. Li Fan did not receive any warnings about threats from the simulated mirror spirit of the celestial mystery mirror. But he keenly sensed that a new functional area was being developed inside the azure underworld pearl. It was also a small mirror, but it was an ancient, bronze-green color, just like the main body of the celestial mystery mirror. The devoured immeasurable mirror was a weakened version after being damaged. But the azure underworld pearl can use its own divine ability to complete the function of the immeasurable mirror. Moreover, looking at the situation now, after devouring the immeasurable mirror, it can actually replicate the many functions of other immortal artifacts simply through analysis. Li Fan was both surprised and delighted. But this joy did not last long. Perhaps because it was generated through the analysis of the immeasurable mirror. In the azure underworld pearl, the celestial mystery mirror functional area was right next to the immeasurable mirror functional area. Moreover, this boundary was not very obvious. The celestial mystery mirror functional area only existed independently for half a cup of tea's time before it was actually swallowed by the immeasurable mirror functional area. Moreover, Li Fan could not control this merger. After the fusion occurred, the image of the small mirror that was faintly presented on the surface of the azure underworld pearl also changed accordingly. The bronze-green color faded, and the shape also became round. In the mirror, it even seemed to hide a pair of eyes, secretly peeping at everything in the outside world. Li Fan's heart moved slightly, and the azure underworld pearl changed at will. The illusory mirror truly appeared in his hand. The analysis was not yet complete, but it already possessed many functions of both the immeasurable and celestial mystery mirrors. In addition to the internal opening of space, storage, deduction, analysis, and other conventional functions, what Li Fan valued more was the differentiation and secondary birth ability of the celestial mystery mirror. It was a pity that this seemed to be a skill acquired by the celestial mystery mirror after birth, not an inherent ability, and the analysis function of the azure underworld pearl could not directly replicate it onto itself. The immeasurable immortal array should already have enough status. The celestial mystery mirror data analyzed in the azure underworld pearl is almost exactly the same as what Li Fan read from the simulated mirror spirit of the celestial mystery mirror. The only difference is that there is no spirit. A trace of hesitation flashed in Li Fan's heart, but in the end, he did not rush to use the method of life to catalyze the intelligence of the azure underworld pearl. He did not even apply the method of simulating personality to the azure underworld pearl. From the glimpse of the God-Witch world, the 12 statues standing tall in the sky brought him a faint sense of unease. For now, it is better to use it purely as an object. After the analysis and fusion of the immeasurable mirror and the celestial mystery mirror were completed, Li Fan then began to test the azure underworld pearl's ability to manifest techniques. After Emperor of Fate San Mo brought a few corpses, Li Fan used the azure underworld pearl to devour them. As the corpses disappeared into the vast azure underworld, a few different auras emerged in the pearl. They were composed of countless tiny words, floating above the azure sky, one after another. They corresponded exactly to the cultivation techniques that these dead prisoners had practiced before they died. Even though their cultivation techniques had already been forcibly abolished, the azure underworld pearl still revealed them. After comparing them, they were exactly the same. Li Fan reached out and summoned one of them. 9 refinements wandering God art. Li Fan absorbed these words into his body. Not only the cultivation technique itself, Even the corpse's understanding of the technique during its lifetime, and its insights during practice, also emerged in Li Fan's mind. In this way, with the experience of the predecessor, cultivation will be too fast. The only pity is that there are only insights, but no memories. Although Li Fan felt some regret, he also knew that being able to achieve this level was undoubtedly a peerless treasure. Learning from corpses is far more efficient than ordinary instruction. After all, corpses will not hide anything. But in the current Dark Star Sea, there were not many who could inspire Li Fan to learn and emulate them. I don't know if these can still be used. Thinking like this, Li Fan tentatively threw all the ashes left behind after Qin Zhuang outside the high wall was silenced into the azure underworld pearl. The powder was slowly devoured by the azure color. Even after his soul had scattered, Qin Zhuang still contributed his light and heat. Within the azure pearl, a great wind seemed to rise. Li Fan watched closely, afraid of missing any details. The azure pearl was, after all, a treasure valued by the Zon Heaven King. Ordinary methods of destroying corpses and eliminating traces did not seem able to withstand the azure pearl's investigation. After a period of brewing, a wisp of uniquely colored aura emerged within the boundless azure. It was extremely eye-catching. It was an incessant gradient of all colors from black to white, as if experiencing all the colors of time. Li Fan drew this wisp of aura over 30 lectures on Tao origin fundamentals. Sensing this name, Li Fan's expression became somewhat strange. However, he quickly immersed himself in Qin Zhuang's cultivation and understanding of Tao origin symbols. The experience was completely different from forcibly peeking into memories with a celestial formation. Soul-searching and memory-snatching, especially with many restrictions remaining within Qin Zhuang's divine soul, could not achieve such immersive experience. It could only sense what Qin Zhuang had learned and how much time he had spent. But with the azure pearl, all the thoughts that Qin Zhuang had based on these Tao origin symbols during his lifetime suddenly reappeared in Li Fan's mind. It was as if Li Fan had relived Qin Zhuang's life as Qin Zhuang himself. By the time Li Fan's consciousness cleared, he was proficient in these 30 lectures on Tao origin fundamentals. Moreover, combined with Li Fan's own understanding, he was even more proficient than Qin Zhuang, a member of the Immortal hunting organization. This feeling of gaining without effort was truly addictive. Li Fan couldn't help but smack his lips. Holding this treasure, I can't wait to go and sweep outside the high wall. It will surely be equivalent to hundreds of years of my hard work. A hint of dangerous light flickered in Li Fan's eyes. But in the end, he resolutely suppressed it. The risk was one aspect. More importantly, Li Fan could not yet determine whether there were any side effects to using the Azure Pearl's heaven-defying method to gain insights. The changes in Li Fan's divine soul could, to some extent, endure returning to truth and still exist. Minor changes might be negligible. But if they accumulated, and a single or two instances of returning to truth could not cleanse them, then it would be very dangerous and not worth the cost. First, use a large number of test subjects to verify its safety. Moreover, in theory, the ability to capture the thoughts of a corpse during its lifetime should definitely not be limited to cultivation techniques. I wonder if there is any way to restore all the memories and thoughts of a corpse during its lifetime. If that's really possible, then my creation and replication of a cultivator out of thin air would be even more like his original self. Li Fan played with the Azure Pearl, which had returned to its original appearance, his mind filled with thoughts. The remaining 4 eternal celestial sovereigns of the 5 Elders' Council arrived on time as summoned. Without alarming anyone else, Emperor Sanmo and Chao Sidao personally received them and brought them to the Guishu realm where the law transmitter Zhang was located. Due to the blockade of the Tongtian Grand Formation, they naturally could not sense the existence of the law transmitter Zhang at the core of the formation. However, Li Fan had deliberately released some of the law transmitter Yang's insights and synchronized them with them. Therefore, as soon as they entered this small world, they were immersed in the mystical insights of the great Tao is like me. Especially Jiao Ruoxi. From the core ideology, eternal uniqueness and the great Tao is like me are actually interconnected. However, eternal uniqueness achieves ultimate harmony with the Tao through constant devouring. While the great Tao is like me skips the countless intermediate steps and directly reaches the end point, I am the Tao, and the Tao is me. Even though she had already undergone a severe round of training by Li Fan and her temperament had been transformed, Jiao Ruoxi could not help but feel a sense of imbalance and jealousy at this moment. Jiao Ruoxi was like this, and the expressions of the other 3 eternal celestial sovereigns, and even Emperor Sanmo and Chao Sidao, were not much better. I originally thought that the Taijia divine art that Senior used in the Immortal Alliance to motivate people and connect with the Sea of Stars was already divine. I didn't expect that directly facing the Great Tao was. Chao Sidao was shocked into silence, speechless for a long time. The Great Tao is like me is the feeling that one has conversed with the Great Tao and comprehended many things. But once one leaves this state and returns to reality, it seems that nothing has happened. Not a trace of understanding of the Great Tao remains. When Li Fan withdrew his pity-like reward, he could see the disappointment in their hearts from the expressions on their faces. How is it? Li Fan appeared at this time and asked. The few people straightened their expressions, first respectfully saluting. Then they spoke one after another, their words overflowing with praise. I intend to integrate this comprehension of the Great Tao into your dream paradise. After everyone had finished speaking, Li Fan said lightly. His words startled everyone, their eyelids twitching. Especially Wu Yu. After the initial uncontrollable joy, what followed in Wu Yu's heart was incomparable fear. Such a pie-in-the-sky good thing appearing on him. Could it be another way for this true immortal to torture people? Wu Yu had recently learned a lot from Zhao Ruoxi. Just as Wu Yu didn't know how to respond, Li Fan spoke again. In the dream, there is neither life nor death. Cultivators are fearless of death, making them suitable cannon fodder for exploring beyond the high wall. But there is also a drawback. Their strength is too weak and their cultivation increases too slowly. Li Fan smiled. If they are too weak, no matter how many ants there are, they will not achieve anything. But if ants become hyenas, that's different. The manifestation of strength in Wu Yu's dream is only based on the level of consciousness. Through this method of directly facing the Great Tao, almost like an initiation, ordinary cultivators can be directly elevated to the eternal realm in a short period of time. Moreover, it can be controlled in a quantifiable way. Li Fan said softly, but his words fell into the ears of the people in the field like thunder. They still had some doubts in their hearts, but the various methods that Li Fan had recently displayed made them have to believe him. Take this divine soul as an example. Li Fan unfolded his palm, in which floated a speck of light. It was a good seedling that he had personally selected from the era. With a thought, the conversion insights of Tongtian, the Great Tao is like me, were all instilled into this divine soul. Although it was still incomparably weak, the theoretical cognition of this divine soul was expanding at an unimaginable and terrifying speed. Not only the law transmitter Yang's own insights, but also Li Fan's thoughts and ideas over the years. Everything except the change between true and false had been recorded in the Tongtian Grand Formation. 1445. The paradise is in Xuanwang. Under normal circumstances, ordinary cultivators, divine abilities would not be able to withstand such rapid enlightenment. To hear the Tao in the morning and die in the evening was their destiny. But at this moment, the Guishu realm was under Li Fan's complete control. Life and death were not determined by heaven, but by Fan. Mysterious and unpredictable power descended, sculpting and strengthening the divine soul in Li Fan's palm. The light spots became increasingly crystalline and radiant. The aura emanating from them became increasingly alarming. Unlike the others in the field, Li Fan's vision showed a string of numbers floating above the divine soul light spot. It was the Chuanji, myriad spirits returning number, one of the Zan Yuan beginning spirit great arrays, specifically quantifying the degree of divine soul enhancement. It rapidly climbed from 23, and only slowed down after reaching 80. Without the infinite attribute of immortal spiritual power, even if I have many Zan Huang realm power phantoms in my body, it's not enough for me to unscrupulously use the barren fall, empty room blooming flower great array. But this myriad spirits returning number can be applied without any problems. It's only approaching the longevity realm, and it's only a strength of 90. Li Fan couldn't help but glance at the top of his head. 9,999. 100 times the longevity realm. But this was not Li Fan's actual combat power, but the limit strength that the myriad spirits returning number array could quantify. If a true immortal descends into the array, I'm afraid I can only use a line of question marks to represent it for the time being. The Tongtian Great Array combined with the myriad spirits returning number array could realize the numerical measurement of cultivators' strength in the illusion. It could even instill the perception of the Great Tao into cultivators in a quantified way of experience points, promoting the birth of a large number of longevity realm combat power in the dream paradise. The difference between the dream paradise and the illusion is that the illusion can be arbitrarily fabricated and distorted without paying much cost. But conversely, it is almost impossible for things in the illusion to descend into the real world. On the other hand, the dream paradise is built on reality. Everything in the dream can be quickly manifested in reality as long as enough energy is provided. The true immortal level is not considered for the time being. If the power of the infinite star sea is forcibly connected, countless longevity and below combat power can be summoned to reality overnight. It's already extremely close to the fallen immortal realm. In the fallen immortal realm, there are countless extremely real and illusory worlds. Among them, there are many longevity cultivators. Since objects in the fallen immortal realm can be brought to reality, then, theoretically speaking, fallen immortal realm cultivators can also do it. But throughout the ages, only Zanhuang realm cultivators' consciousness has gone to the fallen immortal realm. I have never heard of fallen immortal realm cultivators breaking the barrier between reality and illusion and descending into the Zanhuang realm. Li Fan believed that this should be the restriction set by the true immortal who created the fallen immortal realm. If you achieve true immortal in the fallen immortal realm, perhaps you can cross this restriction. It's a pity that it's almost impossible. Li Fan, who had worked so hard to prove the Tao to be a half-immortal, naturally knew the difficulty. At least in the next few thousand years, such a person will not appear in the Zanhuang fallen immortal realm. The fallen immortal realm transformed by the true immortal's remnant thoughts, the dark sea formed by the true immortal's corpse, and the true immortal's will to survive sleeping in the depths of the dark sea. For Li Fan today, they still have great significance. After all, perhaps the opportunity to further transform and achieve true immortal is hidden within. Although achieving true immortal may attract the pursuit of forces outside the wall. But Li Fan couldn't shrink back because of this and give up moving forward. What's more, he has the help of returning to truth. At worst, he will first prove true immortal, personally experience what the true immortal is like. If the situation is indeed critical, and the true immortal's situation is also precarious, then return to the half-immortal anchor point and start over. While Li Fan was thinking, the divine soul in his palm, purely from the perspective of strength, was already no weaker than Zhao Ruoxi. Such shocking methods naturally deeply impressed everyone in the field. Worry-free, however, asked with some worry in a low voice, "If so many strong people suddenly appear in the dream paradise, I'm afraid I won't be able to maintain it." Before she could finish speaking, Li Fan interrupted, "It's okay, with my assistance, I will naturally protect the dream paradise." Worry-free's heart skipped a beat, knowing that from now on, I'm afraid the control of this dream paradise would no longer be in her hands. But she also knew that this might also be a great opportunity for her. Her strength was closely related to the scale of the dream paradise. Even if the dominance was forced to transfer, the paradise, which would inevitably grow stronger under the control of the true immortal, would definitely give her a lot of benefits in return. While thoughts were rushing, Worry-free could only thank the true immortal senior for his grace. The transformation of Worry-free's dream paradise was definitely a huge project. The most important thing was to ensure the safety of the hundreds of millions of living beings currently in the paradise. Under Li Fan's order, Emperor Sanmo and the other longevity heavenly venerates of the Five Old Men's Association entered different areas of the dream paradise respectively, presiding over the array's access work. And Worry-free let go of her mind and let Li Fan handle it. Along the ink-killing Tao annihilation phase that had been implanted and had already quietly penetrated every corner of the dream paradise, Li Fan connected the power of the Tongtian, Great Tao is like me, and Chuanji, myriad spirits returning number fusion array into the dream. With several longevity cultivators as nodes, the power of the array quickly took root completely within the paradise. The slow infiltration of the disintegration butterfly's immortal spiritual power, through the parasitic array, began to transform the dream paradise. Every time it transformed a little, Li Fan's control over the dream paradise increased a little. Worry-free heavenly venerate, although was the creator of the paradise, was now helpless to the change of ownership of her creation. She even faintly felt that she could still get feedback benefits from the subtle connection with the paradise. It was because the true immortal senior was kind and did not completely sever this connection. How would Worry-free know that the reason why Li Fan still retained her connection with the paradise was actually to let Worry-free be his scapegoat at a critical moment? After all, this life's exploration outside the high wall might attract the attention of some peerless strong people, following the dream paradise to come to his door. With Worry-free, the owner on the surface, there was a short period of time as a buffer, Li Fan could calmly get away. Not so embarrassed. The process of taking over the dream paradise seemed extremely smooth. Through the sensing of the disintegration butterfly, in Li Fan's vision, a layer of illusory light band-like light gauze floated in the dark star sea. Intertwined with reality, but not overlapping. From time to time, wisps of light spots were attracted from reality and flew towards the dream paradise. A new thread was then born in the light band. That was a new dream being generated. Sitting in Zanhuang, Li Fan's thoughts moved rapidly with the help of the dream paradise. Even several times faster than the wooden sword phantom's escape technique. In an instant, he came to the edge of the star sea, under the high wall. Completely different from the invisible and formless scene seen in normal vision. What Li Fan saw now was a dark arc-shaped boundary line, dividing the inside and outside of the high wall. The boundary line, as a blockage, still gave people an insurmountable feeling. But after all, there was a concrete entity. It seemed that crossing the high wall was not impossible. This is the blockade of the high wall. Is it weaker for consciousness? No wonder the Five Old Men's Association is determined to escape outside the high wall through worry-free paradise. Li Fan observed at close range, and after a long time, a strange feeling suddenly surged in his heart. Previously, when he spied on the high wall in reality, he would be subjected to the pressure of the high wall. More importantly, the perception of the high wall's principles was also accompanied by the characteristic of, once lost, it is lost forever. But in the dream paradise, this characteristic did not exist. Li Fan pondered and thought for a long time without moving. Looking at the dark lines not far away, suddenly, a strange idea appeared in his mind. Perhaps it is because only thoughts exist in the dream paradise, and it is not complete. The high wall is like a mirror, reflecting itself. The state in which you see the high wall, what you see and feel are also different. Li Fan also thought that a mere high wall could isolate the prying of powerful people such as Black Sky Doctor and Evil Subai. This high wall realm is still a one-way mirror. Staring at it, Li Fan put away the urge to cross the high wall in the dream paradise. According to Mo Rubin and Heavenly Doctor's perception of the high wall in reality, Li Fan had vaguely guessed that this high wall might be like the Dragon Gate. Although it is an insurmountable chasm for all beings within the wall. But for those who can traverse it, it also means great benefits. With a thought, he crossed thousands of mountains and rivers in an instant and returned to the Zanhuang realm. The transformation of the dream paradise has been initially completed. Next, is to open up more interfaces. Before this, due to the limitations of worry-free zone strength and the existence of the lot transmission Heavenly Venerate as a deterrent, only living beings in a small part of the Five Old Men's Association area could enter the dream paradise. But now, under Li Fan's instructions, the illusory light band floating above the Zanhuang realm radiated thousands of light tentacles, radiating the entire Zanhuang realm, as well as several affiliated small worlds and cave heavens. Illusory light and shadow, looming. At this moment, countless living beings were dragged into the illusion. Entering sleep, the living beings' bodies in reality were also swallowed by the dream paradise. Temporarily kept. What moves in the paradise is a brand new thought body that is fabricated and created based on the divine soul. The number of cultivators is not small, but compared with the huge number of mortals, it seems insignificant. The biggest change in the updated dream paradise compared to the past is that each area has a huge city floating in the sky. It is the enhanced version of the Myriad Immortals Alliance Heavenly City. Performing martial arts, resting, trading and many other functions are all available. You can even actively choose the dream area. Newcomers, looking at everything in front of them, suddenly felt dazzled. And for the old players of the dream paradise, the biggest surprise of this update is that there is no longer the punishment of death. No matter how many times you die in the dream world, you will be reborn in the main city. Moreover, compared to the same cultivation methods in the past as in reality, there is now the existence of enlightenment value in the dream. By completing dream tasks and various methods, you can obtain enlightenment value. Using enlightenment value, you can directly improve your cultivation and realm. Now the speed of growth of the cultivators is completely different from the past. Moreover, according to the announcement, a new batch of dream worlds will be opened soon. Those who take the lead in gaining rewards can also get additional rewards. With the injection of too many new elements, the dream paradise presents a thriving scene. In reality, worry-free Heavenly Venerate's performance was not so good. Even with Li Fan's transformation of the dream, expanding it nearly 100 times at once, it was a huge burden that worry-free could not bear. If it weren't for the protection of the Zanhuang realm phantom bestowed by Li Fan, I'm afraid Worry-Free would have been overwhelmed by her creation in an instant. Now, in order to keep her mind from scattering, Worry-Free has regressed to the state of a baby and has fallen into a deep sleep. It's just that the tightly locked brows and the occasional crying sounds show her pain. Everything has its advantages and disadvantages. If Worry-Free bears most of the suffering of the dream's development, then Li Fan enjoys almost all the benefits. As the actual dream master, Li Fan was able to observe so many living beings at close range. Their every move, joy, anger, sorrow, and every emotional fluctuation. Li Fan could perceive it clearly. Li Fan gradually had a deeper understanding of the human species. If all the living beings in the world gradually turned into meaningless symbols and codes in Li Fan's eyes because of a thought of returning to truth reincarnation before, then now, because of the close observation of the dream paradise, these symbols, in Li Fan's eyes, become vivid an image again. Although it is still a symbol, it is more distinct. Li Fan realized that this more concrete and practical cognition was of great help to his understanding of the change between truth and falsehood. In the final analysis, if you want to turn falsehood into truth, or turn truth into falsehood, at the very least, you must first have a complete understanding of the essence of things. Although Li Fan could successfully perform the change between truth and falsehood with the help of the returning to truth power without meeting this prerequisite. But if Li Fan himself could understand the essence of things, perhaps the energy saved by returning to truth could help Li Fan do more things. With this thought in mind, Li Fan divided his mind into thousands of thoughts, and his mind immersed in this dream paradise. Exploring outside the high wall is not something that can be done in a day or two. With the current strength of the Zanhuang realm, it still needs to accumulate for a period of time. The countdown to the arrival of the doomsday catastrophe is steadily decreasing. In the blink of an eye, 10 years later. No death, enlightenment value. The existence of these two things makes the cultivators in the dream paradise improve their strength at an extremely terrifying speed. In just 10 years, the paradise was on the verge of collapse more than 30 times. Li Fan personally took action several times to barely maintain the stability of the dream. And after dozens of iterations, the current dream paradise has completely filled the high wall. Some of the pioneer tentacles have even rushed out of the high wall. Although it is only at the consciousness level, the significant difference between inside and outside the high wall still surprised Li Fan. Simply put, in the dream world outside the high wall, the enlightenment value that the Tongtian Great Array can induce is generally more than 5 or 6 times higher than inside the high wall. 1446. The Tao manifests form. The so-called enlightenment value in the dreamland paradise is actually the great Tao insights that law-transmitting Zhang obtains through the great Tao is me characteristic. Only a wall separates them. The law-transmitting Yang's enlightenment efficiency hasn't changed. What has changed is the environment itself. Simply put, cultivators outside the wall will generally find cultivation many times easier than those within the high wall. Just as Li Fan had guessed, as long as one can embark on the path of cultivation on their own, even an ordinary cultivator can be considered a heaven's chosen outside the wall. Moreover, this is just the beginning. Li Fan keenly sensed that after coming into contact with the environment outside the high wall, the law-transmitting Yang's enlightenment efficiency in the Tongtian array was slowly increasing. The long-term comprehension of the Great Tao finally began to nourish him in return. Li Fan synchronized with the other party's feelings. The Tongtian Great Tao that he looked up at seemed to gradually change from gray and white to colorful. Is this the difference between the so-called Great Tao annihilation zone and a normal environment? This magnificent sight made Li Fan lose his senses for a moment. Outside the high wall, the beauty is so breathtaking that it makes people hesitant. A voice rang in Li Fan's ear, interrupting his reverie. Li Fan turned his head and looked at a blue figure beside him. It was Chen Tianai from the Tian sect. I can feel that the demonic sound's influence on me seems to have intensified again. The memories of the past are becoming clearer. Even though I have personally seen the law-transmitting heavenly venerate being suppressed. Even though I already know that it's just a tampered memory. But that one glance from back then is still like a nightmare, haunting me. Chen Tianai's figure fluctuated uncontrollably. Li Fan didn't respond, but instead tried to silently chant the sutra-chanting demonic sound in his heart. As if an invisible force penetrated the dreamland paradise, faintly connecting him to the outside of the high wall. Those mysterious rhythms became much clearer. Li Fan's heart skipped a beat. As a balance, he immediately silently chanted the protection immortal scripture originating from the Archmage. Tao is born, thus ancient traditions. Grief and hardship, Tao extinguished. The two voices harmonized, and the influence of the sutra chanting demonic sound was immediately diluted a lot. However, compared to simply being inside the high wall, the neutralizing effect of this protection immortal scripture was obviously much weaker. It was gradually unable to compare with that strange and unpredictable demonic sound. Xuanyuan Hong, Li Fan's expression was strange. The law-transmitting heavenly venerate relied on the seemingly innate murmuring power of this Xuanyuan clan to survive in desperation, influencing and tampering with the memories of Chen Tianai of the Taiyan sect, whom he had only met once. Relying on the deduction of the transformation Tao Stone Mother, he found a way to kill many Changsheng of the immortal Tao Ten sects. Although the law transmitting had been suppressed by Li Fan, the murmuring mark left on Chen Tianai's body had not dissipated. When he also came outside the high wall with the power of the Dreamland Paradise, its influence broke out again. Even if Chen Tianai had been informationized and become a part of the transformation Tao Stone Mother, he still couldn't avoid it. Part of this is because the Great Tao is more distinct. The profound sound that depicts the Great Tao with rhythm is naturally strengthened. If I were to write true immortal seal characters, I imagine the power would be the same, amplified several times. But it's not just that reason. The extent to which it has been strengthened is a bit too much. Both are the Tao of rhythm, but the protection immortal scripture has never been so exaggerated. The faint murmuring sound in his ears flickered on and off. After thinking about it, Li Fan had to attribute it to the missing profound Heaven King. 5 years ago, when Li Fan went to the Taiyan sect and saw Chen Tianai, he revealed the truth that he was being invaded by the demonic sound in one sentence. Chen Tianai didn't believe it at first, that his memories had been tampered with by others all along. It wasn't until Li Fan taught him the protection immortal scripture to counteract the power of tampering that Chen Tianai, who had recovered his true memory, was struck by lightning and remained silent for a long time. It's not that you are incompetent. How can mortals be exempt from immortal methods? Li Fan's words truly freed Chen Tianai from the pain of the past. The reason for coming to the Taiyan sect was naturally for the transformation Tao Stone Mother. After helping Chen Tianai resolve the nightmare that had plagued him for 10,000 years, Li Fan half coerced and half lured, causing the Taiyan sect to submit. Now this transformation Tao Stone Mother is in Li Fan's sea of consciousness. However, after studying it, Li Fan did not choose to directly fuse it with the high-grade transformation Tao Stone in his mind. In the past, after the entire Taiyan sect chose to integrate informationally into the transformation Tao Stone Mother, many thoughts merged with the Stone Mother and became difficult to separate. It became a characteristic of the transformation Tao Stone Mother itself. Li Fan was not sure that he could erase these thoughts without destroying the Stone Mother. If he were to directly devour it, the strength of the Stone Mother is many times stronger than the high-grade transformation Tao Stone. The thoughts of the Taiyan sect people in the Stone Mother are even more likely to pollute Li Fan's transformation Tao Stone. Although Li Fan could forcibly clear these thoughts afterwards. However, deep in the Stone Mother, there is also a rather peculiar thought hidden and dormant. Even Li Fan, who is a half-immortal, finds it quite tricky. Moreover, Li Fan, who has already mastered the change between true and false, no longer needs to devour it violently to increase his strength. In the sea of consciousness, around the transformation Tao Stone Mother, thousands of threads flew from the void, contacting, analyzing, and comprehending the essence of the transformation Tao Stone Mother. And in the depths of the sea of consciousness, in a place isolated from other areas, another crystal, with an appearance completely identical to the transformation Tao Stone Mother, floats quietly. It just seems to be in a misty, ethereal state, flickering uncertainly. It is the transformation Tao Stone Mother that Li Fan copied through the change between true and false. Having successfully replicated Jinggu Kengyuan, his own cultivation, and even the Azure Underworld Pearl, Li Fan originally thought that replicating this transformation Tao Stone Mother would be easy. But what he didn't expect was that the difficulty of replicating this crystal was even dozens of times greater than the immortal weapon Azure Underworld Pearl. Replicating the Azure Underworld Pearl only required him to add 3 times his cultivation, and even if it was a bit difficult, he could still succeed in the end. But facing this transformation Tao Stone Mother, brute force seemed to have lost its effect. After several failures, Li Fan realized that it was not that his own strength was not enough, but that his understanding of the transformation Tao Stone Mother did not reach the minimum requirement to replicate it. This was the first time for Li Fan. In the past, when using the change between true and false, he didn't need to have any requirements for his understanding of the essence of things. However, after careful comprehension and communication with Hai Jian with great difficulty, Li Fan finally understood why. To put it simply, it means that everything that Li Fan can see completely can be briefly replicated through the change between true and false. This law still holds true for the transformation Tao Stone Mother. And the reason for the replication failure is because Li Fan did not see the Stone Mother completely. This is also the reason why Li Fan sealed the Stone Mother in his sea of consciousness, observing it day and night without stopping. He separately opened up an area so that the Stone Mother would not be able to pry into his memories. And the Taiyan sect members can also leave Li Fan's sea of consciousness from this area at any time and come to reality. Now Li Fan can replicate the Tao Transformation Stone Mother, and through the method of continuous superposition, enhance the Tao Transformation Stone in his sea of consciousness. Naturally, he has also seen the Stone Mother completely. And through his communication with the Stone Mother during this period, Li Fan also understood why, as a half-immortal, he couldn't see the entire Stone Mother at a glance. Tao Transformation Stone Mother, Tao Transformation Stone Mother. Li Fan's heart stirred slightly, and the illusory Stone Mother he replicated transformed into a halo of light, attaching itself to the Tao Transformation Stone. He circulated the improved Tao Transformation Divine One secret technique, quickly absorbing the incomparably pure energy within. The illusory Stone Mother replicated by Li Fan does not contain the will of the Taiyan sect. It doesn't even have the mysterious will hidden within the real Stone Mother. It is merely the pure Stone Mother itself. Therefore, it can be absorbed without any scruples. Although the transformation between reality and illusion only leaves a slight residue each time. However, the Tao Transformation Stone Mother is too miraculous. Each time it is used, the quality of the Tao Transformation Stone in Li Fan's sea of consciousness can be multiplied. Within 10 years, Li Fan has achieved nearly 100 replications and superpositions. At this moment, the Tao Transformation Stone in his mind is already not much weaker than the real Stone Mother. Therefore, he also has a vague guess about the essence of the Tao Transformation Stone Mother. This foreign treasure from beyond the heavens is likely to be a direct manifestation of the Great Tao. It is the same principle as the primordial transformation of the demon beast race. However, the primordial transformation is only a single Great Tao. But the Tao Transformation Stone Mother, Li Fan guessed that it might even be a collection of all complete Great Taos. It's just that the possibility of the Tao Transformation Stone Mother's origin is much weaker compared to what Li Fan is familiar with. It has also undergone the tribulation of Tao annihilation and been baptized across possible realities. The Stone Mother was further weakened. Therefore, even if it is a complete Great Tao transformation, its power may not even be comparable to ordinary nameless true immortals. Of course, the above are just Li Fan's speculations based on his own insights during the process of replicating the Stone Mother. And the Tao Transformation Stone Mother's remaining memories are just that it seemed to be fleeing in a disheveled manner to avoid some kind of calamity, and coincidentally came to the Xuanwang realm. Afterwards, it was discovered by the Taiyan sect. Li Fan guessed that the reason why the Tao Transformation Stone Mother completely severed contact with the past was to avoid the pursuit of the tribulation of Tao annihilation. Although the Stone Mother has lost its past memories, Li Fan still felt a trace of ominous aura from the tribulation of Tao annihilation from the other party's perception of his terrifying disaster. Li Fan still has some confidence in his own speculation. After all, in the entire mortal world, what could force a crystal of the complete Great Tao to flee in panic? And the Tao Transformation Stone Mother came to the Xuanwang realm under a coincidence. It also reminded Li Fan of the scene he once saw in the True Immortal's memory. This Xuanwang realm must still have mysterious places that I haven't discovered. It can attract many strange existences, spanning time and space, and even crossing possibilities, to come here. Even my transmigration, the discovery that the Tao Transformation Stone Mother came from other possibilities also made Li Fan have some doubts about his own transmigration. Although he doesn't miss the days before the transmigration and doesn't necessarily have to go back. But the key that Li Fan cares about is whether the awakening of returning to truth happened in this possible body, and he is just occupying the magpie's nest. Or is it on himself? With the continuous development and utilization of the transformation between reality and illusion, Li Fan's vision and mentality have undergone extremely subtle changes compared to before. In the past, when Li Fan saw rare treasures in the mortal world, he couldn't help but have the greedy thought of wanting to take them for himself. Either out of greed, or to enhance his ability to protect himself. But now, Li Fan's desire to occupy has gradually faded. What he thinks of is only analysis, understanding. After all, with the transformation between reality and illusion, as long as he wants, he can transform into an infinite number of duplicates of any treasure at any time. The only thing Li Fan truly wants to possess now is only returning to truth itself. Thousands of thoughts, accompanied by the fusion of another illusory doubt transformation stone mother, were terminated. Li Fan only felt that his thinking was running much faster. His attention returned to the mysterious and unpredictable demonic sound in his ears. After Li Fan's reminder, according to the past memories in the mind of the heavenly Venerable of teaching, the Stone Mother, after countless replays, came to a conclusion. The lingering murmuring sound should be the work of King Xuantian. But it is not a backhand attempt to be resurrected from the dead. But rather, the natural change that occurs when blood descendants enter an incredible state at the source of the bloodline. One of the arguments is that the demonic sound's influence on the Xuanyuan clan is getting stronger and stronger. Until Xuanyuan Shang, it reached its peak. Xuanyuan Shang couldn't bear it anymore and wanted to completely cut off this influence. But he still couldn't stop this demonic sound from appearing on Xuanyuan Hong. And coming outside the high wall, the demonic sound has been strengthened again. This inference of the Tao transformation stone mother seems to be confirmed in some aspects. After King Xuantian mysteriously disappeared back then, not only did he not die, but he even went a step further. This guess couldn't help but make Li Fan's mind wander. After seeing He Tianyi and Xie Subai, Li Fan had always had an idea in his heart that seemed to be budding. But he never knew why. It was not until the appearance of this guess of the Tao transformation stone mother that this idea finally took root, sprouted, and finally emerged. He Tianyi and Xie Subai both come from a very special possibility. Then, could it be that this possibility that Li Fan is currently in has also given birth to such an unknowable powerhouse who can cross possibilities? If this possibility does exist, then, in the history that Li Fan currently knows, perhaps the one who is most like holding the protagonist's script is that King Xuantian. After all, he was the last ascendant before the destruction of the immortal realm. It's too legendary. Perhaps there are other more heaven-defying figures outside the high wall. But no matter what, those whose means can cross the high wall and traverse ancient and modern times, such figures, one must guard against. The stronger they are, the more likely they are to know the existence of returning to truth. The more careful Li Fan must be in hiding himself when he comes into contact with them. I wonder if King Xuantian still has other bloodlines in the Xuanwang realm today. 1447. Original possibility. Time has passed, and circumstances have changed. The Zan Yuan village of yesteryear is long gone. Even the open black lens bracket reveal close black lens bracket word incantation yielded no clues from the one who passed it down. Perhaps, investigating the current situation of the profound Heaven King requires starting with his childhood sweetheart. In Li Fan's sea of consciousness, countless points of light suddenly flashed. Within each point of light, countless shadows flickered rapidly. Like a sea of stars, these countless points of light pre-enacted different possible future events. And this level of deduction did not cause any hindrance to the operation of Li Fan's thoughts. This was the benefit brought about by the upgrade of the transformation Tao stone in his sea of consciousness. The computing power seemed endless. Even if he were to deduce all that he had learned in the past towards the direction of immortal techniques, coupled with deducing the future direction of this life, as well as simultaneously analyzing and summarizing all the events occurring in the dream paradise. Adding all of this together, Li Fan still felt at ease. Li Fan even felt a sense of frustration that he had a body of divine power but nowhere to use it. He once used the Tian sect's reverse calamity, which was a small game of restoring chaos to order and disorder to order, to test himself. The number of possibilities was 10,000 times greater than the 49,999 pieces of paper left by Yi Yin in his tomb. The difficulty was worlds apart. But after only a moment, Li Fan effortlessly solved it. Under the computing power of the transformation Tao Stone Mother level, such permutation and combination problems, no matter how high the basic level, could not stop Li Fan. While thinking about various things, Li Fan said to Chen Tianai, "Hasn't the Tian sect always wanted to go outside the high wall to see? I can create independent bodies for those who have this desire, for them to explore outside the high wall. Chen Tianai was clearly moved upon hearing this. Contacting more variables outside the high wall is also conducive to stimulating the hidden power of the transformation Tao Stone Mother. Perhaps, it can even revive the will hidden deep within the Stone Mother. Li Fan added, which quickly made Chen Tianai decide. The will hidden within the transformation Tao Stone Mother was not even noticed by the entire Tian sect at first. It was only after Li Fan pointed it out to them that they, who were fused with the transformation Tao Stone Mother, were able to see that hidden existence. Relying on the inexplicable connection between them and the Stone Mother, the Tian sect all believed that this will was beneficial and harmless to the transformation Tao Stone Mother. It was just that it had fallen into a deep sleep for unknown reasons. If they could find a way to communicate with it, they might be able to uncover the mystery of the Stone Mother's origin. It might even promote the further transformation of the Stone Mother. Li Fan's proposal was definitely something that the Tian sect could not refuse. Chen Tianai looked at the scenes from the dream paradise, outside the high wall. In order to obtain as much real information about the high wall as possible, Li Fan changed the way the dream paradise generated dreams outside the high wall, basing them all on the real environment. He eliminated any fabricated or false elements. And after dozens of iterations, the dream paradise was no longer a carefree creation of Li Fan's. Rather, it was a common derivative of the countless creatures, wills in the dream. Now, this behemoth has already crossed the high wall and is slowly exploring outside the high wall. The dark star sea within the high wall is only a small part of the annihilation land. It's just that in most of the other areas, the concept of existence has disappeared under the baptism of the calamity of Tao annihilation. The tentacles of the dream extend outward along the narrow passage outside the high wall. Everywhere it passes is a desolate wasteland. And looking back at the location of the dark star sea, nothing can be found. Even though a part of the tentacles is still connected to the inside of the high wall. But it cannot be sensed. This strange situation is as if a part of one's body has disappeared for no reason. Li Fan manipulated a part of the dream tentacles to continue exploring the periphery of the annihilation land. He let the remaining tentacles try to cross the high wall and return to the dark star sea. Because the existence of the high wall cannot be perceived, he can only follow the veins of his own existence and smoothly grope near the high wall. But all other points cannot enter or even discover the high wall. Only by piercing through the dream, piercing through the high wall, and still connecting the inside and outside of himself, can he return to the wall. The hidden and mysterious nature of the high wall on the outside is indeed far beyond what we see inside. Li Fan did not give up exploring the high wall. Endless dream tentacles, along the initially opened passage, began to spread towards the outside. Like ivy, they densely occupied the location of the high wall. Although there is currently no way to completely lock down the existence of the high wall, there are countless creatures in the dream paradise who are jointly comprehending it, plus the transformation Tao Stone Mother assisting in the research. Li Fan believes that with a little progress, he will eventually be able to completely analyze the secrets of the high wall. With the help of the dream paradise, Li Fan also sent a wisp of his divine sense outside the high wall. Uncertain of what he would encounter, the whole process was extremely cautious. Fortunately, no accidents occurred. The semi-immortal divine sense overlooked the high wall. What the dream beings saw was different. Where the tentacles of the dream saw no trace, Li Fan vaguely glimpsed a gray, sharp protrusion. It looked like a long cone, or like a line segment. It lay quietly, piercing through space. It seemed to be supporting something, and it seemed to be connecting something. Is this the high wall? Li Fan silently observed, and a feeling that was difficult to express suddenly arose in his heart. He looked around. The small area near the high wall was the surviving land under the calamity of Tao annihilation. And outside the surviving land, existence had disappeared. Li Fan vaguely seemed to see the terrifying picture of the calamity descending and the great Tao collapsing back then. In the vast and boundless sea of stars, large swaths of light went out one after another without warning. Darkness swallowed the world. The doomsday descended. Only this high wall served as a support, allowing the nearby area to survive the calamity of Tao annihilation with difficulty. Moreover, after 10,000 years, the high wall still stood still, maintaining existence. If the high wall collapses, in Li Fan's deduction, even if the calamity of Tao annihilation did not come again, the possibility of this area would slowly dissipate. Eventually, it would follow in the footsteps of the surrounding areas and be annihilated and disappear. Observing the ruins of destruction caused by the calamity of Tao annihilation, Li Fan had a clearer understanding of this terrifying disaster that could destroy the immortal world and even all possible worlds. It's not a continuous descent. But it's like wave after wave, coming intermittently. The immortal world is high, and it is the first to be affected when the calamity of Tao annihilation comes. The immortal world back then may have been able to barely support itself at the beginning of the calamity of Tao annihilation. But in the end, the most turbulent wave completely swallowed the entire immortal world unexpectedly. The immortal world collapsed, and the disaster began to spread towards the lower realms. After the big wave, it seems to be accumulating strength. The calamity of Tao annihilation has entered a low tide, so the lower realm star sea, which is far less powerful than the immortal world, has only been destroyed in some areas and there is still a lot of vitality. With sufficient computing power, Li Fan's brainstorming ability has also been qualitatively strengthened. Comprehensive clues known in the past, even the ruins in the Annihilation Land can restore various possible truths. Li Fan vaguely glimpsed the law of the calamity of Tao annihilation. If this guess is close to the truth, then perhaps the possibility where Li Fan is located is not far from being completely destroyed. For the calamity of Tao annihilation, 10,000 years is by no means long, but it is definitely not short. Perhaps the black energy stimulated by the fall from the high point of power is a sign that the calamity of Tao annihilation is approaching. It's like ripples spreading on the water surface. It will only appear if it falls into the water. The black energy manifests, indicating that the tide has begun to rise and water is spreading over. Li Fan was thoughtful, and a palpitation suddenly arose in his heart. That invisible sense of oppression seemed to be affected even by the returning truth, inevitably. Not to mention the real calamity of Tao annihilation, even the Tao annihilation black energy, Li Fan cannot survive in it now. Perhaps the power of the heaven and earth immortal soul, Mo Sha, can mediate a little. Li Fan did not know what happened to the Xuanwang world's testing ground back then. It seemed that all related personnel disappeared or died overnight, leaving only a ruin. The existence of the high wall may have been the emergency protection measure created by the Wei when designing this testing ground. It's just that as time goes by, the measure was indeed activated when the calamity of Tao annihilation really came. But the relevant personnel are nowhere to be seen, leaving only as experimental products, full of suspicion. Li Fan sighed and looked at the high wall again. After a moment, his divine sense returned to his body. With Li Fan's guidance, the dream tentacles have traces to follow and began to spread and grow unscrupulously along the high wall. Even if he really saw the high wall and deduced the possible cause of the high wall, Li Fan still knew very little about the principle of the high wall and the method of cracking it. Only through the following time, slowly cracking and analyzing it. Immortal World Testing Ground. Immortal Realm Chess Pieces. Li Fan's mind flashed the pictures he had seen in the Immortal Realm chess pieces. On the chessboard, black and white chess pieces are juxtaposed. The winner survives, the loser exits. And the Immortal Realm chess pieces left by Sun Piao Miao were just one of those who failed sadly. However, even so, it contained existences such as the Southern Heaven Immortal Pillar. It is really hard to imagine what kind of background those chess pieces that finally remained on the chessboard have inside. More importantly, how could the Immortal World have only one testing ground in the Xuanwang world? This question suddenly appeared in Li Fan's mind. Judging from the glimpse of the immortal world he had seen, the immortal world was boundless. It can truly be called infinite. I don't know how many so-called immortal realms there are. Even Sun Piao Miao, such a non-orthodox force in the immortal world, had to leave many backup chess pieces. It is hard to imagine that if the huge immortal world really wanted to plan something, there would only be a single action. In the past, my vision was narrow. Even if I advanced to the half-immortal, I only had the realm and position. Without the baptism of the immortal spiritual chi, my thinking level is inevitably not as good as a true immortal. But with the transformation Tao Stone Mother as a filler, it is like being enlightened, and my thoughts can be disseminated. There may not be only one testing ground in the lower realm star sea. Thinking about it this way, the abandonment of the Xuanwang world is also logical. Because of the raging calamity of Tao annihilation, most of the realm has been annihilated. Only some ruins remain, supporting the remnants in the Annihilation Land. It's like shallow sandbars floating in the river. Even the vibrant place outside the high wall is probably just a larger island. The starry sky is vast, obscured by countless Annihilation Lands, making it impossible to see the original appearance. Therefore, it is reasonable to think that where you are is the only one in the world. But I have the transformation Tao Stone Mother, but I can see the world from a corner. In Li Fan's mind, the panoramic view of the possibility where he was located was finally slowly completed. The scene described in this picture is truly vast and boundless. The vast dark star sea is just a negligible point in it. However, most of the areas in this panoramic view are in a state of flickering and uncertain changes. This is because there is too little current data to prove whether they really exist. Only the dark star sea within the high wall where Li Fan is located remains shining and undying regardless of the changes in light and shadow. All possible stars shine because of my existence. Let's call the possibility where I am the origin. Li Fan thought to himself indifferently. Sooner or later, Li Fan's strength will be able to jump to other possibilities. It's okay to settle where you were early. However, the most important task at the moment is to start contacting the civilization of the Annihilation Land. Even with the Xuanwang world beings as the foundation, Li Fan still felt that the expansion of the dream tentacles was a bit too slow. As early as 10 years ago, Li Fan had already promulgated laws to promote fertility. But in 10 years, the population growth is really limited. In the short term, I can't count on it. It seems that I can only find a way myself. Li Fan felt the large amount of idle computing power in his sea of consciousness, and an idea could not help but emerge. As early as when he visited the Aerith device in the Museum of Divine Treasures, Li Fan had an idea. The countless worlds deduced by the transformation Tao Stone are extremely illusory and real. If the transformation Tao Stone itself is constantly strengthened, then these deduced worlds will one day become the same as the real world. Perhaps it is precisely because the Stone Mother is the manifestation of all the great Taos of a possibility that I have such an idea. All the worlds that have appeared in the Stone Mother are, in theory, completely reasonable and real. It's like a mold has already been cast. As long as it is poured, physical objects can be produced. If my understanding of the change between true and false goes to the next level, I don't have to create a world myself. As long as I use the possibilities deduced by the Stone Mother, I can turn them from false to true. And it saves a lot of effort. Li Fan's eyes were bright. But what I need are just consumables that can add bricks and tiles to the dream paradise. It doesn't matter if they don't exist in the real world. As soon as he thought about it, in Li Fan's sea of consciousness, the other Xuanwang world in the transformation Tao Stone began to evolve. 1448. Immortals hunt for true immortals. The transformation Tao Stone in Li Fan's sea of consciousness finally began to feel the pressure. Creating a world out of nothing, even with a real-world template, proved to be far more difficult than Li Fan had anticipated. The key to creation lies in people. Creating countless individuals isn't hard. What's difficult is creating individuals with their own thoughts. Initially, Li Fan's thoughts went astray. He wanted to simulate and create genuine consciousness belonging to living beings in his world. As a result, he consumed nearly half of the transformation Tao Stone's computing power, only to give birth to 3 individuals. 3 thoughts with subjective initiative hovered in the sky of the virtual Xuanwang realm. These 3 individuals were completely independent from the transformation Tao Stone. Their thoughts flowed without relying on the transformation Tao Stone. However, the computing power they consumed was real. The transformation Tao Stone's performance plummeted by half. If Li Fan didn't have the ability to turn falsehood into reality and ignore this consumption, he would have felt the pain and given up on this attempt. Judging from their abilities alone, these 3 thoughts even surpass me. However, they are still in their nascent state, ignorant and without knowledge. The vast majority of their computing power has not been activated. If they weren't all derived from the transformation Tao Stone, I could erase their existence with a single thought. Raising 3 such behemoths in my sea of consciousness is truly frightening. Li Fan quietly stared at these 3 infant-like, sleeping thoughts. Then, his thoughts returned to the main topic. Normally, creating living beings with self-awareness wouldn't require such a large consumption. I'm directly proving the Tao with force. Although I haven't comprehended the method of creation, I'm breaking and ignoring the restrictions in the dark with massive computing power. I'm being attached to forms. To promote the dream paradise, I don't need real living consciousness. I just need to add the instruction of dreaming to those simulated consciousnesses. After a brief pause in thought, he began to connect the dream paradise to the simulated Xuanwang realm. The transformation Tao Stone's radiance flowed, and streams of light representing thoughts rapidly flowed into the dream. At the same time, large batches of living beings descended into the dream. Their behavior appeared no different from real people. Communication, trade, and adventuring together in the dream. They could perfectly handle everything normal cultivators could do. Moreover, with the first batch of input sample data, the living consciousness simulated by the transformation Dao stone began to iterate and evolve at an extremely terrifying speed. Initially, they were occasionally somewhat stiff in conversation. But later, even Li Fan found it almost impossible to distinguish between reality and falsehood. The operation of simulated living beings didn't require much of the transformation Dao stone's computing power. Because all these living consciousnesses could be attributed to 99 types of behavior. The transformation Dao stone only needed to maintain these 99 original templates to leverage and drive billions upon billions of endless living beings. These all appear to be different individuals, but their core is just 99 people. Having found the right method, the exponentially increasing simulated living consciousnesses made Li Fan feel slightly apprehensive. Fortunately, after confirming again that he had absolute control over them with the transformation Dao stone in his mind, the unease in his heart slowly dissipated. The living beings in the virtual Xuanwang realm didn't need to live in reality. They were all connected to the worry-free dreamscape. With these underworld soldiers assisting, the outward exploration speed of the dream tentacles greatly accelerated. Next, Li Fan followed suit. While continuing to restore the transformation Dao stone with the power of superimposed transformations between reality and falsehood, he copied and created more simulated Xuanwang realms. He created 12 virtual Xuanwang realms in one breath before stopping. 13 worlds of underworld soldiers are enough. Li Fan looked at the 3 thoughts in the first virtual Xuanwang realm, which were still in a hazy, ignorant state. After hesitating, he finally threw them into the dream paradise as well. Let's see how their potential is in the dream. With such massive computing power as support, they can reach the pinnacle in almost any direction they choose. The 3 thoughts, named Beginnings, Origins, and Endings by Li Fan, finally manifested bodies in the dream. Compared to those simulated thoughts, they appeared particularly clumsy. They were filled with great curiosity about everything in the outside world. But Li Fan knew that their growth rate would be faster than any other living being in the dream. Li Fan didn't interfere with the growth of beginnings, origins, and endings. He simply recorded and saved the way the transformation Dao stone had nurtured them, ensuring that even if he destroyed them, he could quickly reproduce them. Then, Li Fan's attention returned to the exploration of the dream tentacles. Passing through the long annihilation grounds and crossing the boundless Dead Star Sea, the dream tentacles finally arrived at the living star sky where the Sword Domain, Holy Merchant, and other forces were located. The exploration of the tentacles became more cautious. An invisible veil slowly enveloped the star sky. But to Li Fan's surprise, not a single one of the billions upon billions of living beings in this star sky was captured by the power of the dream. It was as if there was a natural barrier between reality and illusion, resisting the dream's invasion of living beings in reality. Li Fan, who controlled the dream, sensed that if he exhausted the power of the dream paradise, he might be able to forcibly open a gap in this barrier. But it would inevitably attract the attention of various forces. Li Fan chose to patiently wait for an opportunity. As the saying goes, fortune favors the persistent. After the dream tentacles resisted the living star sky for a full year, things finally took a turn for the better. A huge disturbance in the star sea even affected the ethereal dream paradise, naturally attracting Li Fan's attention. 7 figures suddenly appeared in the star sky, blocking another dim, distorted figure. Not on the Capture Immortals record list. Unexpectedly, there's an unexpected harvest while guarding Immortal of longevity. It's just a pity that there's no sign of proving the Tao of namelessness. Don't be careless, I can feel a trace of danger from him. The 7 figures spoke one after another, which was the unique way of communication of the Immortal Hunting Organization in Qin Zhuang's memory. The communication didn't prevent them from taking action. And Li Fan also truly glimpsed the power of Tao origin for the first time. If the great Tao of heaven and earth is like a giant net, crisscrossing and spanning between heaven and earth, then these 7 immortal hunters could pull the giant net and capture prey with every move they made. Li Fan sensed all kinds of mysterious and unpredictable methods. For example, countless swords materialized from nothing, and behind each sword, there was a vague figure. Thousands of Sword Tao divine powers bloomed in the star sky at the same time, causing the Sword Tao to resonate, as if it had been blessed. The power contained in each of these sword moves was extremely great, seemingly capable of splitting the Xuanwang realm. For example, the dim star sky seemed to be illuminated by something. It was as if countless eyes were staring at the fighting crowd from behind the curtain. The aura of the 7 immortal hunters greatly increased. And the besieged true immortal, his movements were constantly out of control. Even his figure was about to split into another self in the violent vibration. For example, there seemed to be a pen secretly recording and modifying the battle situation. Li Fan had clearly spied on the true immortal's long-anticipated and accumulated strike, hitting one of the immortal hunters. His figure shook violently, and he was obviously seriously injured. But after a blur of light and shadow, this scene had never happened. The injury no longer existed. Instead, a counterattack hit the true immortal. The true immortal was stunned and quickly fell into a disadvantage. He could only parry in embarrassment. In an instant, he became precarious. The 7 immortal hunters displayed their respective divine powers. But Li Fan keenly observed that there seemed to be another immortal hunter lurking in the dark besides these 7 immortal hunters. This immortal hunter didn't participate in the hunting of true immortals. He was just silently repairing the star sky affected by the war. Li Fan vaguely saw that the great Tao of heaven and earth, which had been bent and weakened by the power of Tao origin, was becoming hard and stable again under the maintenance of this force of order. Although it was a chaotic battle at the true immortal level, it didn't cause too much damage to the star sky. Even the great Tao of heaven and earth seemed to have recorded the memory of this battle. When there are similar battles in the future, the endurance of the great Tao of heaven and earth will become stronger. Besides the immortal hunters, there's also mending the heavens. Interesting. As the saying goes, destruction is easy, creation is difficult. Li Fan lurked in the dark, silently watching the battle. But most of his attention was still on the mending the heavens side. Li Fan keenly realized that perhaps this mending the heavens was the strongest person in the field. Because it was obvious that no matter what kind of damage was caused by the power of Tao origin, the other party could always repair it easily and with ease. And the 7 immortal hunters only showed the divine powers related to the same great Tao from beginning to end. The 7 immortal hunters only injured but didn't kill. It seemed that they wanted to capture the true immortal alive. As the true immortal gradually fell into a desperate situation, countless true immortal characters suddenly appeared on his body, densely covering his whole body. His aura suddenly expanded hundreds of times, and the great Tao net shook like it had encountered a storm. Even the divine powers used by the 7 immortal hunters were affected. The true immortal made a desperate attempt. At this moment, a golden circle lit up, just like drawing a prison on the ground, completely sealing off the place where the crowd was fighting. Inside and outside the golden circle, the relationship was completely cut off. Even the tentacles of the dream paradise were directly cut off. The picture disappeared suddenly. Li Fan could only watch from outside the golden circle from afar. The true immortal's desperate blow was completely blocked by the golden circle in front of him. No matter how the wind and rain beat, the outside world couldn't feel the slightest bit. Looking at the golden line in front of him that exuded a sacred aura, Li Fan suddenly felt a sense of familiarity in his heart. Is this the immortal heavenly pillar? In his mind, the southern immortal heavenly pillar, cast from the thigh bone of a true immortal, began to overlap with the golden circle picture in front of him. Li Fan was surprised and suspicious. Under the guidance of his fortune, he greatly shrank the dream tentacles. Just observing from a very far distance, a figure in white quietly appeared outside the golden circle, seeming to observe the battle situation in the golden circle with a solemn expression. Occasionally looking up at the sky, recording something. Li Fan also felt that it was with the support of this golden circle, as a pillar of the Tao net that had become somewhat fragile during the war. That's why a catastrophe was avoided. The figure in white occasionally played out streams of light, filling the golden circle and making it more solid. This should be the mending the heavens. Fortunately, my attention was completely attracted by the battle situation, and the power of the dream paradise is special, so I didn't discover my peeping. Li Fan secretly said in his heart with luck, but he didn't dare to get too close. Still observing from a distance. Not long after, the battle situation seemed to have finally subsided. The light of the golden circle gradually dissipated, and the 7 immortal hunters reappeared. But the true immortal was nowhere to be found. Looking at the different wonderful expressions on the faces of the 7 immortal hunters, the figure in white was a little surprised and finally spoke. He escaped, one of the immortal hunters explained in a deep voice, with a heavy tone. It was already at the end of its rope. But at the last moment, another force seemed to have intervened, rescuing him. My painting heaven brush is also unable to modify this fact. Obviously, a nameless true immortal has intervened, another immortal hunter said. Moreover, it's a nameless true immortal that hasn't been recorded. As soon as this was said, the expressions of the immortal hunters present became a little strange. Some were excited, some were afraid. The figure in white nodded slightly. Although we didn't capture the true immortal, we unexpectedly learned of news of a new nameless true immortal. It can be considered a gain and a loss. The rest of you go back and report the nameless traces first. Brother Chu, stay and repair the Tao traces with me. In an instant, 6 figures disappeared, leaving only 2 people standing in the star sky after the war. Without seeing how they repaired it, Li Fan, who was watching from the side, clearly felt that the star sky had become much more solid again. Painting heaven brush. Brother Chu. Li Fan recalled the voice of the immortal hunter from afar in his mind. Chu Yuhong from the Divine Brush sect. After a while, Li Fan had roughly determined the other party's identity. Chu Yuhong, the former sect master of the Divine Brush sect. The cultivator who once said, "It doesn't matter if you all die. As long as I'm alive, the Divine Brush sect will still be here." Before Master died, he entrusted the Divine Brush sect to me, and I must not let it be destroyed in my hands, a selfish yet public-spirited cultivator. After leaving a strong mark in the history of the Xuanwang realm, he disappeared without a trace. Unexpectedly, today, outside the high wall, in the living star sky, he met this person again. Li Fan recalled the divine powers that Chu Yuhong had shown just now. Able to use a brush to reverse established facts, and can also rewrite to a certain extent. Although he is not a true immortal, I am afraid that his actual combat power is definitely not below a true immortal. Li Fan was secretly shocked. After all, he had a clear understanding of the power of Tao origin outside the high wall. While he was thinking, Chu Yuhong had already completed the repair of the so-called Tao traces with the figure in white. Brother Chu, what do you think of the nameless true immortal who appeared inexplicably at the end? I think you should not be able to hide your observations from others. After all, Brother Chu is said to be able to copy and replicate the great Tao. The words of the figure in white made Li Fan even more surprised. 1449. Tao Yuan weaves the Tao network, imitating and replicating the great Tao. You should know that the rumored expert could only describe the great Taos using true immortal runes in the nameless realm. But this Chu Yuhong can actually do it to this extent. Upon hearing this, Li Fan's first reaction was disbelief. And Chu Yuhong's expression seemed to confirm his judgment. Chu Yuhong smiled wryly. I was lucky enough to leave a trace of the great Tao, and it was still in the phenomenon of the nameless true immortal's fall, where the Tao returned to heaven and earth. Besides, without the help of the painting heaven brush in my hand, I would definitely not be able to do it. Brother Lu, you don't have to praise me like that. But your ability to mend the sky with your bare hands is truly known to everyone in the Chuo Star Sea. The white-robed Lu surnamed cultivator did not deny Chu Yuhong's flattery, only revealing a slight smile. Chu Yuhong changed the subject and returned to the main topic. The nameless true immortal who secretly attacked just now is indeed a bit strange. Although I can't fully depict the great Tao, I can still clearly sense the traces left between the great Tao's flow. However, Chu Yuhong's expression became a bit solemn, silently. It doesn't seem like a true immortal in the nameless realm made the move at all. Even the weight of the traces left is not as heavy as that of an ordinary true immortal. The Lu surnamed cultivator nodded in agreement. This is also the reason why I am communicating with Brother Chu alone. I think, either the one who attacked this time is not a nameless true immortal, or that nameless true immortal has found a way to shield his traces in the Tao network. The two looked at each other. No matter which method it is not a good thing for us. It's not a nameless true immortal, but they can escape calmly from our encirclement, and their actual combat power is no less than that of the nameless realm. The power of the new system is what we have always been most worried about. After all, many of the methods we have summarized have been aimed at immortals. Once immortals jump out of the past shackles, even if it means they have to start all over again, correspondingly, we will also face completely unknown enemies. As for shielding Tao network traces, a trace of worry flashed between Chu Yuhong's eyebrows. The white-robed Lu surnamed cultivator looked back at the vibrant Shuo Star Sea. The last siege of the Nameless failed miserably, with heavy losses. Some people have already begun to stir. It's hard to say whether this is some people's certificate of surrender. If those true immortals master the method of lurking and manipulating the Tao network, it will be a disaster. The Tao network pattern must also be modified at the same time. In addition to this, the Lu surnamed cultivator looked at Chu Yuhong again. I also need to trouble brother Chu to secretly notify Wan Xiong, Senior Wan. After all, this senior has a strange temperament. You and he are from the same world, so you can barely talk to him. Chu Yuhong was a little embarrassed, but finally nodded in agreement. Now that Shuo Star Sea has no leader and still has to face the covetousness of other places, it is indeed necessary for a senior who can convince the public to stand up and preside over the overall situation. Although I was beaten badly when I disturbed Senior Wan before, he shouldn't really do anything to me, considering we are both cultivators from the Xuanwang world, Chu Yuhong muttered to himself as he flew towards Shuo Star Sea with the white-robed cultivator. But in a moment, their figures had disappeared. While pondering their conversation just now, Li Fan controlled the dream tentacles and came to the battle site before. Generally speaking, after a battle between experts, there are always traces, fluctuations, and auras left behind. But what Li Fan saw in this hunt for true immortals was that, upon careful observation, there was not a trace of residue. It was as if the great battle had never happened. Except for the white-robed cultivators mending the sky behavior, which consumed all of these residues to consolidate the great Tao here. In the dark, it seems that something also absorbed the remaining power at the same time. After groping for a long time, Li Fan vaguely came to a conclusion. He couldn't help but think of the Tao network mentioned by Chu Yuhong and the white-robed cultivator. Although this term, Tao network, did not appear in Qin Zhuang's mind, perhaps it was a product born after Qin Zhuang went to the Xuanwang world and Shuo Star Sea. But as the name suggests, it is obviously inseparable from the web woven by the great Tao of heaven and earth. Nameless true immortals are in harmony with the great Tao. Every move they make is bound to leave traces in the Tao network. This is only natural. However, Chu Yuhong said that they can modify the Tao network. Li Fan's eyes revealed a thoughtful look. Although Chu Yuhong and the white-robed cultivator's conversation was only a few sentences, it contained a lot of information. First, the siege of the true immortal resulted in heavy losses. This shows that the battle between Shuo Star Sea and the true immortal is not one-sided. Shuo Star Sea has no leader, and it seems that all the high-level members are in some important matter. Second, in addition to Shuo Star Sea, there are other forces. Perhaps it is another star field surrounded by the Annihilation Land. They are eyeing Shuo Star Sea covetously. The situation in Shuo Star Sea does not seem optimistic. Third, the white-robed cultivator's words clearly show that he knows that Chu Yuhong is from the Xuanwang world. And the Wan Xiong he mentioned, who is also from the Xuanwang world. Li Fan frowned tightly. Wan Xiong, the founding ancestor of the beast-taming sect. An old acquaintance of Emperor Sanmo, an unparalleled figure who was able to comprehend the beast-taming true art from the beast-taming reincarnation. Those who can make Emperor Sanmo choose to join them are all amazingly talented people. But this Wan Xiong, I remember that he has already fallen. Li Fan was confused and immediately summoned Emperor Sanmo to ask him. Hearing Li Fan suddenly mention this name, this beast of wisdom was a little dazed for a while. After all, that was tens of thousands of years ago. He is indeed dead. I personally buried his body. Even with thousands of talents, he ultimately did not escape the limitations of mortal life, Emperor Sanmo replied very surely after recalling it for a while. Then why does Shuo Star Sea outside the high wall actually have another Wan Xiong? Li Fan immediately explained to Emperor Sanmo the scene he had seen through the dream tentacles. Emperor Sanmo thought for a while, and then seemed to think of something, a bit strange in temperament. Could it be Wan Xiong's companion beast before his death? He said uncertainly. Li Fan was a little surprised. Wan Xiong's beast is not you. Emperor Sanmo's face showed embarrassment, and then he stroked his beard and said, the relationship between me and Wan Xiong is just a cooperative one. He is just a mortal, so he is not qualified to use me. Wan Xiong's beast is actually a withered shadow beast. Its shape is like a shadow, and its shape is ever-changing. Usually, it is hidden in Wan Xiong's shadow. Once at a critical moment, it can jump into the enemy's shadow, transform, and replicate. The shadow is like its person, and it can even achieve complete similarity. Even the copied person can hardly distinguish it. After Wan Xiong died, the child disappeared. If he has been living as Wan Xiong, relying on his familiarity with Wan Xiong before his death, others may not be able to detect the difference, Emperor Sanmo slowly analyzed. Since he is a member of the Demon Beast clan, are the previous methods of restraint still useful? Or, failing that, can we sense and contact him? Li Fan asked. Emperor Sanmo hesitated for a while, and surprisingly did not give an answer. If it is under normal circumstances, it should be possible. But according to what the senior said just now, if even Chu Yuhong, who can imitate the great Tao imprint, is not Wan Xiong's opponent, I'm afraid the other party is already beyond our control. Fearing that Li Fan would misunderstand that he was not contributing, Emperor Sanmo paused and quickly explained, the senior already knows that all the current Demon Beast clan are derived from Emperor Yi. And Emperor Yi originated from the fusion of countless members of the original clan. The key is the origin of the clan. Emperor Sanmo shot out a ray of light, and the appearances of 13 strange ancient beasts appeared in front of Li Fan. These are the 13 primordial Tao forms of our clan. Although they were the strongest in the clan, the incarnation of the innate great Tao, they are not the source of the clan. In fact, there is no public consensus on the origin of the clan. Even the memories of the primordial Tao forms do not have an answer. But one thing is the consensus of us in the past. Emperor Sanmo's expression was a little reminiscent as he looked at the primordial Tao forms in front of him. Then he slowly said, in our timeline, the clan was favored by the great Tao of heaven and earth. Compared with the thousands of great Taos of heaven and earth, the 13 primordial Tao forms are only a small part of them. And all the other clan members have the possibility of acquired Tao transformation. Analogous to your human cultivators, it is to cultivate to the realm of the nameless true immortal. Completely integrate and evolve all the great Taos of heaven and earth into primordial Tao forms. This is the prosperity in the clan's dreams. It's a pity that before the new primordial Tao form was born, there were ferocious nameless true immortals who crossed the possibility and came to slaughter you. Li Fan interrupted Emperor Sanmo's reverie inappropriately. Emperor Sanmo did not have an embarrassed look, but just sighed slightly. Our clan is indeed favored by the great Tao in its own possibilities. But there are also strengths and weaknesses between possibilities. The weak are prey to the strong, and there is no complaint about being defeated by others. Emperor Sanmo's topic returned to that Wan Xiong again. What I want to express is that although they are all derived from Emperor Yi, every clan member has the potential to surpass Emperor Yi. Even from a theoretical point of view, this possibility is extremely small, almost impossible. But it is ultimately not zero. As long as the history of reproduction is long enough, it can be turned into certainty. This is what the primordial Tao forms considered when they entered the huge melting pot. But the only thing they didn't expect was that it wasn't the possibility we were in that was in crisis. Instead, all the possibilities have ushered in a world-destroying catastrophe. One escape after another has left our clan with no time to recuperate. And the power of the primordial Tao forms has been completely consumed. Emperor Sanmo sighed deeply. After a moment of silence, Emperor Sanmo suddenly volunteered, I want to talk to this Wan Xiong. Even if the other party's strength is far beyond me now, I am confident that he will never hurt me. Li Fan pondered for a moment and finally agreed. I will use the power of dreams to evolve a body for you. After you contact him first, if there is no problem, I will send your actual body over. Remember, the dream body is essentially a manifestation of the thoughts of worry-free and the Xuanwang beings. Except for a trace of your thoughts contained in it, it is actually not very related to its true self. Whether you can gain Wan Xiong's trust still requires you to find a way, Li Fan instructed again. Emperor Sanmo nodded. Senior, don't worry. Our clan has its own methods of communication and identification. The situation in Shuo Star Sea is unclear, even if the first time fails, it doesn't matter. As Li Fan said this, the dream tentacles slowly evolved a body outside Shuo Star Sea. The whole body was golden, and the appearance was exactly the same as the real Emperor Sanmo. At first, it seemed to be between reality and illusion. But with the infusion of bits and pieces of blood-red light, as well as some mysterious and extremely power, this illusory body actually changed from false to true. It collapsed out of thin air from the void. Emperor Sanmo felt his new body and showed a look of amazement. Senior's methods are truly unimaginable. It's completely impossible to feel the difference from my real self. Li Fan's voice sounded in Emperor Sanmo's ear at this time. Not all dream incarnations can achieve such an extremely false and true degree. I have prepared some energy for you in this body. It should be enough for you to walk. Be careful, the dream incarnation, the mind and body are integrated. As long as the energy is still there, it can be reborn continuously. But if the energy is exhausted, the body will be completely destroyed. Consciousness will also cease to exist. If the consciousness does not return to the dream paradise before being destroyed, then this memory will be completely lost. So I suggest you return once in a while. Report the information. Of course, it is on the premise of ensuring that you will not expose yourself. Although the power of dreams is strange and difficult to trace, the strength of Shuo Star Sea is indeed not bad. If it is manifested too much, it will inevitably leak flaws. Li Fan explained, and Emperor Sanmo narrowed his eyes, relying on that faint connection in the dark. He fled rapidly towards the target location. At first, Li Fan could still feel the picture on Emperor Sanmo's side with the power of dreams. But as he approached a place where light gathered, even the connection of dreams was cut off. The Sword Domain, the Holy Merchant, the many forces stationed in Shuo Star Sea, indeed have some kind of protective power. The Dao Network. Li Fan watched Emperor Sanmo's dream incarnation go away, sensing the so-called Dao Network power. According to the deduction of the Dao Transformation Stone in the Sea of Consciousness, Li Fan has confirmed that this Dao Network should be built on the Dao Yuan system. He thought of the past when the heavenly profound mirror took the place of the sky and weaved a Zon net on the sky of the Xuanwang realm. Being able to modify the Dao Network also means that the Dao Network is not unbreakable or intrudable. It's just that you have to find the corresponding method. 1450. Darkly sneaks into the sea of stars. Idealism is good. However, after observing for several days, Li Fan still couldn't find any trace of the so-called Dao Network. It seemed even more elusive than the great Dao of heaven and earth itself. But Li Fan was not discouraged. From the current perspective, the Dao Network is likely the trump card of this Shuo Xingxi against the true immortal forces. It can even contend with the nameless true immortal, so how could it be so easily deciphered by Li Fan, a newcomer? Even the most solid fortress can be breached from within. Since it's temporarily impossible to forcibly invade the Dao Network, I might as well lurk and blend into the Shuo Xingxi. I can't completely rely on Di Sanmo's side. Li Fan shook his head slightly, first carefully using the power of dreams to create a rubbing of the remaining wave traces here. Then, he continued to explore towards the Shuo Xingxi. Although on the surface, the traces of the great battle have been completely eliminated by the white-clothed cultivators mending the sky methods. But Li Fan knows deeply that there is no absolute in the world. As long as something has happened, it will inevitably leave traces. The reason why it cannot be detected now is only because the ability is not enough. But it doesn't prevent Li Fan from recording it first, and then repeatedly studying it in the future. The Shuo Xingxi in the distance does not contain vitality everywhere. Instead, it forms many gatherings like islands. The aura revealed by these gatherings is not determined by the size of their range. Each has its own distinct characteristics. To be able to survive in this starry sky until now, they must all be extraordinary characters. Li Fan watched from a distance, identifying some familiar auras among them. He successively discovered the Sword Domain, suspected to be the gathering place of the immortal Dao 10 sects of the former Xuanwang realm. But the Holy Merchant in Qin Zhuang's memory has not been found. The Xuanxian boat can still sense the existence of merchant immortal boats outside the wall. The Xuansheng shouldn't be extinct. Thinking of the Holy Merchant's strange behavior in Qin Zhuang's memory, stopping communication with the outside world and even starting to take back the treasures they once sold. The Hua Dao stone in his sea of consciousness flickered. After some deduction, the most likely guess suddenly appeared in Li Fan's mind. There is a high probability that the Holy Merchant discovered something, either avoiding the world or simply fleeing. The Holy Merchant is just an entry point. Li Fan is not obsessively pursuing the former merchant immortal boat. He began to test the weak defensive forces in the Shuo Xingxi one by one. As he sensed, the strength of these forces has little to do with the amount of vitality they gather. There are only two lonely auras of vitality, one large and one small. As if being ostracized, they live on the edge of the Shuo Xingxi. But Li Fan hadn't gotten close yet. Just a glance from afar made a sense of crisis suddenly arise in his heart. Even the dream tentacles were affected and distorted and alienated. Li Fan could only stay away. There is a huge gathering place with tens of millions of living beings, but it is shrouded in a huge dark cloud woven from negative emotions such as killing, resentment, and greed that emit a foul stench. Even though there are still many protective measures outside this gathering place, isolating the direct erosion of Li Fan's dream power. But Li Fan, watching the emotional dark cloud from afar, has already found a breakthrough for dream invasion. However, Li Fan was not in a hurry to act. This flaw may also be a trap specially forged by the Shuo Xingxi forces to lure true immortals. After exploring all the other gathering places, he found that only this place had the opportunity to connect to the dream paradise. Li Fan very cautiously accumulated a large amount of dream power, forming an additional copy of the dream paradise. He injected a wisp of his divine sense into this copy, and then severed its connection with the main world of the dream paradise. Ensuring that nothing would go wrong, Li Fan's divine sense then presided over the invasion of this gathering place. This dream paradise copy is empty. It was just cut off, and the dream power is used less and less. If it is not effectively replenished before the energy is exhausted, this copy world will perish. Although Li Fan only separated a wisp of his divine sense, it carried 9 Xuanwang realm phantoms and the computing power equivalent to a top-grade Wadao stone. If these preparations cannot open a gap, then I can only think of other ways. The progress was not very smooth. That layer of invisible membrane completely cut off the contact between dream power and the thoughts of living beings. Even though the suppressed negative emotions of the living beings have become as substantial as if they were hanging in the sky. But there is a layer of membrane in the middle, which cannot be touched. If I disregard the consequences and consume all the power of this copy at once, I might be able to forcibly open a gap. But it will inevitably arouse the collective vigilance of the Shuo Xingxi forces. It's not worth the loss. After studying it, Li Fan finally chose not to startle the snake. Instead, he chose to patiently wait for the opportunity. In the Shuo Xingxi, there will be monks leaving the gathering place and walking in the starry sky. Li Fan doesn't believe that all these passers-by are so strong that he can't get close to them. Facts have proved that Li Fan's judgment was correct. Although the target he was staring at did not travel outside as frequently as other forces. But after all, it's not like there are none. Li Fan stalked for half a year, and finally a ray of light flew out from it. Its destination seems to be the direction where the sword domain is located. At the same time as the light rushed out, it brought up a large area of emotional dark clouds. His emotional fluctuations were so obvious that Li Fan didn't even need to eavesdrop to clearly feel his thoughts. I'm being asked to run errands again. I, Ma Tian, am also an Imperial Dao Master who has passed the exam and obtained Shuo Xingxi certification. Although I'm just getting started, I can at least coordinate and manipulate the Dao network patterns within a unit area. Asking me to do those trivial things every day is simply wasting my Ma Tian's life. This monk named Ma Tian, with strong resentment, galloped all the way in the starry sky. Li Fan never made a move, just watched this person enter a gathering place adjacent to the sword domain all the way. He stayed inside for 3 days before slowly returning. Having seemed to have vented, the resentment has disappeared. Humming a ditty happily, he slowly returned the same way. Seeing that Ma Tian was about to enter the protection, Li Fan then launched a surprise attack. Ordinary methods of seizing and lurking are very likely to be discovered by the protective layer of the gathering place. Even any power related to immortals may trigger an alarm. Therefore, Li Fan adopted the Dao Pill technique of the Xuanxian boat. Ma Tian, who was flying in the void, just paused slightly. And he has been refined by Li Fan into a human pill that can be swallowed at any time. Li Fan's divine sense silently swallowed the pill, and in an instant turned into Ma Tian. Temporarily interrupting the connection with the Dream Paradise copy, Li Fan sorted out the information in Ma Tian's mind while flying straight towards the gathering place he was going to. City of Bliss. Interesting. Theoretically speaking, this body is still Ma Tian. It's just that there is an extra thought in his mind compared to before. Any living being, as long as they are alive, will inevitably have such fluctuations in thoughts. Moreover, the Dao Pill technique is unique to the Xuanxian boat. It has not appeared in this starry sky before. Although the protective layer outside the City of Bliss is strong, it is difficult to guard against such unpredictable methods. Without twists and turns, Ma Tian successfully flew into the City of Bliss. Different from the foul-smelling emotional dark clouds seen from the outside, what Li Fan saw was a scene of singing and dancing. Colorful lights stretched to the horizon. Indulgent laughter, obscene moans, and undisguised scolding fill every corner of the city. City of Bliss, 3 years of day, 3 years of night, a cycle of 6 years. At night, indulge in pleasure and be carefree. During the day, killing is unpunished. While sorting out the information in Ma Tian's mind, Li Fan went to report his mission first. Ma Tian went to Knife Island this time to send an invitation on behalf of the City Lord of Bliss. 30 days later, it will be the time when the City of Bliss changes from day to night. Invite the people from Knife Island to come and watch the grand occasion. Information flashed through his mind. Li Fan calmly came to the center of the City of Bliss. Compared with the surrounding prosperous and lively scenes, the mansion in the center is so deserted and gloomy. It forms a strong contrast, which makes everyone who sets foot here can't help but feel a chill down their spine. Even though Ma Tian has come here more than once, he instinctively feels fear. Li Fan did not reject the feelings in his heart, and appropriately revealed corresponding changes in his expression. Step by step, he came to the City Lord of Bliss and reported the situation to him. Scholar Zhu, I have delivered the invitation. But it's hard to say how many people from Knife Island will come. Li Fan looked embarrassed and said truthfully, as soon as I went in, the people on the island invited me to spar. They also threatened that if I didn't accept, they would tear up the invitation. I really had no choice but to agree. It's said to be sparring, but it's just me being beaten one-sidedly. Li Fan secretly imitated Ma Tian's original behavior and complained to the City Lord of Bliss. The City Lord of Bliss, also known as Scholar Zhu in Ma Tian's mouth, seems to be extremely old from the outside. His body is hunched and curled up in a wide robe, which looks quite comical. But the monstrous yin and evil aura on Scholar Zhu's body made Li Fan dare not underestimate him. Li Fan even vaguely noticed that the huge emotional hidden in the City of Bliss was actually maintained by this Scholar Zhu for 9 out of 10 points. Faced with Ma Tian's endless complaints, Scholar Zhu did not interrupt. He just stopped quietly, his skinny fingers gently tapping on the table. From time to time, he would scratch the long table with his fingernails, making an extremely ear-piercing sound. Li Fan could see clearly that the long table in front of Scholar Zhu was actually made of human skulls stacked and polished. Even the remaining thoughts on the skull have not completely dissipated. As Scholar Zhu's fingers gently stroked, there were still faint sounds of pain and wailing. Cold sweat dripped from Ma Tian's forehead. But he did not stop talking and completed this report from beginning to end. After speaking, he stood respectfully under the long table, waiting for the City Lord's instructions. The mansion was quiet for a while. Noises and quarrels from outside came in from time to time. Scholar Zhu, who was shrunk in his robe, pressed his fingers on the long table. Every time he pressed, a sound outside would stop abruptly. Until the field was completely quiet and no more noises could be heard from outside, Scholar Zhu spoke. It was not the sound of an elderly old man, but the voice of an innocent and lovely child. You have worked hard on the road. Have dinner before going back. Along with the other party's words, a ghostly figure floated out from the darkness. He came to Li Fan. With a rustling sound, a bowl of steaming red soup appeared in front of Li Fan. Ma Tian's body trembled slightly. It was both the instinctive reaction of this body and to some extent represented Li Fan's emotional fluctuations. The red soup in the bowl was actually countless minced meat mixed with blood. And floating in the bowl were eyeballs one after another. They seemed to have their own thoughts, staring at Li Fan outside the bowl. Although Li Fan has destroyed the world several times and regards the living beings in the world as nothing, he has never done such a disgusting thing. Mr. Ma, please drink it quickly. Why don't you drink it yet? Seeing that Li Fan was a little hesitant, Scholar Zhu's voice immediately became a little impatient. It was as if a naughty child had suddenly lost his beloved toy. A strange aura began to spread on Scholar Zhu's body. Are you not hungry, or are you not satisfied with this bowl of soup? It's okay, I'll ask the servants to prepare a better one. Information about Ma Tian's understanding of the City Lord of Bliss flashed through Li Fan's mind. Will show many personalities: old man, child, charming lady, cruel butcher. Among them, the most emotionally unstable is the child. Having made a decision in his heart, there's no need to trouble Scholar Zhu. This bowl of soup is indeed extremely delicious. Saying that, Li Fan took the red soup and drank it all in one gulp. What was beyond his expectations was that it was not as bloody as it looked at all. There was not even a trace of flesh and blood. On the contrary, it was unspeakably delicious. With Li Fan's knowledge of reincarnating hundreds of times in the Xuanwang realm and almost digging out its secrets, it is difficult to find anyone who can compare with it in terms of taste in the experience. With a bowl of red soup in his stomach, looking at the empty bowl, Li Fan actually felt a sense of reluctance. What, want another bowl? Scholar Zhu also discovered the changes in Li Fan's emotions before and after, and became a little excited as if he had found a confidant. With great perseverance, Li Fan shook his head and refused. Such a rare delicacy must be savored carefully. It's better to eat less than to eat more, he said solemnly. Scholar Zhu heard the words and suddenly let out a muffled laugh. The voice changed from a child to an old man quietly. There is some truth in what you said. In that case, you can go down first. Li Fan bowed and bid farewell. When he was about to walk out of the mansion, he suddenly heard Scholar Zhu's light words in his ear. I have also prepared a seat for you for this day and night ceremony. Li Fan looked happy and quickly saluted again. Thank you, Lord Zhu. The light and shadow in front of him changed for a while, and the city lord's mansion had disappeared. A red building with constant obscene sounds replaced it. Li Fan licked his lips. Ma Tian's memory data reappeared. Scholar Zhu, a member of the Shuo Xingxi Governance Council. Once a true immortal, then became mortal. 1451. Zhanyin cages the ghost city. Even, not just ordinary true immortals. It's very likely that they were once nameless true immortals. Li Fan lowered his head, concealing the thoughts in his eyes. He quickened his pace, heading towards his residence. Hey, handsome, wanna play? Brother Ma, long time no see. Come have a drink. You little rascal, I've finally caught you again. Don't run. ... Strolling through the city of ultimate bliss, different calls reached his ears one after another. And along with the sounds rising and falling, there were also segments of memories related to the sounds. The owners of these voices were either old flames he had met while frequenting brothels, sworn brothers with whom he had shared life and death, or enemies who had caused trouble. Scenes flashed rapidly, as if he had personally experienced them. However, Li Fan simply turned a deaf ear, heading towards his destination at a steady pace. He had just taken over Ma Tian not long ago. Li Fan was very certain that these things did not exist in Ma Tian's previous memories. They were only imprinted in his mind as he heard the words. Not a simple illusion, but it seems that these things really happened in the city of ultimate bliss. Even as Li Fan moved away and the sounds faded, the memories that had been imprinted did not disappear. Instead, they became more and more profound. Along the way, Ma Tian was forcibly given many experiences. Each experience spanned many years. Wrinkles quietly crept onto the corners of his eyes. Ma Tian's face faintly became weathered. These changes in his body naturally did not escape Li Fan's notice. Intentionally controlling it, he slowed his pace from fast to slow. It seemed that every step he took was very difficult. Crossing a district of the city of ultimate bliss, Ma Tian finally returned to his residence. The moment the dark gate closed, all the noise from the outside world disappeared instantly, hidden in the darkness. According to Ma Tian's past habits, he dealt with various affairs. Then, he sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and meditated. It was as if he was studying the Dao net patterns. However, Li Fan was actually still thinking about the changes in this body he had experienced along the way. Using a false past to influence the real present. Is this the chanting demonic sound of the profound Heaven King? The supreme grade transformation Dao stone in his divine sense began to operate, assisting Li Fan in his analysis. If Ma Tian had not resisted the temptation and had been attracted by any of the sounds, participating in it, then the past events mentioned in the conversation would all be realized on his body. In the deduction screen, Li Fan vaguely saw Ma Tian at the banquet aging at an extremely terrifying speed. In an instant, he turned into withered bones, but he was still talking and laughing with those around him. Until the end of the joy, the decaying bones turned into ashes. And Ma Tian's will also remain forever in this city of ultimate bliss. Just like the countless wills in the city. Boy, when you go to the city of ultimate bliss, don't do anything except what Scholar Zhu instructed. Stay there honestly for 3 years, and you might have a chance to come back. Before Ma Tian came to the city of ultimate bliss, the senior of the Shuo Star Sea Governance Council earnestly instructed him. Shuo Star Sea can hunt immortals with mortals, thanks to the help of existences like Scholar Zhu who have transformed from immortals into mortals. Although they have fallen into the mortal world, the strength of these former true immortals should not be underestimated. Whether it's for appeasement or to let their twisted hearts vent, the Governance Council has prepared a special playground for them. This city of ultimate bliss is the one dedicated to Scholar Zhu. The countless creatures seen in the city are all already dead. It is a veritable ghost town. They can still maintain their physical bodies, but it is maintained by a strange energy. Even the endless mutual killings during the 3 years of day and night reincarnation will not really kill anyone. They are just waiting for the next round to start and be reborn. However, the ultimate winner in the killing. Li Fan smacked his lips, savoring the taste of the red soup he had just drunk. They were all ghostly remnants, so naturally there was no real taste of flesh and blood. What Li Fan swallowed at Scholar Ju's mansion was the taste of the meticulously cooked, thoroughly refined will of all beings. Like an eternal remnant, no wonder it's so delicious. With a bowl of red soup in his stomach, he didn't need to experience the various things that the creatures in the bowl had experienced. But he could directly obtain the harvest after the experience. And the entire city of ultimate bliss can be seen as a larger bowl of red soup. However, the means of cooking the creatures in the city of ultimate bliss are even more exquisite. Li Fan's thoughts turned rapidly, and the supreme grade transformation Dao Stone's computing power was fully activated. He saw the truth beneath the prosperity and creepy scenes he had just seen. Affected by the ubiquitous chanting demonic sound, the experiences of the remnants in the city are growing almost every moment. The resume of any member of the city is probably hundreds or thousands of times richer than that of ordinary creatures. First, the quality of the wills that can still exist after being stuffed with these complex experiences has already been transformed, and they are not comparable to ordinary ones. Second, just like boiling medicine, the medicinal effect of using 100-year-old ginseng and 10,000-year-old ginseng is naturally very different. Under the shroud of the profound sound, the efficiency of cooking in this city of ultimate bliss has increased by an unknown amount. Although he didn't know whether what the Lord of the city of ultimate bliss was ultimately seeking was eternal remnants. But what he saw in the city of ultimate bliss made Li Fan, who had once had the same plan, deeply feel the crudeness of his own methods. I thought that cultivating eternal remnants in a falsely created dream paradise was already the pinnacle. I was still taught a lesson by this former true immortal. As expected of someone who survived the destruction catastrophe of the immortal world, the means of tormenting people are truly unheard of. Worth learning. 3 years of flowering, 3 years of fruiting. Such repeated reincarnation. The so-called grand ceremony is naturally the moment to enjoy these fruits. These creatures indulge and enjoy themselves in the city of ultimate bliss for 3 years. Desires continue to rise and climb. Until the moment they reach the peak, like pouring oil on a raging fire, they explode with a bang. The killings during the day are definitely not as simple as they seem on the surface. If there is still a demonic sound shrouded in the city of ultimate bliss, then what the survivors have to endure may be far greater than imagined. And in this case, being able to survive to the end. Even Li Fan was somewhat tempted by the freshness of this fruit for a while. 30 days later, I might be able to see it with my own eyes. It is conceivable that this remnant fruit must be of great benefit to cultivators. But that Scholar Zhu only invited the Blade Island side. Although Ma Tian was a newcomer, he had heard about the city of ultimate bliss inviting guests from all sides. I don't know what happened this time. In Shuo Star Sea, Blade Island and Sword Domain are two huge forces like mainstays. The Sword Domain is centered on the former Heaven Sword sect of the Xuanwang world, gathering a group of sword cultivators. Its momentum is huge, with 1 million people. The Blade Island, from beginning to end, has only had 18 cultivators. Anyone who wants to board the island must first challenge the cultivators on the island. The loser dies, and the winner joins the Blade Island. It is said that this is the rule established by the first cultivator who founded Blade Island and stepped onto it. And the number 18 was still added later. The original Blade Island only had 5 peerless blade cultivators living on it. In the past, when the Shuo Star Sea was full of vitality and blade cultivators were everywhere, countless cultivators went to Blade Island to challenge. Although they all never returned, later comers continued to come. Because, the Blade Dao stands on Blade Island. It is not some mysterious scene, but indeed the Blade Dao itself between heaven and earth. Peeking at it, one can directly face the Great Dao. Once enlightened, there is no regret even in death. The Great Dao is invisible, but now it manifests on Blade Island, there is a reason for it. However, there is no conclusion, and there are different opinions. Even the Shuo Star Sea Governance Council has never had a positive response. Among all the related rumors, the most convincing is that the leader of Blade Island was also a nameless true immortal. And the Great Dao he merged with his blade. When he transformed from mortal to immortal, the Great Dao returned to heaven and earth. But he didn't know what method he used to solidify and reveal it. The invisible and mysterious Great Dao has since been able to be glimpsed by mortal eyes. That person on Blade Island may be an old acquaintance of Scholar Zhu of the City of Ultimate Bliss. Nameless true immortals only existed in ancient legends in the past in the Dark Star Sea. And when he first came to Shuo Star Sea, he saw two possible nameless true immortals at once. Rather than saying that this is a matter of luck, it is better to say that the destruction catastrophe of the immortal world has developed to the present, and the former immortals can only survive with the mortals in the same starry sky. Li Fan sneered in his heart. Li Fan is not interested in the mentality of these transformed true immortals. What he is really interested in is how the nameless true immortals transformed and were able to save their lives. Li Fan had seen true immortals transform in the Xuanwang world, which was not surprising. But in the realm of namelessness, the body merges with the Tao, transforming into one of the great Taos and returning to heaven and earth. How can it be so easy to escape? Thinking of scholar Jews in human and ghostly appearance, Li Fan is very sure that nameless true immortals must pay an extremely tragic price if they want to transform. Those who can achieve namelessness must be ancient geniuses. However, such existences must also abandon their own Tao path. Is it a helpless move to save their lives in the Tao annihilation catastrophe? Or is it a lofty ideal to return the Tao to heaven and save the world? Li Fan showed a rather playful expression. Just like the Xuanwang world after the birth of the new method of teaching the law. Cultivators devour the great Tao of heaven and earth to cultivate, and when the cultivator dies, everything in the body returns to heaven and earth. The nameless body merges with the Tao. If the nameless one falls, but the great Tao does not fall, then naturally, the Tao will return to heaven and earth. However, a contradiction naturally arises. Since the nameless true immortal has already merged with the Tao, then how can the situation of the nameless one falling but the great Tao not falling occur? Perhaps it can also be compared to the events in the Xuanwang world. Those Tao integration cultivators, although they are integrated with the soul of heaven and earth. But with my current means, and my understanding of the way of heaven in the Xuanwang world, after capturing them, forcibly separating them from the soul of heaven and earth. Not difficult, although the strength of the nameless true immortal is far from comparable to the Xuanwang Tao integration. But the principle is the same. Perhaps, the answer lies in the Tao net. Li Fan's eyes flickered. As the ultimate means for Shuo Star Sea to contend with and hunt true immortals, the Tao net naturally needs to cover the sides of Scholar Zhu and these former true immortals. And Ma Tian is such a candidate responsible for maintaining and accessing the Tao net. In fact, Ma Tian's life and death are not important. Even if he annoys Scholar Zhu and is transformed into an eternal, sinking remnant in the city of ultimate bliss's infinite reincarnation purgatory. The next day, the governance council will soon send new personnel over. In Ma Tian's eyes, he is the high-end living force of Shuo Star Sea. Running errands for a transformed true immortal like Scholar Zhu is an insult to himself and a waste of talent. But outsiders like Li Fan see it clearly. It's just consumables. And consumables are inexhaustible. Without being surprised by honor or disgrace, Li Fan studied the Tao net related information in Ma Tian's mind. As expected, the key to using the Tao net is the Tao Yuan symbol. I have already mastered the earliest Tao Yuan symbols, and it should not be a problem to use Ma Tian's body to access the Tao net. But soon Li Fan knew he was very wrong. Compared to the Qin Zhuang period, the complexity of Tao Yuan has increased tens of thousands of times. Every instruction requires the joint operation of hundreds of thousands of Tao Yuan symbols. If there is a slight error, it will be recorded and transmitted to the Governance Council. Everyone who passes the assessment is already thoroughly familiar with the use of Tao Yuan. The Governance Council allows one or two errors. But too many mistakes will definitely arouse suspicion. The Tao Pill's seizure technique can only observe and inherit memories. And it is somewhat difficult to perfectly replicate such complex and subtle operations as the application of Tao Yuan symbols. Especially since Li Fan is not the full will of the main body, but only a wisp of divine thought is present. It is even more difficult to achieve. If the Azure Underworld Pearl was here at this moment, it would be great. It can inherit Ma Tian's knowledge without damage. Li Fan shook his head slightly, suppressing the unrealistic fantasy. Now that he has sneaked into Shuo Star Sea alone, it is impossible to get the help of the Azure Underworld Pearl. 30 days later, the holding of the grand ceremony requires the relevant cooperation of the Tao net. It seems that it is the best policy for me to study it myself. Fortunately, with the help of the Supreme Grade Transformation Tao Stone. What Ma Tian can do, it should be easy for me to reproduce. Li Fan studied the Tao Yuan symbol knowledge in Ma Tian's mind from scratch. The 30 lectures on Dao Yuan basics previously known from Qin Zhuang's memory are completely outdated. Even the meaning of many symbols has become completely different. Li Fan had to give up his original understanding and start from scratch. But the road to mastering Dao Yuan symbols is not as easy as Li Fan imagined. The biggest reason is that the process of Ma Tian learning Dao Yuan symbols has disappeared in his mind. Ma Tian has no impression of how he mastered Dao Yuan at all. He only knows that he finally mastered this skill after a difficult study. There is only fruit, no cause. Li Fan can only reverse from the fruit. If it weren't for the transformation Dao stone, this first step would not be possible. 1452. Single hand covers the Dao. However, even with the help of the transforming Dao stone, it was by no means easy for Li Fan to analyze and access the Dao network in a short period of time. Unable to replicate Ma Tian's previous learning process, Li Fan could only start from the most basic Dao network texture command, through continuous trial and error. Each texture command will react with the Dao network and be supervised by the governing council. There are only 1 or 2 chances for error. But my trial and error does not need to be connected to the Dao network. As long as I verify whether the instruction composed of Dao essence can be established. In Ma Tian's memory, when writing a Dao essence instruction successfully, he would feel a strange and ghastly energy in his body. This energy connected the heaven and earth, like a key, opening the Dao network texture. What Li Fan needs to do now is to continuously write Dao essence instructions and verify the arrangement and combination of Dao essences. And before all the instructions are connected to the Dao network, he will break them up. The difficulty lies in blocking the transmission of Dao essence instructions to the Dao network. But Li Fan quickly came up with a brilliant idea. The Heaven and Earth Dao network is essentially the Great Way of Heaven and Earth. The Great Way is invisible and flows through all things. People and things in the world are inevitably under the shadow of the Great Way. However, there is one thing that the Great Way of Heaven and Earth avoids. A flash of light flashed in his eyes, and in an instant, a vague figure emerged from the Xuanwang illusory shadow wrapped in Li Fan's divine sense. It is the soul of heaven and earth, Mo Sha. Initially, Mo Sha's appearance maintained consistency with the initial state in the Xuanwang world. But under the catalysis of Li Fan's divine sense, it began to rapidly change. It was as if the real heaven and earth immortal soul Mo Sha had descended here. In fact, after Li Fan harmonizing with the Tao with the heaven and earth immortal soul Mo Sha, he could use his divine sense alone to evolve into the Mo Sha immortal soul. However, after all, this wisp of divine sense lurking into the Shuo star sea was too weak, and even if it was fully activated, it would soon be consumed in the confrontation with the Tao network. If you want to fight a protracted war, you still need to borrow the energy in the Xuanwang illusory shadow. Mo Sha immortal soul is not the Tao annihilation tribulation. It is a fusion of Tao annihilation black qi and the Great Way of Heaven. It is both a part of the Great Way and has some of the characteristics of Tao annihilation. As long as it is not a particularly violent fluctuation, it should be able to block the induction of the Tao network. Mo Sha immortal soul instantly transformed into large swaths of black shadows. Li Fan was firmly sealed all around. Li Fan sat upright in the black void, and began to try the combination of Tao essence symbols. Shuo star sea, with Tao essence symbols, echoes the power of the Great Way of Heaven and Earth. In Qin Zhuang's memory, the combination of hundreds of Tao essence symbols can burst out the power comparable to true immortal seal script. But now, in the City of Ultimate Bliss, under Li Fan's personal practice, it was discovered that the original combinations had all failed. Or rather, it has been upgraded in some way. Hundreds of Tao essence symbols, after trying all possible combinations, could not produce the slightest energy fluctuation. Li Fan gradually increased the level of probing. Thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. Until the co-dance of millions of Tao essence symbols, it finally seemed to form a key and insert it into the right keyhole. At the moment of complete combination, Li Fan really noticed a ray of energy, spreading towards the outside like lightning. With his current reaction, it was too late to stop it. But after this ray of energy approached the shadow transformed by Mo Sha immortal soul, it seemed to encounter some extremely terrifying murderer, and stopped moving forward in an instant. After several attempts, it's still wandering. Li Fan's plan really worked. The birth and transmission of Tao essence instructions, although extremely fast, even greatly exceeded Li Fan's speed of induction. But after all, it is not the opponent of Tao annihilation tribulation. Unable to break through the blockade of Mo Sha's immortal soul, it was firmly bound within the black spherical shadow around Li Fan. Li Fan looked at the strange energy that was scurrying like a startled snake and did not directly try to capture it, but observed from a distance. Dao network texture, basic level instruction. This ray of energy seemed to be a real creature, with its own lifespan. Trapped and hesitating, and then from prosperity to decline, gradually decayed. Finally completely dissipated in this shadow. Li Fan then noted this success. According to Ma Tian's memory, this is still the simplest one. It belongs to the most basic entry stage. Those instructions that actually need to be used to access and manipulate the Dao network are 100 times more complicated than this. Some are even superposition of multiple instructions. But now that the method of experimentation has been found, no matter how complicated it is, it will no longer be difficult for Li Fan. In the shadow sphere, Dao essence symbols rapidly gathered and dispersed, evolving into countless different appearances. From time to time, energy signals like electricity were generated, but they were all blocked by Mo Sha's immortal soul. Each time before dying, it was recorded by Li Fan. Slowly, Li Fan finally initially mastered the so-called Dao network texture instruction method. Just when he was about to try more advanced instructions, Li Fan felt a sense of crisis for no reason. Suddenly stopped the upcoming action. Mo Sha's blockade should not be a problem. Could it be that those energy signals that seem to have dissipated have not really disappeared, but still exist in this space? Li Fan quickly found the possible reason. His eyes were like torches, staring closely and scanning over and over again. But he still failed to detect any clues. After pondering for a while, Li Fan changed his way of thinking. The one who tied the bell must untie it. It should be related to the Dao network power system. Use the corresponding solution. With a thought, countless Dao essence symbols were generated. Under Li Fan's deliberate manipulation, they did not form any meaningful texture instructions. Just constantly floating and wandering, seeming to attract something. After wandering around, it was all in vain. The sense of crisis in Li Fan's heart did not fade. So he changed another arrangement. After patiently trying, he finally gained something. In the space sealed by Mo Sha's shadow, a dark wave suddenly appeared. The Dao essence symbols urged by Li Fan, like a magnet, pulled out the command hidden in the dark. Li Fan's eyes narrowed slightly, and Mo Sha's shadow turned into chains, quickly entangled and locked this path command. This is, when the previous instructions naturally die, there will be some residue. If too much is accumulated at the same time, these residue will spontaneously combine to form a new warning command. And this warning message composed of Dao essence command wreckage is not like other command, suppressed by Mo Sha's immortal soul. Even under the suppression of the shadow, it is still rioting and resisting. The chains are shaking violently, and the warning information seems to be about to break free. This texture command is not in Ma Tian's memory. It should only be circulating within the Dao network. Used to. Warning Dao annihilation tribulation. In an instant, Li Fan had analyzed the Dao essence symbol combination that looked a little ferocious in front of him. This measure word command is a little different from what Li Fan had reproduced before. It will not dissipate with the passage of time, as if there is an invisible power maintaining its existence. And Li Fan also vaguely detected that this measure word command will also be constantly copying and strengthening according to the time it exists. Around the warning command, light and shadow began to float. That is summoned by some kind of power, spontaneously combined into a new path warning. It seems that it is not okay to just leave it like this. One warning cannot break through Mo Sha's blockade. If there are more. Li Fan's heart congealed. Mo Sha's shadow began to launch a charge towards the warning message that was bound in the center. Under the gnawing of countless shadows, the vitality of the warning message appeared particularly tenacious. Li Fan spent almost 3 days and 3 nights to finally completely engulfed it. If it weren't for the energy supply equivalent to a dark yellow world in a ascending state, maybe he couldn't have exhausted the opponent. This is probably the underlying logic of the Dao network. One of the fundamental reasons why civilizations outside the wall can barely survive in the Dao annihilation tribulation. Li Fan's heart was extremely shaken. Mo Sha's power is him, and he is Mo Sha. In the process of engulfing the warning message, Li Fan also vaguely felt the essence of the other party. If Mo Sha is an attempt to leaning towards the Dao annihilation side, learning the enemy's superior techniques to defeat them, then this underlying warning message is to bring resistance to the extreme. Li Fan seemed to see the figure that remained resolute and unyielding even in the turbulent waves of the Tao annihilation tribulation round after round. It seemed to see the will that still stood and propped up the about to collapse sky even when the great way crushed and all things collapsed. Almost instantly, Li Fan's eyes emerged the image of the southern immortal heavenly pillar he had seen before. And he truly felt an extremely similar aura from the Tao network warning message just now. It's not an illusion. After repeatedly savoring and confirming, Li Fan's heart was shocked and suspicious inexplicable. The reason why the southern immortal heavenly pillar can become a heavenly pillar is because of the nameless true immortal leg bone in the stone tablet. Heaven and earth are like a net, and the great way is like a pillar. The nameless true immortal, although his body harmonized with the Tao and escaped from it, after death, he can still return to heaven and earth and re-transform into support. And this Tao network can also do this. The vigilance in his heart eliminated. Li Fan continued to test the Tao network texture command with speculation. All Tao network command are based on the most basic operations. After mastering the basic command and with the help of Ma Tian's memory, Li Fan's speed of progress was like a rolling snowball. 3 days before the opening of the City of Ultimate Bliss Grand Ceremony, Li Fan's Tao network operation level finally caught up with or even surpassed Ma Tian. However, he has never officially accessed the Tao network. Li Fan is only comparing and judging based on the speed of generating Tao network command and proficiency. What kind of appearance is the Tao network? Let me take a glimpse. Around, Mo Sha's shadow quietly retreated and removed the blockade. From now on, every path command that Li Fan composes will be connected to the Tao network. Li Fan is also prepared to expose his body snatching and cut off his arm to survive at any time. With a solemn expression, as his thoughts turned, a pattern was generated in front of Li Fan. This had never appeared in the blockade state. Li Fan sensed that an inexplicable power was quietly descending from heaven and earth. Even ignoring the blockade of Zhu Zushi, the city lord of ultimate bliss, it enveloped him. The field of vision was infinitely elevated in an instant, and the city of ultimate bliss rapidly shrunk, becoming like a black dot, disappearing in perception. A colorful intertwined large net stood and spanned between heaven and earth. However, this net did not fill every corner of the field of vision. But it was actually a bit tattered and incomplete. Not to mention the countless large holes everywhere. Just the several large missing areas were enough to be appalling. Li Fan even faintly glimpsed the real great way of heaven and earth under this colorful net. Tao network is like a white paper, imprinted and covered on the horizontally and vertically intertwined great way of heaven and earth. As a connection, it becomes controllable by mortal cultivators. Li Fan also saw countless colorful halos gathering in the broken areas of the Tao network, seeming to be trying to repair the gaps. And outside the large blank areas of the Tao network, there was even an invisible giant hand, continuing to press the white paper-like Tao network towards the direction where the great way of heaven and earth was located. So that those existences that were not imprinted gradually appeared on the Tao network. Even if it looked so ugly and vulgar at first glance. But Li Fan was still deeply attracted by this magnificent scene at a glance. This is a scene of man will conquer nature. Thousands of great ways, invisible and without a trace, ethereal, unattainable. However, it can be built into a creation that can be manipulated by people through such an incredible method. While Li Fan was amazed, he did not forget the operation that needed to be performed when originally accessing the Tao network. The City of Ultimate Bliss Grand Ceremony was about to be held, and according to convention, it was necessary to conduct an inspection of the Tao network connection and coverage in the area where the City of Ultimate Bliss was located. The maintenance work was naturally not Ma Tian's responsibility. He only needed to send a notification message, and then cooperate with the work of relevant cultivators. Li Fan saw colorful streamers flying from the depths of the Tao network. Through the message he transmitted, they initially led to those small dots where the City of Ultimate Bliss was located. After turning around, it quickly returned. Next, another streamer flashed. But it flew from other directions of the Tao network, continuing to probe the location of the City of Ultimate Bliss. Such repeated cycles. Li Fan silently watched all this, and suddenly felt a sense of, both advanced and backward. Named Tao network, but still requires artificial cooperation. Li Fan's eyes suddenly flashed and looked at the Tao network. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but during the operation and inspection of the City of Ultimate Bliss by the Tao network, this entire, white paper, covering the great way of heaven and earth, it was constantly undulating as if blown by a breeze. Even, it might be lifted at any time. But outside the Tao network, the shadow that looked like a hand was still tightly pressed, so that it would not really detach from the great way of heaven and earth. So precarious. This Tao network does not seem to be in a stable state either. Li Fan seemed to be thinking. In addition to the unseen big hand, Li Fan also detected that there were other forces in this Tao network that were maintaining the stability of the Tao network. Li Fan observed carefully, but still did not gain. The maintenance of the city of ultimate bliss was about to end. Before detaching the Tao network, Li Fan suddenly blessed with sudden inspiration, nameless true immortal. He suddenly glanced to several important nodes in the Tao network. 1453. Mind manifests God. Li Fan faintly sensed an aura similar to the southern immortal celestial pillar from several key nodes of the Tao network. Before he could think further, this magnificent Tao network suddenly disappeared from his sight. The bustling and noisy sounds in the city of bliss seemed to collectively vanish for a moment, then instantly return to normal. Perhaps only Li Fan, the inspector responsible for maintaining the Tao network, or the lord of the city of bliss, could sense the changes that had occurred above the city of bliss. If the Tao network was like a blank sheet of paper covering the surface of the great Tao of heaven and earth, then the maintenance of the Tao network was like splashing ink on this blank sheet and then pressing down hard. The traces of the Tao network are becoming clearer. The objects within the net are tightly bound and cannot escape. Li Fan narrowed his eyes, as if seeing Zhu Scholar's sinister face. However, he did not stop the Tao network's encroachment on the city of bliss, but watched silently, allowing his toy to sink deeper and deeper into this net. After the roar of the Tao network disappeared, Zhu Scholar glanced in Li Fan's direction. Li Fan bowed slightly, feigning a look of nervousness. A full 3 breaths later, Zhu Scholar shifted his gaze, his figure disappearing into the city. Li Fan did not pay attention to the other party's threat, and even temporarily put aside all distractions. He recalled every detail of the Tao network he had seen not long ago. Ma Tian, as one of the grassroots operators of the Tao network, was not purely expendable. In fact, being able to access and observe the Tao network at close range was a supreme opportunity that all cultivators dreamed of. The Tao is formless and invisible. Cultivators seek up and down, all for the sake of being able to approach the Tao, the origin of all things. Although Ma Tian was a so-called Tao master, his actual cultivation was only equivalent to the nascent soul realm. At this level, let alone seeing the great Tao of heaven and earth, even one of the countless great Taos was far beyond his ability to comprehend. However, precisely because of the existence of this special identity of Tao master, he could often glimpse the Tao network, that is, the reflection of the great Tao of heaven and earth. It's just that Ma Tian's aptitude is really ordinary. If he were in the dark star sea, he probably wouldn't even be able to step into the chi refining stage. In addition, the Shuo Star Sea Governance Council deliberately did not impart any concepts or knowledge about cultivation. So even though he has been so close to the great Tao countless times, his cultivation is still mediocre. He possesses a great treasure but doesn't know it. Li Fan sighed and slowly digested the mysterious insights lingering in his heart. True immortal runes are the paraphrasing of the inscribed Tao immortal. By studying true immortal runes, people can see the great Tao of the world through the eyes of the inscribed Tao immortal. And the Tao network is directly the shadow of the great Tao. Or rather, a replica. Compared to true immortal runes, it is even closer to the Tao itself. Amazing. Even the well-informed Li Fan couldn't help but praise. Li Fan's comprehension was naturally not comparable to Ma Tian's. The initial glimpse sparked an unprecedented surge of inspiration. Li Fan compared and verified the scattered fragments of the great Tao he had seen in the past through various channels with the real Tao network. His understanding of the Tao escalated steadily, like raging waves, each wave surpassing the previous one. This was, in a sense, a culmination of accumulated knowledge, and it was destined to be a natural process. Although it was only a wisp of divine thought, when it could reach the point of merging with the great Tao of heaven and earth, it could also bring about a miraculous transformation. The divine thought was like a thin film, on which countless blurry, crisscrossing lines emerged. It was 7 or 8 parts similar to the Tao network that Li Fan had seen. It was actually Li Fan using his divine thought as paper to make another imprint on the Tao network, this replica of the great Tao. Although it was a replica of a replica, the original owner was, after all, the great Tao of heaven and earth. Even if Li Fan's divine thought film only barely completed the most basic shape of the replication, it was enough to manifest the true power belonging to the great Tao. Light flickered on the film, seemingly echoing the great Tao of heaven and earth from afar. It seemed to have infinite vitality and power, and in the flashing of light and shadow, it replenished Li Fan's weak, divine thought. Slowly, this wisp of divine thought actually slowly hatched into a complete likeness of Li Fan. It was just that the details were still somewhat blurred. This is mind incarnation. The moment the mind incarnation was born, Li Fan's main body, far away in the Xuanwang realm, also changed his expression drastically. He sensed everything that was happening in the Shuo Star Sea, in the City of Bliss. Although he had cut off all contact with the divine thought, without the connection of the power of the dream paradise, and across a distance equivalent to dozens of dark star seas, with an invisible high wall standing in between. However, Li Fan could still produce synchronous sensations with his illusory divine thought. Li Fan's expression gradually became wonderful. It's not a direct connection between each other, but through the great Tao of heaven and earth, as a relay. All things in the world, from top to bottom, are projections of the great Tao. The part that belongs to me, the projection position in the great Tao, is also unique. Although separated by a measurable distance, and with various means of obstruction in between. But as long as we are both under this great Tao of heaven and earth, this synchronization cannot be affected. Li Fan quickly understood the reason why this seemingly incredible result could be achieved. Relying on his profound understanding of the great Tao, he actually used the Tao network as a template to build another miniature Tao network on himself. While connecting with the divine thought in the Shuo Star Sea, Li Fan's main body's divine thought also underwent corresponding changes. The clearer pattern did not appear on the film because of the difference between the main body and the clone. Everything depended on the understanding of the great Tao. In the sea of consciousness, after the mind incarnation was born, Li Fan's illusory figure stood tall. The stone of transformation suddenly burst out with a dazzling blue light, and then turned into thousands of rays of light, pouring into the illusory figure, further completing the pattern of the great Tao on it. Some of the light from the stone of transformation perfectly integrated into the illusory figure of the mind incarnation. Some patrolled around but did not find a suitable place to stay. Unable to usurp the nest, they circled around in confusion before drilling out of the illusory figure again, reforming into a stone of transformation. However, due to the lack of the great Tao that constituted it, the quality of this stone of transformation had dropped from the stone mother level to the middle grade. But this was not what Li Fan cared about. As long as he had some time, using the constant iteration of the transformation of truth and falsehood, he could restore the quality of the stone of transformation without any effort. The phenomenon of the stone of transformation is indeed a confirmation of my previous judgment. The stone mother of transformation is indeed a transformation of a possible, complete great Tao. However, that possible great Tao is not the same as the primal that I am in. It is even much weaker. Therefore, the great Tao in the stone of transformation only emerges in part to complete the great Tao landscape in my mind incarnation. But even so, with the supplement of the stone of transformation, this miniature Tao network built by me has instantly gone from being unbearable to look at to being quite decent. Li Fan's mind wandered in the great Tao network in his divine thought, unable to extricate himself. Because of the large amount of external assistance, Li Fan could not do the initial feeling of being able to control it as easily as an arm. This was also a matter of pros and cons. But after all, it was built on Li Fan's divine thought, so he still had absolute control. After indulging in it for a long time, Li Fan finally came back to his senses and let out a long sigh. This is already very close to the theoretical mind incarnation. Use one's own mind to bear the shadow of the great Tao. I actually skipped several steps before the new law by chance and came directly to this stage. Although it is somewhat flawed. If it was the perfect state of the new law in theory, then what was presented on Li Fan's divine thought illusory figure at this moment would not only be a deformed and distorted copy. But the divine thought was like a mirror, reflecting and manifesting all the great Tao of heaven and earth within it. The divine thought traces back to the origin of the great Tao from the bottom up. Every thought and every thought has the ability to call upon the great Tao. It's a pity that what I reflect is only an incomplete replica. Li Fan felt a little regret in his heart. But he also knew that even in the current realm of half-immortal, looking forward to peeking at the true great Tao of this world was definitely wishful thinking. A counterfeit manifested with the help of an unparalleled powerhouse is not a bad temporary substitute. After the mind manifested the miniature Tao network, its benefits were not just as simple as being able to communicate in real time regardless of distance. At the very least, Li Fan also had the ability of the immortal hunting cultivators in the Shuo Star Sea to directly call upon the power of the Great Tao to fight against the enemy. However, the power of my miniature Tao network cannot be compared with the Tao network built by the Shuo Star Sea. But the efficiency is still 100 times higher than directly using true immortal runes. When Li Fan now mastered his own Tao network, he naturally knew the difference in operation between it and normal methods. I'm afraid this method is only without risk now that the immortal realm has been destroyed and the immortals are not visible. If it were in ancient times, if several nameless true immortals were in harmony with the Great Tao. If I used the Tao network to call upon the power of the Great Tao, I would inevitably be sensed by them who are in the Great Tao. It can be said that I would be the public enemy of all nameless true immortals. At the beginning of proving the Tao, I would probably be jointly hunted down. I really wouldn't know how I died. After integrating the Great Tao contained in the Stone of Transformation, even if the quality of his own Stone of Transformation declined, the speed of Li Fan's thoughts was not affected. In an instant, he thought of many things. Now, I don't know how many nameless true immortals are left. There is also another larger Tao network, as a cover and to attract firepower. It is impossible to attract the attention of the nameless true immortals. Even, in Li Fan's heart, a burst of confidence suddenly surged for no reason. After the mind incarnation reproduced his own Tao network. Even if he faced the nameless true immortal, he would no longer be without any power to fight back. The nameless true immortal completely masters a great Tao of heaven and earth. My mind incarnation is only a replica of the incomplete imprint of the Great Tao, and the power of the Great Tao that can be called upon is extremely limited. But the advantage lies in the large number. Moreover, it is ultimately the power of the Great Tao. Theoretically speaking, it is the same kind of power used by the nameless true immortals. It's just that the strength is much smaller. Li Fan understood in his heart. This was by no means arrogance after a lucky breakthrough. But it was based on a reasonable deduction based on the understanding of the Great Tao. My mind incarnation is still half-baked. If it is the truly ideal state of the new law, perhaps the mind incarnation can really compete with the nameless true immortal. If the transformation stage is still like this, what about the Star Sea Harmony Tao and the Ming Tao longevity? Could it be the realm where Black Sky Physician and Evil Subai are? Li Fan could hardly suppress his fantasy. After a long time, the tide-like thoughts faded away. The reason why I can mind incarnation is really a coincidence. In the past 100 lifetimes of reincarnation, I have not only seen many true immortal runes, but also glimpsed the complete immortal realm, the true immortal leg bones, and even the scene of the arrival of black energy and the annihilation of the Great Tao. The birth and death of the Tao have made my understanding of the Great Tao accumulate to an unimaginable level. With these alone, it is far from enough. With the Tao network of the Shuo Star Sea as a springboard, I can transform all the accumulation of the past into reality. The replica of the replica, although it is much worse than the original, is the best way for a novice like me to achieve imitation. In addition, the most important thing is, Li Fan's divine thought illusory figure examined himself all over. For the first time, he truly faintly sensed the existence of returning to truth. Like the great Tao of heaven and earth, it was difficult to figure out. In Li Fan's feelings, it was just an indescribable vague figure. But Li Fan, who had been with returning to truth for a long time, was certain in his heart. That was returning to truth. The transformation of truth and falsehood contained in returning to truth seems to contain all the great Tao of heaven and earth. My understanding of the transformation of truth and falsehood is constantly deepening. In a sense, it is the continuous deepening of the feeling of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Now, I can already temporarily maintain the existence of false as also true items. This may be the fundamental reason why I can accept a possible complete great Tao with my divine thought illusory figure. Change to someone else, Li Fan pondered, thought for a moment, and shook his head slightly. Only a shocking talent, with the right time, right place, and right people, can perhaps do it. I originally thought about really opening up the path of the new law. I didn't want to cheat with returning to truth and skip the previous stages directly. It's just an isolated case and cannot be reproduced. But Li Fan didn't care whether others could practice it. As long as it was effective on him. Although it is only a half-baked mind incarnation, it has unintentionally pointed out the direction for me to move forward. Contact the Tao network as much as possible to make my imitation more perfect. The transformation of truth and falsehood and the understanding of the great Tao of heaven and earth go hand in hand. Make me reflect the Tao network, and slowly get closer to the root of the great Tao. Li Fan was overjoyed in his heart. Although the immortal road was cut off, under the enlightenment of the Shuo Star Sea civilization outside the high wall, he found a new possible path in such a short period of time. It's not just the work of mortals, one life and one world. Without mentioning the participation of true immortals, there is still a difference in the flow of time between inside and outside the wall. Li Fan frowned slightly, calculating. 1454. Death of the Nameless Immortal. The flow of time within the Dark Star Sea was already inconsistent due to the existence of the immortal ruins. Therefore, Li Fan only compared the Xuanwang world to the City of Bliss in the Shuo Star Sea. Under normal circumstances, it was more than 120 times faster. In other words, while more than 120 years passed in the Shuo Star Sea, only a year had barely passed in the Xuanwang world. With a time flow rate of more than 100 times, it's no wonder the difference between inside and outside the high walls is so huge. Even the current scenery of the Shuo Star Sea is very different from when Qin Zhuang left. It can be said that times have changed. Having initially constructed the projection of the Great Tao and a miniature Tao network within himself, Li Fan's understanding of the Tao had reached a new stage. Therefore, facing this incredible phenomenon of time difference, Li Fan naturally began to have doubts. Theoretically speaking, when the hunger secret is comprehended to the extreme, it can indeed achieve such an effect. But that is the manifestation that one should possess only when using the hunger character to prove the Tao of no name. Judging from the performance of the Hunger Immortal I have seen, it is obvious that she has not reached this level. Various images of the Hunger Immortal that he had seen flashed through Li Fan's mind. When Cat Treasure appeared, she was caught in a sorry state. She even paled at the sight of the black tide, which was only a harbinger of the Tao annihilation tribulation. She seemed to be able to only rely on the southern immortal heavenly pillar to escape the calamity. She was even unaware of Xie Su Bai's extreme approach, stepping on her face. Being just one step away from no name might be true, but this is the difference of that one step, and the external manifestations are worlds apart. The anomaly in the flow of time in the Dark Star Sea should not be caused by the Hunger Immortal. Or rather, only a small part of it is due to the Hunger Immortal's enlightenment. The greater reason seems to come from the Immortal Ruins itself. Li Fan recalled the scenes he had seen in the Immortal Ruins. Apart from the large expanses of ruins, the most striking thing was the huge hunger character on the ground. Li Fan had previously speculated that this hunger character might have been written by an inscription Tao Immortal. Now it seems that this hunger character may have other mysteries. The Hunger Immortal can break free from the shackles on her body at any time, and those golden chains are obviously for self-binding. The Immortal Ruins were once the location of the Ascension Passage to the Immortal Realm. When the Immortal Realm suffered the Tao annihilation tribulation, the Great Tao collapsed and everything crumbled. The surviving Immortals fled to the lower realm through the Immortal Realm Passage in a disheveled manner. Li Fan deduced and retraced the scene at the time. The Tao annihilation tribulation can even destroy the Immortal Realm. At that time, who could guarantee that the terrifying calamity would not spread along the Ascension Passage? Theoretically speaking, it should be better to escape as far as possible. However, the Hunger Immortal stopped in such a dangerous place. She even ignored the danger and began to comprehend the Tao in place. In the past, I overlooked the illogicality of it. Li Fan's gaze couldn't help but turn to the direction of the Immortal Ruins above his head. If the Hunger Immortal had to use the true immortal inscription engraved on the earth to comprehend the Tao, she could have directly taken the entire land, along with the characters, and retreated. After reaching a safe place, she could have secluded herself to comprehend the Tao. However, she did not do so. The Tao annihilation tribulation stopped abruptly. It did not affect the lower realm. The anomalies caused by the true immortal inscription on the Immortal Ruins land were even equivalent to the peak of enlightenment, the realm of the no-name immortal. The leg bone of the no-name immortal serving as the immortal heavenly pillar. These many clues flashed through Li Fan's mind one by one. Finally, they were completely linked together, pointing to the most likely possibility. The Hunger Immortal did not move the hunger character, not because she was unwilling, but because she could not. Because, under that hunger character, or the hunger character itself, is the skeleton of a no-name true immortal. This number-name immortal, whether willingly or forced. In short, after falling, he returned to the Great Tao and transformed into a heavenly pillar, temporarily resisting the collapsing sky of the immortal realm. And precisely because of the death of the no-name immortal who proved the Tao with hunger, the one in the Immortal Ruins had the intention to comprehend the hunger character and reprove the no-name. Li Fan's heart shook, and his thoughts diverged again. Given the immensity of the Immortal Realm and the lower realm Star Sea, the so-called Ascension Passage is likely not just one place. Judging from the current situation of the lower realm Star Sea, although most areas have been destroyed by the Tao Annihilation Tribulation, there are still many surviving places. Perhaps, this is the protection of other no-name true immortals, using themselves as pillars to resist the overwhelming disaster that was collapsing down. Li Fan took a long breath. If the high walls are the already collapsed ruins, then the no-name immortals are the pillars above. Even with the protection of the no-name true immortals, the dark Star Sea is already in such a withered state. Perhaps the continuation of life in the lower realm Star Sea is absolutely inseparable from the sacrifice of the no-name true immortals. No-name true immortals, entering the Tao with their bodies. They can be said to no longer be the same species as mortals, even true immortals. But this is just Li Fan's opinion. Perhaps, among these no-name true immortals, there are people with noble natures like Su Bai, willing to sacrifice themselves to save the creatures of heaven and earth, even if only temporarily. Or, the immortals who escaped down had already foreseen the situation that the Tao Annihilation Tribulation would chase after them. For their own lives, some of them needed to stand up and self-sacrifice to buy enough time for everyone to escape. In short, some no-name true immortals transformed into pillars standing between heaven and earth, temporarily resisting the Tao Annihilation Tribulation. However, this method can only preserve for a while, and cannot protect for a lifetime. The Tao Annihilation Tribulation will only be delayed, but will not disappear. Behind the Tao network, there are vaguely the handiworks of these immortals. Even, in some Tao network nodes that I have glimpsed, there is the aura of no-name true immortal remains. However, Li Fan was not surprised by this. Li Fan's miniature Tao network in his divine sense is only a projection. He deeply understood how difficult it is to combine real creations with the ethereal great Tao. The Tao network is erratic when it is running. The big hand that I saw outside the Tao network, used to stabilize the Tao network, can only play a supplementary role. That big hand is obviously not manifested all the time. The real anchor of the Tao network. Li Fan seemed to see the Tao network spanning heaven and earth again. All other unimportant lines disappeared. Only a few key nodes remained. They belong to the Tao network. At the same time, they are within the great Tao of heaven and earth. It is because of the unique nature of these nodes that the Tao network can be tightly attached to the invisible and shapeless great Tao of heaven and earth. No-name true immortal. Even, there is a great possibility that they are living no-name true immortals. After his mind transformed into divinity, Li Fan once again spied on the true secrets of the Tao network. The few Tao network nodes remaining in his vision actually vaguely showed the appearance of blurred figures. Then, staring at Li Fan, they suddenly opened their eyes without warning. One by one, the no-name true immortals seemed to reveal their true faces. All of them looked at Li Fan. An inexplicable feeling of horror surged in his heart. Li Fan was startled and broke away from the illusion. The figures disappeared, seeming to be just ordinary nodes. Li Fan's heart, however, was not calm. Was it just an illusion? Li Fan didn't think so. Having cultivated to his current realm, even a true immortal level illusion formation would be difficult to affect him. He wouldn't suddenly have hallucinations for no reason. The most likely explanation is, no-name true immortal nodes exist simultaneously in the Tao network and the Great Tao. The Great Tao projection in my mind transformation also reflects these nodes. So, in a sense, I did see them. With a turn of his thoughts, Li Fan came to a conclusion. Soon, a question arose in his mind. Since Li Fan could see them, could these no-name true immortals see Li Fan? Inevitably, a burst of anxiety surged in Li Fan's heart. Admitting that he could wrestle with no-name true immortals did not mean that he could really remain calm under the gaze of several no-name true immortals. Although his always accurate intuition did not show a warning of danger at this moment. Although he had been nailed into the Tao network and became a living stake node. But the existence of these no-name true immortals that Li Fan sensed still made him feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. However, to make Li Fan easily give up the power of mind transformation that he had already obtained because of this danger that had not yet come, was absolutely impossible. Li Fan's main body's thoughts turned rapidly, thinking about countermeasures. And in the city of bliss in the Shuo Star Sea, Li Fan's divine sense, transformed into Ma Tienda, had already begun preparing for the City of Bliss grand ceremony. The full-range communication ability of mind transformation allowed the divine sense to ignore the blockade of time and space and know everything that the main body had deduced. However, these troubles were naturally borne by the main body. What the divine sense needed to do now was to continue lurking in the city of bliss, to further spy on the Tao network. However, first, he had to pass the current hurdle, the City of Bliss Grand Ceremony. Scholar Zhu was obviously very repulsed by the erosion of the Tao network. However, for some reason, he would not directly turn hostile. He would only vent his anger on Ma Tienda, who appeared before him and did things directly. Although cultivators like Ma Tienda wore the skin of Tao network operators, in Scholar Zhu's eyes, they were still just ants. Li Fan sat quietly in Ma Tienda's mansion, thinking about escape strategies. This time at the grand ceremony, Tao Island did not give Scholar Zhu face. Not a single person came. On the contrary, Sword Domain sent 3 cultivators to participate. The identities of these 3 people are currently unknown, but representing the top forces of Shuo Star Sea, their lives should not be as precarious as mine, Li Fan's divine sense thought self-deprecatingly. The entire Shuo Star Sea only has Sword Domain participating. Calling it a grand ceremony is actually just Scholar Zhu's self-entertainment. And we are his toys. In Ma Tienda's memory, there were scenes of past grand ceremonies. In the City of Bliss, the creatures who had enjoyed themselves for 3 years began to kill each other wantonly. Only a few survivors remained would the killing stop. These survivors might rejoice that they were able to escape from the boundless hell. But they would not know that they were just tempting fruits on Scholar Zhu's plate. Those who are invited to participate in the grand ceremony can swallow these killing fruits. They are indeed extremely precious divine medicines. Even my main body, which is already in the realm of mind transformation, still benefits greatly. But for the weak, they are unadulterated poison. Li Fan knew Scholar Zhu's plan well. But he was not petty. He did not have to put Ma Tienda to death. He just rewarded him with a fruit that could definitely be called a treasure of heaven and earth. Who told him he couldn't bear it? With my current enhanced divine sense strength, swallowing the killing fruit is not a big problem. But the difficulty lies in how to not be suspected by Scholar Zhu and the Sword Domain cultivators in the grand ceremony after safely swallowing the fruit. After all, with the strength shown by Ma Tienda, there is absolutely no reason to survive under the killing fruit. Although giving up Ma Tienda's identity would not be a big loss. But Li Fan's divine sense was unwilling to disappear so uselessly. Perhaps, the opportunity lies in the Tao network of the City of Bliss. Ma Tienda looked up, looking at the invisible dark clouds covering the City of Bliss, and showed a strange expression. Not long after, 3 sword lights came from beyond the sky. Junior Ji Xingdao, Junior Situ Tiantian, Junior Zhao Xing. Greetings, Scholar Zhu. 3 loud voices resounded through the sky. 2 men and 1 woman. The voices were still echoing in the sky when the 3 people had already flown into the City of Bliss. The City Lord's mansion was born out of nothing, absorbing the 3 people from Sword Domain. Li Fan heard Scholar Zhu's somewhat charming voice at the same time, "Come and greet the guests together." Li Fan felt a chill in his heart. And according to Ma Tienda's past habits, he did not hide it and directly showed it on his face. Knowing that this was Scholar Zhu's most twisted and unpredictable state of mind, Li Fan cautiously walked towards the City Lord's mansion in a hurry. When he entered the mansion, the 3 people from Sword Domain were already seated. Li Fan glanced at them, and the 3 of them looked extremely young. It could even be said that they were somewhat naive. Their eyes were clear and foolish, with almost no city government. Obviously, Sword Domain intended to use the killing fruit refined by the City of Bliss to let these 3 little guys exercise. With such a quick method, even if they can withstand it, I'm afraid they will become somewhat twisted and crazy. 3 good seedlings, even in our Xuanwang world, can be regarded as geniuses. Is Sword Domain wasting them like this? Li Fan remained calm and first saluted Scholar Zhu. Then he showed an arrogant look and just nodded slightly towards the 3 people from Sword Domain. Theoretically speaking, the identity and status of the Tao Network operator of the Governing Affairs Association is not below that of the 3 people from Sword Domain. But in reality, consumables can be replaced infinitely. Direct descendants need to spend effort to cultivate. The 2 are obviously not the same status. The 3 disciples of Sword Domain seemed to understand this in their hearts. They did not feel angry at Ma Tienda's attitude. They just smiled at each other, not caring at all. First, they happily drank the 3 bowls of red soup in front of them. Compared to what Li Fan had tasted before, it looked even more terrifying. Not only eyeballs, but also various remnants of flesh and blood of monsters that did not belong to humans. But the three people from Sword Domain turned a blind eye and tasted it carefully without changing their faces. 1455. The fruit of the thoughts of all living beings. A bowl of red soup down the hatch, the expressions on the faces of the Sword Domain trio began to change drastically. Clearly, not everyone could enjoy the wonders of the desires of all beings as peacefully as Li Fan did on his first taste. Ji Xingdao's eyes widened, and his aura fluctuated like waves. Situ Tiantian's eyebrows furrowed, her face like frost. It was as if countless snowflakes were dancing around her. On closer inspection, those white ice crystals were actually flying swords. Zhao Xing was the best performer among the three, only showing a fleeting strange look on his face, like he had drunk a bowl of extremely spicy wine, before quickly returning to normal. Regardless of how the Sword Domain trio reacted, Scholar Zhu, draped in a long robe, slowly descended from the main seat. The hunched figure hidden within the robe made a strange, creaking sound of growth, quickly becoming slender. A plaintive female voice, like weeping, echoed softly in the hall. Rainbow skirt, feather dress paradise, golden goblets and jade liquor for a long feast. Drums and music fill the sky as dances twirl, the night is young with shimmering lights. Scholar Zhu sang softly and danced lightly. Li Fan stared intently at the graceful, faceless figure. Accompanied by Scholar Zhu's singing, the gates of the city lord's mansion seemed to suddenly open wide. The originally silent place instantly plunged into a boiling pot. The voices of the myriad beings of the city of paradise came from all directions, gathering in the mansion. In a daze, Li Fan saw everything that was happening in the city of paradise. Laughter, indulgence, fighting, lust, joy, pleasure, intoxication, delight. Countless scenes of creatures indulging in pleasure simultaneously exploded before Li Fan's eyes. City of paradise, paradise. However, all of this suddenly changed with Scholar Zhu's tone. Extreme joy turns to sorrow, a universal truth, the glint of blades and the flow of blood into slurry. Goblins and night shadows, 10,000 ghosts are born, heads as rammers, bones as beams. The tone was sinister, filled with murderous intent. Ding! The sound of a sharp sword falling to the ground awakened the endless creatures in the city of paradise, jolting them from their blissful dreams. The bright lights were extinguished, and the city of paradise was plunged into darkness. However, the darkness did not last long. A blood-colored sun slowly rose from the horizon, casting a blood-red light into the city. The killing had begun. The person who was a close companion on the long night of paradise now suddenly drew their sword, fighting to the death. All friendship, kinship, and love. In the long night that followed, they had no meaning. Only survival was the sole and eternal topic. Die, 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 die. Kill, ah. Screams and the sounds of frenzied slaughter resonated in the city lord's mansion like a grand symphony. Scholar Zhu had already transformed from a dancer back into a hunched old man, watching the slaughter in the city with a look of enjoyment. The three young cultivators from the Sword Domain, who had gradually awakened from the red soup illusion, began to turn pale and shiver in the face of the terrifying scenes of human evil in the city of paradise. Li Fan also put on an extremely uncomfortable appearance. It's a pity that such a scene should be appreciated by more people. But only a few juniors have come. Scholar Zhu's voice seemed a little lonely, desolate. However, the slaughter in the city of paradise did not stop. But it can't be too boring, or I'll lose face. Scholar Zhu's devilish voice echoed in everyone's ears. Another variable manifested in the city of paradise. Those creatures who had already been killed were resurrected. But not as living beings, but as invisible ghost shadows. At this time, they had two choices. One was to directly seek revenge as a ghost, which could directly kill their enemy. But at the same time, their own ghost form would dissipate. The second was to possess a survivor and use the survivor to complete their revenge. The possessed person's strength would be doubled, greatly increasing the likelihood of revenge. However, the killed would also turn into a ghost shadow. In the ghost shadow state, they could attack each other. But the only outcome was mutual destruction. So they would generally choose to find other survivors to possess. As the fighting continued, only a group of survivors possessed by ghosts gradually remained in the city of paradise. If a ghost shadow possessing a survivor was defeated, no new ghost shadow would be born. And the possessing ghost shadow would also dissipate along with it. This slaughter gradually came to an end. When only 100 survivors remained, the possessed could sense the existence of the ghost possessing them. They could choose to coexist, or launch a relentless mental attack. The one who defeated the ghost could completely absorb the other's power and turn it into their own. What do you say, will there be more humans or more ghosts among the final victors? Scholar Zhu suddenly asked everyone in the hall. There should be 10 winners in this grand ceremony. You 4 will each receive a fruit. If you guess correctly, I will reward you with an extra one. The Sword Domain trio were overjoyed upon hearing this. The fear and unbearable feelings they had shown while watching the slaughter in the City of Paradise were instantly thrown to the back of their minds. I bet there will be more ghosts surviving. Situ Tiantian said loudly first, full of confidence. The other 2 members of the Sword Domain also made their own judgments. Some guessed ghosts, some guessed humans. When it was Li Fan's turn, he pondered for a moment and replied seriously, among the 10 winners, I think humans and ghosts will each account for half. The Sword Domain trio were all surprised upon hearing this. Scholar Zhu glanced at Li Fan with a meaningful look, but did not answer. The sun was in the middle of the sky, and the slaughter continued to play out in the City of Paradise. Those who had survived the initial massacre already had some survival experience. Ambushing, hiding, attacking in secret. This slowed down the pace of the killing. But the shrinking City of Paradise forced them to concentrate on each other again, which sped up the game again. Repetitive viewing brought aesthetic fatigue. After watching too much, even if it was bloody and bizarre, it felt ordinary. The Sword Domain trio had begun to become numb. No more strange expressions appeared. They even began to feel a little impatient. Only Li Fan was still carefully observing the different expressions and choices of each creature in the City of Paradise when faced with life and death. It was said that the City of Paradise would reincarnate every 3 years. This killing really lasted for 3 full years. It seemed that behind the scenes, there was a mysterious force secretly manipulating the progress of this game. In 3 years, the Sword Domain trio drank bowl after bowl of red soup. Now, drinking it was like drinking plain water, without any feeling. Li Fan's treatment was not so good. He was only rewarded with 6 bowls in the first year. After that, Scholar Zhu deliberately ignored him. Li Fan knew that this was Scholar Zhu gradually increasing the endurance of the Sword Domain trio, so as not to be unable to withstand it when finally taking the fruit, and be directly turned into an idiot by the infinite murderous intent contained in the fruit. After all, they were from the Sword Domain, so Scholar Zhu had to give them some face. As for Ma Tienda, it was purely a matter of life and death. The 3-year period had arrived. The blood-colored sun finally disappeared on the horizon. The City of Paradise, with only a small area left, fell into darkness again. At this moment, it seemed to be in a state of suspended animation, and all the survivors were motionless as if frozen in ice. The light and shadow shrank and flew straight into the City Lord's mansion. The survivors, with their bodies glowing, flew out of the phantom of the City of Paradise. Ghosts, humans, split up. 5 ghosts, 5 people. You actually guessed it. Situ Tiantian looked at Li Fan in shock. The Sword Domain trio were frustrated that their extra meal had flown away. Li Fan knew that Scholar Zhu was saving their lives. With the strength of these young people, they might be able to barely withstand swallowing 1 fruit. If they swallowed 2 in a row, there was no way they would survive. It seems that this Scholar Zhu is really very petty. Li Fan sneered in his heart. From the fact that the duration of the slaughter in the City of Paradise could be precisely manipulated. The whole process was just a formality. The final result was all at the mercy of Scholar Zhu's thoughts. Because Li Fan guessed that the final result would be equal numbers of humans and ghosts. So the final survivors must be equal in number of humans and ghosts. Not bad. These 2 fruits will be given to you. The survivors, glowing with a white light, were like returning to the womb. Their bodies curled up, forming the shape of fruit. Scholar Zhu picked out the 2 most robust ones and handed them to Li Fan himself. Li Fan bowed to thank him. The Sword Domain trio showed expressions of displeasure, but did not dare to be presumptuous. They had to swallow their own fruit in dissatisfaction. Li Fan felt that Scholar Zhu's gaze was always focused on him. He also swallowed a fruit into his stomach first. There was no tasting sensation at all. The fruit of all beings melted in his mouth. Countless layers of ideas, memories, and emotions then exploded in Li Fan's mind. Like a flat ground, and terrifying storm that could destroy everything arose out of nowhere. Li Fan's original thoughts were swept up by this storm, involuntarily and precariously. This is the so-called, the thoughts of all beings can refine all gods. If I use my divine sense that reflects the great Tao through hundreds of reincarnations, no matter how strong the storm is, it can't shake me in the slightest. But Ma Tiende doesn't have such ability at all. If I don't use the Tao net. Hiding in the storm of the thoughts of all beings, Li Fan spied on Scholar Zhu beside him, sneering in his heart. He had already thought of a countermeasure. In the Tao net, there is a nameless true immortal living stake. From one of the nodes, I faintly sensed an aura that was extremely similar to Scholar Zhu's. Li Fan's thoughts raced. In reality, Ma Tiende was already in tears, his face distorted. One face could actually show several different expressions at the same time. His hands and feet were sliding and waving uncontrollably. Like a drowning man, he was looking for any possible lifeline. Scholar Zhu looked at the struggling Ma Tiende with an expression of enjoyment. But his peripheral vision couldn't help but look towards the sky. The death of a Tao net operator will generate a signal, which will be transmitted to the governing council through the Tao net. Within Starseed Shuo, there are surviving forces from various immortal cultivation worlds, even different starseeds. There are even former true immortals. All kinds of strange and secret methods emerge one after another. Only the Tao net can ignore everything and transmit the state of the Tao net operator to the governing council in real time. This is the means by which Starseed Shuo maintains its own stability. However, it has become the phenomenon that Scholar Zhu expects and waits for. This is also the real reason why he has always wanted, Ma Tiende, to die. However, what Scholar Zhu expected did not happen. The Tao net operator, who was already in a dying struggle, seemed to have really found something he could grab onto. Even though his expression was extremely distorted, Scholar Zhu could see that his inner self-divine sense had not dissipated. This aroused Scholar Zhu's interest. This is. Squinting his eyes to observe, Scholar Zhu's expression suddenly changed. He saw it, in the other party's sea of consciousness. Ma Tiende, who was threatened by his life and could die at any time, instinctively wrote a large number of meaningless Dao Yuan symbols. These Dao Yuan symbols could not form Dao net instructions. Therefore, it did not cause the Tao net to move. But inexplicably, it formed a long dam, blocking the storm formed by the fruit of all beings from the outside. By chance, without going through a formal Tao net connection, he also successfully called upon the power of the Tao net. Scholar Zhu also has a deep understanding of the Tao net. He had already seen the root cause of Ma Tiende's ability to survive. The Tao net is already a real entity. Although it has fallen into the manipulation of some people, the Tao net controller can only adjust the behavior and instructions of the Tao net, and cannot influence all the instinctive reactions of the Tao net. After all, what the Tao net imitates is all the great Taos in the world. Dao Yuan instructions, touch the Tao net. Theoretically speaking, it should trigger a Tao net anomaly. But it was blocked by the governing council. Among the infinite combinations, he happened to combine such a life-saving one. Is it a coincidence? Scholar Zhu was silent. He did not intervene, and let Li Fan devour and digest the first fruit. The storm of thoughts gradually subsided. Li Fan woke up from confusion and pain. Before he had time to comprehend the changes brought about by swallowing the fruit, Scholar Zhu said coldly again, continue. There's one more. Li Fan was slightly stunned, seeming unable to understand Scholar Zhu's indifference. But he gritted his teeth and then swallowed the second fruit into his stomach. In the sea of consciousness, the storm rose again. This time, it seemed to be a bit more violent than the last time. Once again, it devoured Li Fan's consciousness. I'd like to see if you can have another coincidence. This time, Scholar Zhu stared at Ma Tiende's sea of consciousness from the beginning. Sure enough, when he was struggling weakly, and gradually losing consciousness, Ma Tiende's dying instinct once again summoned countless Dao Yuan characters. The instructions composed this time were different from the previous one. It seems that good luck will not come a second time. Scholar Zhu was somewhat satisfied, waiting for the storm of thoughts of all beings to completely devour Ma Tiende. But soon, his expression became a little strange. Although the Dao Yuan symbols this time did not form a dam or a great wall, but it transformed into another storm. The two storm forces, offset each other, actually allowed Ma Tiende to remain safe and sound. 1456. The immortal skin covers the new life. One instance of a desperate survival could be written off as a fluke. But a second time, and in the same manner. In that instant, Scholar Zhu's mind raced with countless thoughts, even entertaining the idea of feeding the third sentient will fruit to Ma Tiende. However, Scholar Zhu ultimately refrained from doing so, instead recalling the 2 Dao source instructions that had surfaced in Ma Tianda's Sea of Consciousness. Clearly, among the numerous Dao source symbols that danced about, only a small portion were actually effective, making it impossible for onlookers to accurately replicate them. Scholar Zhu himself wasn't interested in the 2 Dao source instructions. Even having transformed from an immortal into a mortal, the methods he could employ far surpassed anything those 2 instructions could offer. What Scholar Zhu truly cared about was the possibility represented by Ma Tianda's performance. Those hidden instructions that existed outside the current Dao network control system, yet were still capable of calling upon the power of the Dao network. The gloom on his face gradually dissipated. In the blink of an eye, he transformed from a hunched old man back into an impassioned grand scholar. Scholar Zhu wore a benevolent expression as he waited for the 4 individuals to awaken from their consumption of the sentient will fruit. With Scholar Zhu's special care, the 3 from Sword Domain, though having suffered some torment, ultimately emerged unscathed. The childishness on their faces had long since faded after absorbing the memories of countless sentient beings and personally experiencing boundless slaughter. They first expressed their gratitude to Scholar Zhu, then collectively turned their gaze towards Ma Tianda, who sat on the other side, no longer displaying their previous contempt. No one understood the terror within the sentient will storm better than those who had personally experienced it. Regardless of background or method, anyone who could remain unharmed after consuming a fruit was not to be underestimated. And if someone could consume 2 fruits in a row and still maintain their sanity, one must not miss such a talent when encountered. The 3 from Sword Domain had already reached a consensus through their earlier exchange of glances. If they could bring such a talent back to Sword Domain, the accomplishment would be even greater than completing this trial. Now, it remained to be seen whether this, Ma Tianda, could truly remain normal, and not descend into madness. Under the gaze of everyone present, the twisted, twitching expression on Li Fan's face slowly smoothed out. After closing his eyes for a long time, he suddenly opened them, meeting the eyes of everyone in the room. His eyes, as bright as the stars, spoke volumes about his current state. Scholar Zhu clapped his hands gently, seemingly overjoyed, and said, "It seems you've gained quite a lot this time. I must thank you for your accomplishment, Scholar." Having consumed 2 sentient will fruits, there was no need to act according to the old Ma Tianda anymore. All changes could be attributed to the countless sentient wills contained within the fruits. "Senior Brother Ma, I wonder if you'd be interested in coming to our Sword Domain. I, Satu Tiantian, can guarantee that you'll receive the highest level of cultivation resources. If you just nod your head, there's no need to apply to the Governing Council. Just come back to Sword Domain with us first, and we'll make up for it when we get there." Satu Tiantian glanced at Scholar Zhu, showing only a moment's hesitation. But he quickly made up his mind and directly extended an invitation to Li Fan in front of Scholar Zhu. Ji Xingdao and Zhao Xing also echoed Satu Tiantian's invitation amidst their banter, promising all sorts of wonderful conditions. Although I've long heard of Sword Domain's great name, my ambition does not lie in the Sword Dao. Before Scholar Zhu could even express his own change in expression, Li Fan had already directly declined. "Don't be in such a hurry to refuse, consider it further," Scholar Zhu smiled slightly. "My lifelong ambition lies only in the immortal hunt. In the past, my strength was too weak, and it was simply impossible to realize. Therefore, I kept it hidden in my heart, never mentioning it to anyone. But today, thanks to Scholar Zhu, 2 fruits have entered my stomach, reversing my fate against the heavens, and everything is now possible." Li Fan spoke with an unparalleled solemnity, his voice like a thunderclap. The smile on Scholar Zhu's face froze upon hearing this. The 3 from Sword Domain were also filled with astonishment. Immortal Hunt. This term carried far too much weight in the current Shuoxing Sea. The Immortal Hunt was directly under the jurisdiction of the Shuoxing Sea Governing Council, and its members were selected from various forces within the Star Sea. Once a cultivator joined the Immortal Hunt, regardless of their past identity or status in their original force, they had to abandon it all. Everything was prioritized for the sake of the Immortal Hunt. The price paid brought unparalleled authority. In the name of the Immortal Hunt, one could not only freely enter and exit the major forces of the Shuoxing Sea, but also directly carry out acts of punishment and execution in special circumstances. More importantly, becoming a member of the Immortal Hunt allowed one to further approach the Dao network. Living day and night with the Dao network, progress was made by leaps and bounds. As soon as Li Fan said this, the atmosphere in the room immediately fell into an eerie silence. Scholar Zhu sized up Li Fan with a gloomy expression, unsure of what he was thinking. Situ Tiantian still managed a somewhat strained smile, breaking the awkward silence. Members of the Immortal Hunt are all carefully selected after countless trials. Although senior brother Ma is extraordinary, joining is not an easy task. Li Fan, however, did not think so, and said with full confidence, "My entry into the Immortal Hunt is a certainty. If I remember correctly, the next recruitment will be in 5 years. At that time, I hope Scholar Zhu will recommend me. I will certainly not disappoint you, Scholar." Seeing that Li Fan's intentions were firm, the 3 from Sword Domain no longer tried to persuade him. The banquet continued with some polite conversation and a few bowls of red soup before they bid farewell and departed. Before leaving, they did not lose the demeanor of Sword Domain, claiming that Sword Domain would definitely return the favor soon. Inside the city lord's mansion, only Li Fan and Scholar Zhu remained. Outside the mansion, the clamor of the city of ultimate bliss returned. The two did not speak, silently watching the prosperous night scene outside. Creak, creak, a chilling chewing sound came from Scholar Zhu's mouth. It was as if he were swallowing dates whole, directly putting the remaining 5 sentient will fruits into his mouth. Unlike the fruits melting in their mouths when Li Fan and the others consumed them. The 5 fruits in Scholar Zhu's mouth actually emitted the desperate screams of countless living beings on the verge of death. The sounds from purgatory soared into the sky, even momentarily drowning out the sounds of pleasure in the city of ultimate bliss. Scholar Zhu was like an old man on the verge of death, chewing slowly and deliberately. Listening to the continuous, undulating wails, a look of enjoyment appeared on his face. Li Fan didn't even frown, his expression was calm as he watched silently. After a while, Scholar Zhu also felt bored. He swallowed the fruits directly in 2 or 3 bites. The sounds of desperate weeping suddenly disappeared. Do you know why I built a city of ultimate bliss in this Shuoxing Sea? Simply to torture them. These sentient will fruits may have the effect of reversing fate against the heavens for you. But for me, they are as tasteless as chewing wax. The despair and cruelty I have experienced far outweigh those in this city of ultimate bliss 100-fold. Scholar Zhu chuckled eerily, as he unknowingly transformed from a grand scholar back into a hunched old man. The net of the great Tao, covering the heavens and the earth. All things in the world are within it. Though mortals are weak and frail, the condensed thoughts of endless beings may remotely resonate with a certain great Tao in the dark, Li Fan replied after pondering for a while. Ha ha ha, Scholar Zhu let out another gloomy laugh. But you are wrong. The main purpose of building the city of bliss is to torment these ants when I am bored. Li Fan was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. Of course, if there are any unexpected surprises born in this process, that would be great. However, if there aren't any, there is no need to force it. Scholar Zhu's skull-like head slowly emerged from his wide robe, looking distantly towards the city of bliss outside the mansion. His expression was dazed, as if lost in memories. The former immortal realm was even more blissful than this city. A scene of prosperity, with seemingly infinite possibilities for the future. But unexpectedly, the building collapsed in one morning. Scholar Zhu mumbled these words in a daze. Li Fan did not speak, and the other party turned to ask, "You said you want me to recommend you to join the Immortal Hunt." "Please, Scholar, grant my wish," Li Fan nodded. "Okay, however, I have a condition." Scholar Zhu agreed readily. "No problem," Li Fan replied even more readily, without even listening to what the so-called condition was. Scholar Zhu laughed loudly, and his external form changed again. The hunched old man inside turned into a pool of blood, merging into the robe he was wearing. The robe squirmed for a while, transforming into a human skin. It floated in front of Li Fan and said sternly, "One day, no matter what method you use, bring my body back." There were no facial features on the human skin. Only 5 eerie holes stared silently at Li Fan. Li Fan was silent for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Good. The human skin seemed to have fulfilled a wish, losing the power to float. It fell directly to the ground. Then it squirmed again, crawling on the ground like a human. Finally, it returned to the main seat. It transformed back into a robe. Scholar Zhu's old voice came from within. "If you want to help me break free, as far as I know, there are several methods. First, successfully capture a nameless true immortal and exchange bodies. Second, Li Fan felt Scholar Zhu's gaze constantly sweeping across his face. Completely tear the Tao net. I will naturally regain my freedom. Third, illuminate the unknown areas of the Great Tao, and redeem yourself with merit. Quote. Scholar Zhu paused and then asked, I wonder, which method are you going to use? Li Fan carefully pondered the other party's words, and after a while, slowly said in a low voice, perhaps all three can be tried. Scholar Zhu remained silent. After a long time, he finally said, tell me what you need. With 5 years as the deadline, before the Immortal Hunt assessment, I will first test your worth. If you disappoint me, Scholar Zhu's calm tone revealed endless killing intent. Li Fan remained calm. Scholar, please wait and see. After the ceremony, Li Fan returned to Ma Tian's home. He also carried a gift from Scholar Zhu. This is. Li Fan looked at the object in his hand with interest. A piece of skin that was very similar to Scholar Zhu's human skin state. It seemed to have just been peeled from a body. Li Fan could still smell the strong bloody scent on it. Being very familiar with the structure of the human body, Li Fan unfolded the skin and groped it up and down for a while. He confirmed that it was also a human skin. However, it did not have its own consciousness like Scholar Zhu's. After some research, Li Fan tried various methods, but could not stimulate any special features of this skin. It seemed that it was really just an ordinary human skin. But when Scholar Zhu handed this piece of human skin to Li Fan before, Li Fan clearly saw some complex emotions in the other party's eyes. There was nostalgia, reluctance, and some hatred. After looking at this piece of skin back and forth, Li Fan recalled the scene when Scholar Zhu revealed his true face before. After a slight pondering, he had already made a decision. He sat upright, took a deep breath, and then put the human skin on his body like a piece of clothing. Originally, the size and body shape did not match, at all. But under Li Fan's wearing, the human skin automatically contracted and became extremely close-fitting. It was as if this skin had been peeled from Ma Tian's body. Feeling the gradually tightening power around him, and the changing body shape and facial features, a premonition suddenly arose in Li Fan's heart. He seemed to be turning into another person. An unstoppable sense of fear of the unknown emerged in his heart. But sensing the miniature Tao net reflected in his divine sense, Li Fan's fear disappeared. His heart was like a calm mirror, only personally experiencing the changes that wearing this skin brought him. When the outer skin perfectly fit the body, Li Fan actually seemed to have really become another person. A large number of images and memories poured out of his mind for no reason. Even, Li Fan looked at his hands. This realm. The realm of true immortals. It wasn't just an illusion. Li Fan pointed his finger forward. The brilliant light, like the initial birth of a starry sea, bloomed at his fingertips. In the light, there seemed to be endless possibilities in the world. Immortal spiritual energy. This is, immortal spiritual energy. Li Fan had once felt the existence of immortal spiritual energy in the immortal sequence decomposition disc. At this moment, this strange and magnificent power emerged in his body. Naturally, he realized its essence immediately. Li Fan's gaze was fixed on that point at his fingertip, not daring to move away at all. In a trance, he seemed to have passed through this point and come to a boundless ocean. In this ocean, countless things and objects, all life and spirits, were presented together. The strangeness was beyond imagination. With Li Fan's knowledge, he was almost lost and reluctant to leave. Fortunately, the infinite ocean hidden in the brilliance disappeared with the fading of the light at his fingertips. Li Fan withdrew from the illusion in the blink of an eye and returned to reality. Clearly, it was infinite immortal spiritual power, but it was like a candle that had been burned out. It had been exhausted. It could no longer support Li Fan to peek into that infinite ocean. Li Fan frowned slightly. He did not feel the disappearance of immortal spiritual power from his body. With a thought, a faint light lit up at his fingertips again. This time, Li Fan did not immerse his mind in that infinite ocean. He just quietly observed the light at his fingertips. 1457. The infinite power of the immortal. Clearly, the radiance within contained the infinite ocean of all possibilities in the world. Yet at this moment, the immortal spiritual power at Li Fan's fingertip was as fragile as a flickering candle in the wind. It flickered erratically, swaying unsteadily. What startled Li Fan even more was that after 99 breaths, the immortal spiritual power at his fingertip suddenly extinguished without warning. It was as if an unknown, invisible entity had aimed at it and gently blown it out. Only the external manifestation of immortal spiritual power has inexplicably disappeared. This body, or rather, the skin, still contains immortal spiritual power. After a slight internal examination, Li Fan came to this conclusion. He tried again. This time, Li Fan was no longer satisfied with merely using immortal spiritual power to create a single point. Instead, he attempted to construct an immortal array using immortal spiritual power. Of course, to prevent detection from the Zoxing Sea, Li Fan did not plan to create too much commotion. He only used the open black lens bracket limitless, Hongmeng seeing square close black lens bracket array to peek and analyze everything. It was no different from the array deployed by the immortal sequence disintegration disk. Li Fan even felt an even stronger sense of control. Without the need for the disintegration disk to convert it, all the information contacted and analyzed by the Hongmeng seeing square array directly appeared in Li Fan's mind. It was as if Li Fan had thought of it himself. Li Fan looked at the city outside the mansion. What he saw now was not a prosperous city of Elysium. It was just a huge vortex spinning rapidly. Countless stars of thoughts floated, spun, and settled in this vortex. Occasionally, a few suddenly emitted a different kind of blue light during operation. Then, they could ignore the power of the vortex itself and slowly sink from the upper edge to the very bottom. Li Fan even vaguely saw a huge shadow like a predator lurking here. When the blue light spots above approached, it would suddenly swallow them into its belly. Seeming to sense Li Fan's prying gaze, the predator shadow slowly turned its head towards Li Fan's location. The shadow fluctuated, seeming to emit a meaningful smile. While maintaining the operation of the Hongmeng seeing square array, Li Fan did not forget to silently calculate the time in his heart. Sure enough, as soon as 99 breaths were up, the array constructed by immortal spiritual power disappeared like melting ice and snow. And the connection path between Li Fan's body and the immortal array seemed to be blocked. Unable to provide support anymore. He could only let the immortal array dissipate. The vortex scene that Li Fan saw also disappeared. That eating shadow, it's Scholar Zhu, no doubt. It seems that the selection of suitable targets for sentient beings' thoughts is carried out simultaneously with the operation of the city of Elysium. The Elysian Grand Ceremony, held every 3 years, those thought fruits are more like a cover. Li Fan vaguely understood in his heart. Although he had reached some kind of cooperative transaction with this former nameless true immortal, there was no trust between the two parties. Scholar Zhu was only making an investment, treating a dead horse as if it were still alive, after Li Fan demonstrated some potential. He didn't care what Li Fan's identity or background was, being able to sneak into the city of Elysium silently and replace Ma Tian by replacing beams and pillars. He also didn't care what Li Fan's purpose was. As long as he could help him escape from the net of Tao, Scholar Zhu was willing to provide support. Perhaps, he doesn't even really expect me to help him escape. As long as I can infiltrate the immortal hunt and bring some trouble and variables to the governing council in the net of Tao, increasing his chances of escape. This deal is worthwhile. While Li Fan was thinking, suddenly, a sense of rejection arose from this body. Get out of here, get out, get out, get out, get out. Ant, how dare you desecrate, the sense of rejection became stronger and stronger, and the voices echoing in Li Fan's ears became louder and louder. Like thunder, making it unbearable. Moreover, it was Li Fan's own voice. It was even stranger to roar at himself. In the end, Li Fan was forced to break away from that immortal skin. Recovering his original body, Li Fan carefully examined the treasure in his hand. Being able to allow mortals to instantly grasp power comparable to a true immortal. It was not an exaggeration to call this layer of human skin a treasure. According to the images that appeared in my mind after putting on the immortal skin, the original cultivation of the owner of this skin should have been close to the nameless realm. It's just that before he could merge with the great Tao, the Tao annihilation tribulation that destroys everything had already descended. The immortal realm was destroyed, and true immortals and even nameless true immortals died in the tribulation. Tao manifested, Tao was born, Tao was destroyed, Tao disappeared. This scene of the creation of the world and the end of the world existing simultaneously actually made this person suddenly feel something. He directly took the last step. It's just a pity that he broke through at the wrong time. Originally, that immortal domain could barely support itself. His proving Tao was equivalent to directly drawing away a crucial and most important pillar of support at a critical moment. In an instant, the sky collapsed, the earth caved in, and the great Tao was crushed. The memories after that became blurred and even somewhat insane. Memories from different periods and even contradictory memories were presented simultaneously. Li Fan could only barely infer that this nameless true immortal, although he escaped the tribulation at the time. But in the end, he was caught and nailed into the net of Tao, acting as a key node connecting the great Tao. Unlike Scholar Zhu, this nameless one has truly fallen. And the day of his death was the day the net of Tao was built. The merged great Tao did not have time to return to heaven and earth, but was captured and utilized by some mysterious force. It exists as one of the most stable nodes of the net of Tao. Li Fan tried to restore the scene at that time from the fragmented memories. The opening of the net of Tao, what a magnificent event that was. However, it was accompanied by the curse full of resentment from the nameless true immortal. Like the owner of this immortal skin, the nameless true immortals who were used as living sacrifices to build the net of Tao. There are 3 more, a total of 4 major nodes, plus that invisible giant hand, were able to stabilize the net of Tao in the beginning. Li Fan took a deep breath. Even after death, a layer of skin left behind can make mortals instantly possess the power of a true immortal. Even in the immortal skin, there are still thoughts and memories left. It is enough to show the power of the immortal skin's owner. But such a strong person was cruelly used as the raw material for the living piles of the net of Tao. After death, even his name and life deeds were not left behind. Nameless ants die. In the face of great calamity, those who cannot possess the dominant position are almost no different from mortals. Li Fan sighed slightly in his heart. After a round of possession, the immortal skin obviously became thinner. It also showed a strange pale color. This was also the reason why it forcibly expelled Li Fan. But after Li Fan studied it for a while, he found that the immortal skin was not consumed because of this. Almost at a speed visible to the naked eye, it became red and full again. However, Li Fan still could not put it on again. After waiting for a full incense stick of time, Li Fan felt that he could continue to use this immortal skin. It's not caused by the nature of the immortal skin itself, but the restrictions imposed on it by other existences. Unless my strength can surpass the other party, I must follow this rule. Li Fan seemed to understand something. It should be the constraints set by the group of strong people who built the net of Tao in Zoxing Sea. After all, the skin of a nameless true immortal can arbitrarily allow any living being to instantly possess the power comparable to a true immortal. It is definitely a great killer weapon. Li Fan put on the immortal skin again. This time, he wanted to verify whether he could increase the effective time of wearing the immortal skin according to his own adaptability. Immortal spiritual power was added again, and Li Fan's consciousness submerged into it, as if he saw the infinite ocean again. They all say that the immortal realm is vast and boundless. This place is even more vast than the immortal realm 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Even though it was the second time he saw it, Li Fan still had a trace of trance. Immortal spiritual power comes from here. No wonder it has the property of open black lens bracket infinity close black lens bracket. While wandering, Li Fan thought of Xinghai again. Although the power of Xinghai is not as good as the immortal spiritual power in terms of energy level, but it also has the property of open black lens bracket infinity close black lens bracket. Does it mean that the energy source of Xinghai also comes from here? Li Fan suddenly thought of a key question. Is the infinite nature of Xinghai inherently existent since ancient times? Or was it born after the destruction of the immortal realm? Li Fan scanned this infinite ocean, and remained silent for a long time. Recalling the appearance of the immortal realm he had seen in the memory of the true immortal, Li Fan vaguely had a guess in his heart. Open black lens bracket infinity close black lens bracket, I am afraid it was originally a characteristic of the immortal realm. It's just that because of the destruction of the immortal realm, this characteristic was transmitted to the lower realm Xinghai. Scholar Zhu once said that the Elysium of the immortal realm is far above the city of Elysium. I think it's all because of this infinite merit. There is no need to worry about the consumption of energy anymore, the rest is pure enjoyment. If it weren't for the sudden arrival of the Tao Annihilation Tribulation, I am afraid the immortal realm could have been, Elysium, forever. Since achieving the nascent soul with the 5 elements Great Cave Heaven, Li Fan has deeply understood the various benefits that can be brought about without worrying about consumption. The 5 elements Cave Heaven is a shadow of Xuanwang. Although these are several times that of ordinary monks, they are obviously not comparable to the nature of open black lens bracket infinity close black lens bracket. This is also the most important link between immortals and mortals. A steady stream of energy supply, no longer considering the issue of consumption. Any spells and magical powers can be infinitely amplified to kill. Even if a mortal wields an ordinary punch and strikes on the Xuanwang earth, it will not have any impact on the world. But as long as this action is repeated enough times, even mortals can kill the Xuanwang realm into scum. In the final analysis, it is that even the weakest power, multiplied by infinity, will become unimaginable. Li Fan's thoughts were temporarily interrupted due to the disappearance of immortal spiritual power. The difference between immortal and mortal power made Li Fan feel a faint sense of loss in his heart. Waiting for the gap where the restriction disappeared, Li Fan suddenly thought of another question. Infinity is indeed beautiful, but what is the price? The existence of infinite power is somewhat contrary to Li Fan's original cognition. He can understand the power of immortal spiritual energy, but only the infinity of immortal spiritual power is something he can't figure out anyway. What exactly is that infinite ocean? It seems to be a beautiful thing that only exists in fantasy. Is there really no negative effect? The naturally arising worry disappeared with the recontact with the infinite immortal spiritual power. There is nothing more terrible than knowing the scheduled doomsday time of the entire world. Li Fan excluded all other distracting thoughts and immersed himself in the research of immortal skin and immortal spiritual power. Time passed quickly. The duration of wearing the immortal skin this time was exactly the same as the first time. Not a single bit different. However, Li Fan did not draw a conclusion for the time being. After waiting for the cooling time to pass, he continued to wear the immortal skin. Repeated this way, 3 years passed in a flash. Li Fan finally confirmed that the time the immortal skin can be used each time is indeed fixed. It will not increase due to the increase of proficiency. However, Li Fan did not gain nothing from 3 years of research. The immortal spiritual power at the fingertip lit up again like a flame. This time, Li Fan looked at the immortal spiritual power in his body, and vaguely felt a kind of inexplicable familiarity. It's like a part of his own body. The body here does not refer to the immortal skin, nor does it refer to Ma Tian, but refers to the core that dominates all thoughts and actions, the divine mind that reflects the great Tao. The reason why I am stagnating in the semi-immortal realm is because the immortal realm is destroyed and I cannot get the immortal spiritual energy to infuse my body. And the immortal spiritual energy remaining in the world seems to have a specific attribution mark. It cannot be stolen. Only by borrowing the process of ascending to immortality in the Xuanwang realm can this mark be washed away to a certain extent. The infinite immortal spiritual energy of the immortal sequence disintegration disk comes from this. But what is used for immortal artifacts cannot be used on true immortals. Li Fan's heart moved, and immortal spiritual power surged like a tide all over his body in an instant. It seemed to form a small miniature infinite ocean. And the owner of this ocean was once the nameless true immortal who didn't know the details and had turned into a living pile of the net of Tao. But now, this miniature infinite ocean has gradually been stained with Li Fan's mark. It is still a bit far from completely changing dynasties. It's just that there is a little more of my mark. But I have only been in contact and familiar with it for 3 years. If you give me more time. Li Fan's eyes flickered, and the immortal spiritual power all over his body disappeared in an instant due to the limitation of the immortal skin. Could it be that immortal spiritual power can also be inherited? Immortal spiritual power comes from the immeasurable and unknowable infinite ocean. And that infinite ocean is by no means something that individuals can contact and then call upon. Even true immortals can't do it. In the past, the process of immortal energy infusion on the ascension stage should be the key to enabling individuals to access the infinite ocean. If every true immortal must have a unique mark to call upon infinite power. Then, as long as you master these unique marks, you may be able to control immortal spiritual power. Li Fan suddenly realized that the infinite ocean and the net of Tao are somewhat similar in a certain sense. Just like the miniature infinite ocean that is emerging on Li Fan at this moment, it is like the miniature net of Tao reflected in his divine mind. 1458. The false connection to the infinite sea. The great Tao of heaven and earth can be reflected in a single thought. However, a projection is just a projection, after all. It's not easy to wield the power of the great Tao with every gesture in reality. But accessing the infinite ocean, with its limitless energy supply, makes it possible. The projection of the great Tao provides previews and theoretical support, while the infinite ocean offers practical sustenance. Possessing either of these allows one to unleash strength far surpassing the ordinary. If you have both, clad in the skin of a true immortal, and with his divine sense reflecting the great Tao, Li Fan felt as if he could turn this city of bliss to ashes with a wave of his hand. It was not an illusion. I have a feeling that my development of the infinite nature of immortal spiritual power is still too superficial. The infinite ocean is a being that can be compared to the great Tao of heaven and earth. Li Fan narrowed his eyes and once again summoned immortal spiritual power to his fingertips, his mind flying into and immersing itself in the supremely mystical infinite ocean. It was a pity that the many fragmented memories contained within the immortal skin were mostly the past experiences of the skin's owner, with no information about immortal techniques or divine abilities. I wonder, if I use the Azure Darkness Pearl to absorb this immortal skin, could I analyze the divine abilities of the immortal skin's owner when they were alive? After all, it was someone who once proved the Tao of the Nameless. Although this thought flashed through Li Fan's mind, he firmly remembered it, waiting for an opportunity to try it out. In the blink of an eye, another year passed. Li Fan became increasingly familiar with the immortal spiritual power within the immortal skin. But then, he encountered a bottleneck. No matter how many times he wore the immortal skin, in the true immortal state, he seemed to truly transform the immortal spiritual power within the skin into his own unique energy. However, as soon as he shed the immortal skin, his familiarity with the immortal spiritual power immediately plummeted back to the previous bottleneck level. He could no longer advance even a fraction. It seems I was a bit naive. If there weren't some restrictions inside, how could Scholar Zhu have lent me this immortal skin so easily? Li Fan smiled wryly, but he did not give up on his plan to acquire immortal spiritual power. As the saying goes, if heaven doesn't grant it, I'll take it myself. A gleam flashed in Li Fan's eyes. In the Xuanwang world, Li Fan's true body stroked a stone slab. It was the key to ascension to immortality, hidden in the former immortal ascension platform of the immortal realm. Although it was only a replica left by Zhan Tianwang, it still seemed to be surrounded by infinite power. If I'm not mistaken, this stone slab must contain the method for newly ascended cultivators to access the infinite ocean, thereby obtaining the infinite immortal spiritual power. However, it can only be achieved with permission from the immortal realm's officialdom. Even if Zhan Tianwang was fortunate enough to ascend to the immortal realm, the host of the immortal ascension platform had long since fallen. Without guidance from the immortal realm, even a figure like Zhan Tianwang could not obtain immortal spiritual power from this stone slab. Li Fan called this stone slab the Key of Tao, and only by using the corresponding true immortal seal script could its true function be activated. In addition to the true immortal seal script, I'm afraid another method is needed to open the way to connect to the infinite ocean. Li Fan pondered. The Shuo Star Sea Divine Sense clone put on the immortal skin. A wisp of immortal spiritual power instantly arrived at Li Fan's true body through the micro-Tao net. However, this wisp of immortal spiritual power, which had crossed the star sea, was like it had been filtered through layers. The original faint starlight color became even thinner, appearing milky white. Moreover, Li Fan's true body did not have the blessing of the immortal skin and was not the owner of this immortal spiritual power. As soon as this immortal spiritual power appeared in this alien space-time, it ran wild like a runaway horse, trying to escape from Li Fan's hand. Li Fan's true body mustered all his spirit. Using the familiarity with this immortal spiritual power that he had cultivated over the past 4 years as reins, he barely managed to control it. In the surrounding immortal array, the immortal spiritual chi released by the dissociation discs assisted him from the side, helping Li Fan subdue this immortal spiritual power. After more than half a day of hard work, this violent immortal spiritual power was finally barely controllable. Next, I will use this immortal spiritual power to disguise my identity and enter that infinite ocean through the Key of Tao stone slab. Although the goal was clear, implementing it was by no means easy. After all, it was something that even Zhan Tianwang could not accomplish. The first problem to be faced was how to activate the stone slab. Li Fan used the immortal array as a knife to divide the wisp of immortal spiritual power transmitted by the divine sense clone into tens of millions of parts for experimentation. If he simply used this immortal spiritual power to touch the stone slab would only show a faint halo, and then there would be no further reaction. It seemed to be waiting for Li Fan to perform the next operation. Li Fan recalled the process of using this Key of Tao stone slab to help the Xuanwang world ascend to the immortal realm. He knew that it was necessary to use the true immortal seal script for the corresponding trigger. Could it still be the immortal mortal transformation character? With a thought, Li Fan wielded one of the immortal spiritual power portions and wrote on the stone slab. The stone slab did suddenly burst out with a strong energy fluctuation, but after searching left and right and not finding a suitable candidate, the fluctuation dissipated on its own after a long time. After excluding this option, Li Fan began other experiments. He tried out all the true Immortal seal scripts he knew, one by one. It didn't take long. Unfortunately, none of them matched. It should be an unknown true Immortal seal script. Li Fan's true body frowned slightly. Since his attempt to access the infinite ocean was blocked, Li Fan turned his attention to Scholar Zhu again. Directly asking would definitely not work. It would expose his own secrets and might attract the attention of the Shuo Star Sea Governance Council. Li Fan's divine sense clone continued to familiarize himself with the power of immortal spiritual power while waiting for an opportunity. Soon, only 7 days remained until the Immortal Hunt recruitment of new members. This time, the Governance Council released an announcement that the number of cultivators recruited was twice as many as before. For a time, the Shuo Star Sea was full of discussions, and people were both happy and worried. Happy that their chances of joining the Immortal Hunt had increased considerably. Worried that the reason why the Immortal Hunt was recruiting more members was said to be because of heavy losses in previous actions to capture true immortals, which forced them to do so. Obviously, although joining the Immortal Hunt could bring immense power, the risks involved were greater than imagined. But no matter what, becoming an Immortal Hunter was the lifelong pursuit of young talents from various forces in the Shuo Star Sea. Therefore, there were still many respondents. In the City of Bliss, Li Fan received a message from Scholar Zhu. In 7 days, I will recommend you to participate in the selection as promised. However, as agreed in advance, I need to test you first. Li Fan straightened his clothes and slowly walked into the city lord's mansion. He pushed open the door, but did not meet Scholar Zhu. Instead, he stepped into empty space, as if falling into an endless abyss. He was falling downwards at a rapid speed, surrounded by endless darkness. In the darkness, stars twinkled from time to time, seemingly embedded in the cliffs of the abyss. Scholar Zhu's rumbling voice sounded in Li Fan's ear. The Immortal Hunt assessment places the greatest importance on the comprehension of the Dao Net. The light spots you see are the Dao Net instructions that may be involved in the assessment. Try to reproduce them. This is the first level. If you can't even pass this, then never come out. Scholar Zhu's ghastly laughter echoed in the abyss. Li Fan ignored him and just carefully observed the Dao Net instruction light spots around him. The endless rapid descent, the techniques of flying and levitating, had all mysteriously failed here. Each Dao Net instruction flashed by in an instant. It was extremely difficult to observe and reproduce these Dao Net instructions in such a short time. Fortunately, Li Fan had a micro Dao Net projection in his divine sense. His divine sense was like a curtain, reflecting all the rapidly flashing light spots around him. If there were corresponding ones in his own Dao Net projection, they would flash and respond automatically. If they were still in Li Fan's blind spot of knowledge, they would be skipped directly. He didn't need Li Fan's consciousness to identify and reproduce them, but instead used the micro Dao Net to replace it. Whether it was the reaction speed or the accuracy of reproduction, it was more than a notch faster. Li Fan sensed that with each successful reproduction, it was like being suddenly dragged by a rope, and his falling speed slowed down a bit. And as one light spot after another was reproduced and permanently illuminated above the endless abyss, Li Fan finally stopped falling. The darkness gradually dissipated, and Li Fan left the endless abyss and arrived on a desolate wilderness. A figure stood there in the distance. Although he didn't recognize the face, Li Fan felt a slight familiarity with his aura. It was Scholar Zhu. Sure enough, Scholar Zhu's voice sounded from that figure. The second test can be called martial. Immortal Hunt, Immortal Hunt. The goal is to capture true immortals. Are you up to it? Before he finished speaking, Scholar Zhu pointed at Li Fan from the air. True immortals use the great Tao of heaven and earth as their blade and wield infinite power. The boundless wilderness actually curled up like a sphere with Scholar Zhu's finger. Li Fan was like being in an urn, watching the rising earth around him, unable to escape. It was not just a simple ground, but all the laws of heaven and earth were transformed into a force of oppression. Stretching out the cage, it seemed to face the entire world. Li Fan's expression remained unchanged, and he did not put on the immortal skin. Instead, in an instant, thousands of arms appeared behind him. Each arm seemed to be writing something quickly. Each time the writing was completed, a light spot lit up in front of Li Fan. Slowly, these light spots were woven into a net. Li Fan gently pressed his hands on this net, constantly plucking the net strings like playing a zither. With each movement, a large piece of the surrounding rolling wilderness disappeared for no reason. The plucking sound continued, and the wilderness was instantly riddled with holes. By the time it reached Li Fan's side, there was no more threat. Back in the dark void, Li Fan faced Scholar Zhu from afar. Scholar Zhu stared at the micro-Dao net woven in front of Li Fan, his eyes showing a thoughtful look. With the strength of your current body, joining the immortal hunt is more than enough. But, I still have to test your background. Scholar Zhu sneered. In the darkness, rolling clouds and mist came with thunder and lightning. In an instant, they surrounded Li Fan heavily. Li Fan narrowed his eyes, and in these black clouds and mist, he seemed to see countless towering figures standing upright. These are all my former servants. Let me see what extent you can reach. Scholar Zhu's figure suddenly disappeared. And one hideous and terrifying creation after another emerged from the black clouds and mist like a tide. Rushing towards Li Fan seemed to be stunned, standing still, and did not react for a long time. But those immortal creations did not intend to show any mercy. Just as they were about to reach Li Fan, disperse! Li Fan shouted softly. Countless creations, at the same time, were frozen in place as if by ice. And then, like the rolling black clouds in the sky, they vanished into thin air. Scholar Zhu, hidden behind the black clouds, revealed his true face. Looking at Li Fan, he was full of suspicion and uncertainty. I also had countless servants, Scholar Zhu, what do you think? Li Fan smiled faintly, and with his words, countless more gloomy black clouds pressed over in this void. Figures scurried in the clouds. It was exactly the countless immortal servants who had been dispersed by Li Fan's words. But now, they had changed masters. Attacking Scholar Zhu. Presumptuous. Scholar Zhu was furious. In the sky and the earth, it seemed to be hit by an invisible giant object, and a piece collapsed out of thin air. And all the creatures in this collapsed area also followed and were destroyed. Bang bang bang. Weird sounds kept ringing. These countless creatures were like being squashed like flies at will. Before long, the creations that were besieging Scholar Zhu were all destroyed. But compared to Li Fan's dashingness of destroying the earth with just one word, it was obviously inferior. Li Fan did not show countless creatures again, just looked at the other party with a smile. Interesting, interesting. I believe you can bring some surprises to this group of guys. You can go. After looking at each other for a long time, Scholar Zhu finally spoke. The scenery around Li Fan disappeared in an instant. Back outside the city lord's mansion. In front of him was the door that had not been opened. Li Fan cupped his hands towards the front and turned to leave. How can I still have these immortal creations to accompany me after being trapped in the city of bliss for so long? If I hadn't insisted on summoning these, I wouldn't have been able to see through the truth for a while. It's just a scene that is extremely illusory and real, similar to eternal remembrance. In this case, even a strong person like Evil Subai is no match for me. Let alone a mere deposed nameless true immortal. Li Fan sneered and had already returned to his mansion. The next thing to do is to sneak into the immortal hunt and steal the most core secrets of the Shuo Star Sea. The essence of the previous test was a discussion of the Tao and a contest of will. Although I use the open black lens bracket transformation of truth and falsehood close black lens bracket to suppress Scholar Zhu, his method of forcibly crushing opponents like an invisible behemoth should not be underestimated. 1459. Ants surround and kill the immortal. Li Fan narrowed his eyes, recalling the magical techniques of Scholar Zhu in the illusion just now. The miniature Tao web in his mind flickered with light, searching for the corresponding great Tao laws. Scholar Zhu entered the Tao web with his body, so the great Tao he comprehended was already one of the foundations of the Tao web. This replica in Li Fan's mind also had its shadow reflected. The moment they corresponded, that string of the Tao web emitted a unique and profound light. Li Fan's mind slightly touched it. This is a open black lens bracket grind close black lens bracket character. Suddenly, a square millstone seemed to appear before his eyes, constantly pounding, crushing, and hammering the targets between heaven and earth. The continuous stream of light from this string in the miniature Tao web poured in, and Li Fan's understanding of this Tao advanced by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. However, after only a few breaths, Li Fan took the initiative to interrupt his comprehension of this Tao. Although Scholar Zhu has been incorporated into the Tao web and made a living stake, he is still alive after all. This Dao of open black lens bracket grind close black lens bracket still has an owner. The deeper I delve, the easier it is for its owner to sense it. Although there are thousands of great Daos in the world, Li Fan only needs to focus on the changes between truth and falsehood. As for other Dao paths and principles, they are merely used as convenient weapons to climb to the top. This time, actively exposing the changes between truth and falsehood in front of Scholar Zhu was not Li Fan showing off his abilities or flaunting in front of the former nameless true immortal. It was a kind of probing. Now it seems that the changes between truth and falsehood are mysterious and varied. Even if some people in the immortal realm coveted it in secret, not everyone knows of its existence. Even though Scholar Zhu is already a nameless true immortal, he couldn't recognize it when I displayed it in front of him. He was just astonished by my inexplicable methods. Admittedly, this probing was somewhat risky, but Scholar Zhu himself was a prisoner in the net. Li Fan's true body was even further away in the dark star sea within the high wall, and there was also the concealment of the worry-free dreamland. Even if something unexpected happened, he could calmly revert to reality. In fact, even when the black sky physician crossed possibilities to come, Li Fan was able to successfully activate reversion to reality. In the current open black lens bracket original close black lens bracket possibility, there are really not many existences that can truly threaten Li Fan. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. Scholar Zhu really recommended Ma Tiand to the Governance Council as agreed. Ma Tiand was originally sent by the Governance Council to the City of Ultimate Bliss to manipulate the Dao Web and conduct surveillance. Now the Governance Council only thought that Scholar Zhu and Ma Tiand were not getting along well and wanted to find an excuse to transfer Ma Tiand away. After verifying Ma Tiand's identity through the Dao Web and soliciting Ma Tiand's opinion, the Governance Council agreed to this recommendation. The selection of immortal hunters was concentrated within half a day. When the selection officially began, the ethereal Dao Web seemed to reveal its true face. A physical entity was born out of illusion. A looming large net enveloped the entire Shuo star sea. Every force within the star sea was caught in it. The shadow of the Dao Web stretched across the sky and extended beyond the world. Such a magnificent and miraculous sight made everyone who witnessed it feel a sense of worship from the bottom of their hearts. Mortals knelt down one after another. Even cultivators bowed their heads in submission. When this Dao Web spanned the sky, Li Fan did not act conspicuously. He just lowered his head and observed silently. Because of the existence of the miniature Dao Web in his mind, the scene he saw was different from that of ordinary people. 4 figures exuding a sacred and majestic aura, like 4 pillars, were hidden behind the Dao Web. In addition, there seemed to be layers of other phantoms standing in the Dao Web, standing grimly. However, the invisible hand pressing on the Dao Web was nowhere to be seen. Every time the nameless true immortal, the living stake of the Dao Web, swept his gaze over, Li Fan felt a sense of trepidation. However, the projection in his mind became clearer because of this close range and more detailed observation. Therefore, Li Fan did not stop his prying gaze at all. A ray of light shuttled through the Dao Web. Wherever it passed, all the personnel participating in this immortal hunt selection were illuminated by this light. Their bodies floated uncontrollably. Li Fan was also like this. Observing the nearly 1,000 cultivators in the Shuo star sea who were rising up like him, Li Fan remained calm. While letting himself be captured, he observed the operation of the Dao Web in reality. Spanning the entire Shuo star sea, accurately locking onto 1,000 targets at the same time, and lifting them into the air. In terms of the breadth and precision of power alone, this move of the Dao Web is no less than that of a true immortal. Moreover, Li Fan vaguely sensed that these personnel participating in the immortal hunt were not simply being lifted into the air. Instead, they seemed to have collectively entered a space-time parallel to the real Shuo star sea. The creatures of the Shuo star sea below could look up and see them in the sky. But they gradually lost sight of the bottom, as if they had entered a completely isolated area. This should be a public test conducted in front of all life in the Shuo star sea for the fairness and justice of the immortal hunt selection, Li Fan understood in his heart. The surrounding scenery became dark, as if he was in an endless void. 1,000 cultivators floated in it, waiting for the selection to begin. A rumbling sound spread soon after. Without any nonsense, it went straight to the point. First trial, Dao. The Dao Web spanning the heavens and the earth seemed to have come to this selection space. Moreover, it descended abruptly and then continued to force down. Originally a creation that only existed in the sky, now it was getting closer and closer. Until it was right in front of them. Testing 1,000 people, in front of the magnificent Dao web, they were really like ants in a net. The sense of oppression from the great Dao made 1/3 of the 1,000 people tremble involuntarily on the spot. Light flashed, and these tremblers were instantly eliminated and transmitted out of the trial space. The remaining cultivators were all shocked and concentrated their minds to deal with the Dao web that was almost in front of them. The Dao web continued to approach, as if it was about to completely press down on their heads. Not everyone could remain calm in the face of the crisis of being crushed into pieces. Even if they had made thousands of preparations before coming, the Dao web they had imagined on weekdays was completely different from the actual Dao web. And in this process, those who changed color slightly were eliminated. The Dao web pressed down on their bodies, and their bodies and souls seemed to be mercilessly crushed. Then they merged into the Dao web. When he could see again, Li Fan found himself in an area that looked like a maze. He could not see the true face of the Dao web. Buzzing. A strange sound came from not far away. Li Fan turned his head and saw that the silver-white maze road was evaporating and disappearing from the edge for no reason. Moreover, this disappearance was rapidly spreading towards where he was. The tribulation of Dao annihilation. Of course, these 4 words appeared in Li Fan's mind as a matter of course. Of course, it did not refer to the real tribulation of Dao annihilation, but a disaster scene simulated based on the essence of the tribulation of Dao annihilation for testing purposes. So what I have to do now is to escape in this Dao web maze, Li Fan realized. He wanted to take a step and move towards the depths of the maze. But with his habitual force, he did not move at all. Looking down, Li Fan found that his feet were strangely glued to the Dao web maze. And the road ahead looked smooth. But it was full of unevenness. In a normal state, it would definitely be difficult to move. Li Fan observed for a moment and understood the intention of this first trial. By separating tentacle-like senses from his feet, Li Fan understood the Dao web protrusion at the front. But it is necessary to issue Dao web instructions to complete this vacancy. Li Fan did not do it himself. Instead, he repeated his old trick, just like in Scholar Ju's test before, and directly dealt with it with the miniature Dao web in his mind. In just an instant, a dark light emerged from Li Fan's body, passed through his feet, and transmitted to the ground. The gap was filled, the road ahead became less bumpy, and Li Fan took a step very smoothly. Such a test method is also interesting. The miniature Dao web quickly responded to the various gaps in the road below. Li Fan walked slowly and unhurriedly. His mind did not need to bear any pressure, and Li Fan observed the surroundings. He controlled his speed of progress to be a little behind the upper class. Not the top, conspicuous, but also in the first echelon. The Dao web evaporated continuously behind him, pressing on. In this level, about 400 more people were eliminated. When there were only more than 300 cultivators left, this first level of testing ended. The Dao web maze disappeared silently, and the huge announcement sound rang again. It was still straight to the point. Second trial, Marshall. The sound was still echoing in the space, and an inexplicable aura descended here. Li Fan's pupils shrank sharply. True Immortal. Aligned with the 300 cultivators was a tall figure wearing golden armor. However, his hands and feet were bound by shackles. The armor was also seriously damaged and covered with scars. His hair seemed to have not been trimmed for many years. It was extremely messy and even covered his face. But Li Fan could still see the slight grin that suddenly appeared on that figure. Rain, a somewhat hoarse voice, with a faint murderous aura, resounded in everyone's ears. Suddenly, raindrops fell from the sky. At first, there were only a few drops of drizzle. Then it rained harder and harder, and in an instant it was pouring rain. Every drop of rain seemed to weigh as much as a mountain. Falling on their heads, many cultivators screamed in agony, caught off guard. They had already been beaten into a bloody mess by the rain. Light and shadow flashed, and they were teleported out of this trial space when they were dying. However, there were also a small number of unlucky people who died in this heavy rain before they could be sent away. This is for real. Li Fan watched one of the participants next to him die tragically. But he did not panic at all. There were too many ways to resist this immortal rain. But since it is the selection of immortal hunters, we must use the power of the Dao web as much as possible. When that true immortal appeared, Li Fan realized that he seemed to be closer to the Dao web. It seemed to be to facilitate the cultivators participating in the immortal hunt selection to use the power of the Dao web. Rain, umbrella. With a thought in Li Fan's mind, an umbrella appeared in his hand. The round umbrella surface was covered above his head, resisting all the falling rain. However, this experiment was not so easy to pass. While protecting himself, Li Fan looked to the left and right. He found that there were quite a few Shuo Star Sea cultivators who had adapted in the first time. They showed their magical powers, or like Li Fan, protected their bodies with umbrellas and protective gear. Or they used invisible force to reverse the direction of the rain's fall and invasion. Or they directly devoured the heavy rain. After being able to stand in the rain, they attacked the golden-armored true immortal who was assisted by chains. Various magical powers and spells came out together. The most eye-catching among them was a gust of wind and 3 swords. The strong wind howled, blowing the heavy rain back upside down. The magical power that was originally used by the true immortal to torture and kill the experimental cultivators was instead applied to himself. The 3 swords belonged to one person. They stood behind a purple-clothed female cultivator. This female cultivator seemed to be blind and always kept her eyes closed. But she could firmly lock on the direction of the golden-armored true immortal in the heavy rain that obscured her vision. The 3 swords behind her were held by a disabled arm, a head, and a circular vortex. The sword light was vertical and horizontal, splitting the wind and rain, cutting towards the golden-armored true immortal mercilessly. In the howling wind and rain, energy was like a surging tide, rising and falling continuously. Li Fan hid in the dark, just watching quietly, without rashly taking action. At the same time, he recorded all the fluctuations of various spells and magical powers around him with the miniature Tao web in his mind. It was obvious that a real immortal was participating in this trial. Although he was controlled by the Governance Council and could not exert his full strength. But the protective power was still there. The magical powers of many cultivators continued to bombard the golden armor he was wearing. But it only caused a slight shock. Even a slight white scar could not be caused. The golden-armored true immortal kept laughing wildly at the siege of these ants in front of him. Rain, rain, rain. The wind and rain became heavier in the true immortal's chanting. The shackles on the hands and feet of the golden-armored true immortal clanged. It seemed that they were about to break free under the impact of the true immortal. And the rain that invaded everyone also exerted its original magical effect. Not only was it as heavy as a mountain, but it also began to erode the souls of everyone. Even the great Tao of this world began to erode. Seeing that the cultivator side gradually showed a losing trend under the true immortal's counterattack. Li Fan, who had been watching the show, finally spoke. Remove armor. Li Fan hid behind all the cultivators and pointed his finger at the invincible golden-armored true immortal from afar. Although the voice was light, it penetrated the wind and rain and fell into the ears of everyone present. The wind and rain paused. As if some mysterious and extremely powerful force had descended. The armor on the golden-armored true immortal's body shook slightly irresistibly. No, the golden-armored true immortal, who was originally full of ferociousness on his face, was now extremely frightened. He shouted, as if to prevent the armor on his body from falling off. But the power of the Tao web rudely peeled off the protective gear on his body directly. In just a moment, the former true immortal appeared naked in front of everyone. Although there was messy hair to cover it, it was still a huge humiliation that was unbearable. All the cultivators who participated in the test reacted at this moment. They besieged the true immortal again. And the true immortal was roaring, allowing these attacks to wear away his body and flesh. A pair of scarlet eyes penetrated the crowd and stared at Li Fan. 1460. The first hunt for the real immortal. The true immortal was enraged, causing the rain to become even more violent. Water droplets pierced through the curtain, like layers of veils, dividing the battlefield into separate blocks. In the heavy rain, Li Fan saw through the gaps that more than 10 cultivators who were seizing this crucial opportunity to besiege the true immortal couldn't withstand the immense pressure of the rain and were instantly crushed into powder. Then, the powder of their bones, mixed with rainwater, wriggled for a moment and transformed into rain people. They used the ubiquitous rain on the battlefield to attack Li Fan from all directions in an instant. Li Fan pretended to be shocked, holding his umbrella and transforming into a ray of light, quickly escaping from the encirclement. His speed was even faster than the falling rain. It was truly, the torrential rain passes through the body, without a single drop sticking. After escaping to a safe distance, Li Fan looked at the true immortal who was still staring at him and sneered, pointing his finger again, "Shave." His voice seemed to possess a strange magic, causing everyone present to stiffen slightly. Their siege movements paused. And the true immortal's eyes widened, and he roared again in shock. Kill you, kill you, kill you. Resentment soared to the sky, and anger boiled. The rain that had been falling evenly everywhere now seemed to be attracted by some force. Like waterspouts, they all roared towards Li Fan. But the true immortal's retaliatory actions could not stop the Dao net order that Li Fan had already issued. The invisible Dao net fluctuations instantly crossed the battlefield and descended on the true immortal again. It was as if countless pairs of scissors were trimming the true immortal's hair and beard at the same time. As the shattered coverings were slowly removed, the true immortal finally revealed his true face. Even though his face was slightly thin, one could still see that he was extraordinarily handsome. However, his body was covered with huge wounds that were so deep that the bones were visible and could not heal. The flesh kept squirming, but there was always a strange force preventing their growth. The remaining besieging cultivators, with tacit understanding, attacked these wounds with their spells and divine powers. The true immortal screamed in response. Not far away, Li Fan could no longer cope with the torrential waterspouts just by holding an umbrella. Heavy rain fell from all directions, eroding Li Fan's body and mind. The sounds he heard were suppressed by the rain. The view in front of him was also shrouded in dense rain curtains. Even wearing a layer of tightly protective raincoat, Li Fan still gradually felt that he was being cut off from the world around him. Like the dust of the world, gradually being completely washed away by this heavy rain. This is the Tao of rain. If I don't do something, I'm afraid I will completely disappear from the world. All traces of my existence will be like mud stains washed away by rain, never to exist again. Even bound by the Tao net, this true immortal can still unleash such divine powers. It seems that he was by no means weak in his prime. Li Fan was in the rain, feeling the great Tao divine power at close range, and had some understanding. At the same time, accompanied by the various inspirations that appeared in his mind. Another rain was born around him. The direction of the raindrops falling was completely opposite to that of the true immortal. As the raindrops collided with each other, the wind and rain around Li Fan suddenly weakened. Even if it couldn't completely eliminate the true immortal's divine power, with the protection of the raincoat, it could guarantee safety. Li Fan continued to feel the Tao of rain around him, and looked at the distraught true immortal who was surrounded by cultivators not far away, and a sense of vigilance suddenly surged in his heart. It's just removing armor and clothing, being naked. Compared to being captured alive by mortals, this kind of humiliation is completely insignificant. This golden armor true immortal is behaving far too disgracefully. Shouting and screaming, almost completely losing his mind. He doesn't look like someone who can comprehend such divine powers at all. That's not right. Li Fan's heart trembled, and he immediately realized. Looking at the field, the golden armor, beard, and hair that he had previously shaved off with the armor removal and shaving technique. He didn't know when, but they had disappeared without anyone noticing. The loss of composure is just bait, just to attract everyone's attention. The purpose is to take the opportunity to escape while everyone is neglecting. Li Fan's thoughts turned rapidly, and he was about to connect to the Tao net and activate the restraint divine power. But on second thought, this is not a real battlefield for fighting true immortals. It's just an examination for the Shuo Xinghai Governance Council to recruit immortal hunters. With so many people watching, could it really be possible for a mere true immortal to escape? It must be an extra test. If I point it out, it will inevitably attract extra attention from the Governance Council. But if I pretend not to know? Li Fan hesitated for a moment, but still made a special choice to reveal himself. He only heard him shout loudly in the air, "Everyone be careful, don't let him run away secretly." Then he quickly scanned his surroundings, while chanting solemn and sacred sounds, "Restraint." The Tao net revealed in the battlefield seemed to be blown by a gust of wind. Rustling, the horizontal and vertical Tao strings became clearer as a result. With a slight tremor, it emitted a bright silver light. The golden armor, beard, and hair that had been scattered and fled to the edge of the battlefield were all locked and bound at once. Buzz! The Tao strings shook constantly, as if the true immortal was struggling fiercely. At this moment, the cultivators on the battlefield woke up as if from a dream. Some continued to besiege the true immortal's body, while others surrounded the golden armor, beard, and hair. The battle situation was clear, and the true immortal had completely lost the chance to turn the tables. He was about to die in front of this group of ants. A flash of light passed, and the dying true immortal disappeared directly in front of everyone. It wasn't that he still escaped, but that the second test had already ended. Li Fan felt the strange gazes of the surrounding cultivators from time to time, and just smiled in response. The third test. Life. Before the cold voice ended, the Dao net, which had been acting as a background board, directly covered him. It was like the appearance of the sky collapsing, with Dao strings stretching across, like huge rocks and broken walls. In this sudden disaster, many cultivators died on the spot. Judging from their appearance, it seemed that they were not teleported away before dying, but really died like this. The Dao net that could be relied on has now turned into a weapon for murder. The cultivators participating in the test can only rely on their own abilities to avoid this inexplicable disaster. But, Shuo Xinghai cultivators, especially those who come to participate in the Immortal Hunter selection, their cultivation strength is almost entirely in Dao Yuan symbols and Dao net commands. Without the blessing of the Dao net, the means they can use are very few. How can they survive this disaster? Except for the leaders of the major forces, everyone else died on the spot in a short period of time. The remaining people are just struggling in the face of the overwhelming disaster of the Dao net's crushing. As the Dao net collapses more and more severely, there are fewer and fewer places for them to hide. Everyone is gradually being forced into a dead end. Li Fan relied on his light transformation escape technique, so he was still able to handle it with ease. However, looking at the current situation of the cruel selection, with only 16 people left, including himself, he couldn't help but feel a sense of doubt in his heart. The previous Immortal Hunter tests were not so strict at all. Could it be that something big has happened in Shuo Xinghai recently? And the severity of this assessment has obviously exceeded everyone's expectations. The composure from before was no longer seen on their faces. Instead, it was an uncontrollable panic. All means were used to struggle for survival in this doomsday scenario. Another person was crushed to death by the falling Dao string. It was right in front of Li Fan. The soul was destroyed, turned into light spots, and merged into the Dao net. However, it was just this glance that allowed Li Fan to discover the clues. Li Fan has witnessed the death of living beings countless times. And the death that is happening at this moment seems to be different from the real fall of cultivators. With a thought in his mind, Li Fan already understood. So that's how it is. This test seems to be testing candidates, but in fact, it is testing death. Those who can survive in the disaster of the Dao net's collapse without borrowing the power of the Dao net must have reached a superb level of cultivation and attainment. Shuo Xinghai cultivators have learned everything from the Dao net since childhood. There is almost no possibility of completing the test. If someone can persist until the end, I'm afraid they are villains lurking in the dark from outside the territory. Dying, on the other hand, can pass the test. If you live to the end, I'm afraid you will be arrested and severely interrogated. While Li Fan was thinking, he already understood the wonderfulness of this test. Of course, if you die too quickly, I'm afraid it still won't work. The first group of people should be really dead. However, they don't have any reaction ability when the disaster comes. They deserve to die too. Only the timing of death is not too early or too late. Only then can you be selected. Li Fan speculated on the deep meaning of the test from the perspective of a question setter, rather than a test taker. Naturally, he quickly understood the truth here. So slowly, pretending to be unable to do what he wanted, he fell into a precarious situation. I have to say, even if you can guess the truth of this test, it is absolutely difficult for ordinary people to give up resisting and face death calmly in the face of the collapsing Dao net string. There is great terror between life and death. And this scene of the Dao net crushing can even arouse the instinctive desire for survival and resistance in people's hearts. Even a character like Li Fan, who has been walking on the edge of life and death for many years and has been resurrected from near death countless times, still almost couldn't help but break free and escape from the falling range when he noticed that the silver-white Dao net string was about to crush himself. Fortunately, he endured it. Let the Dao string crush him to pieces. In an instant, his vision was occupied by endless silver light. Li Fan's divine sense seemed to have lost consciousness. Between ignorance and knowledge, Li Fan vaguely sensed that a huge thought seemed to sweep through his mind. Under the instinctive vigilance, Li Fan's mind was silent and returned to infinite tranquility. In an instant, he relied on the miniature Dao net hidden in his own divine sense. He conveniently placed Ma Tian's life memories on the surface. The miniature Dao net and the Dao net are essentially Dao imprints and have no difference. At this moment, they are perfectly integrated, and even after the huge thought stared slightly, it did not notice. The sense of urgency of being stared at by the terrifying monster in the shadows disappeared. Li Fan came back to life and regained his body and consciousness. At this moment, it was no longer the previous test space, but a circular flying land floating in the void. Outside the flying land, there were many figures standing. They couldn't see their faces clearly, but they were all staring at the remaining participants in the field, pointing and laughing. But there was no malice. Li Fan scanned left and right. He found that the other survivors didn't seem to have recovered yet and were a little confused. People flickered from time to time and then appeared on the circular flying land. Until half a cup of tea had passed, all the personnel had arrived. The voice of announcement rang again. But this time, there was no longer the previous indifference and seriousness. Instead, it had a bit of gentleness. The last test, fight. Li Fan understood in his heart. I'm afraid that reaching here means that the test is completed. The so-called competition is more like setting a ranking. I have to say, those who can stay until this round are definitely among the geniuses of Shuo Xinghai. Although they haven't recovered yet, after hearing the order, they instinctively launched a surprise attack on the enemies around them. Li Fan was naturally attacked as well. His body was like lightning, easily dodging all attacks. At the same time, he shouted angrily, "Remove armor." The cultivators who were targeting Li Fan all stiffened slightly and retreated violently in unison. Everyone present was smart and understood that this last test was just a formality. In the competition, it was okay to lose. The surrounding people who were watching were obviously colleagues of the immortal hunters. If they were stripped of their clothes and became naked, how would they get along in the future? Therefore, under the threat of armor removal, everyone tacitly did not choose Li Fan as their opponent. They just released some sneak attacks from time to time, all of which were easily dodged by Li Fan. This competition stopped at the right time. Before long, it was already clear. A light curtain descended above the circular flying land. The names of the people in the field were all listed. From top to bottom, there were a total of 28 people. Based on their performance in the 4 tests, a comprehensive ranking was made. Ma Tianda's name was ranked 5th. It should have raised the score in the second test, the operation to encircle and suppress the true immortal. Li Fan looked at the person ranked first in the list. Most of the people in the field gathered their eyes on him. It was the cultivator who had previously used the wind's supernatural power to reverse the true immortal's reign. His surname was Dao, and his name was Yuan. He was tall and slender, with deep eyes. He was not afraid of being watched by everyone. Instead, he smiled and bowed. Recalling the information he had read before, Li Fan remembered the origin of this person. He came from Wandao Palace in Shuo Xinghai. Since Wandao Palace dared to use Dao as its name, it naturally had its confidence. It was originally a surviving force from other destroyed star seas, but it stood firm under the coveting of many parties. It is said that it has made extremely outstanding contributions to the establishment of the Dao Net. Now it is an existence that can be compared with Sword Domain and Knife Island. Now that you have joined Immortal Hunting, from now on, you must follow orders. Those who disobey orders will be killed without mercy. Next, is the first task you need to face. Everyone present had a subtle expression when they heard this. They didn't expect that after joining Immortal Hunting, they would have to carry out tasks without receiving any training. Half a day ago, a true immortal was attracted by the immortal bait we deployed, crossed the Annihilation Land, and entered the area covered by the Dao Net. It's not far from Shuo Xinghai. This true immortal is seriously injured, and the Dao he cultivates is Yi. It is suitable to be used as a practice for your first hunting. A figure emerged from the crowd of spectators outside the circular enclave. Though short in stature, his body was packed with honed muscles. He wore a blood-red short shirt and carried a black stone pillar on his shoulder, making for a bizarre sight. I hope your first hunt is a resounding success. The blood-clad man grinned, patting the stone pillar on his shoulder. Today's update is early. Friendly reminder. It's the last day of the month, and your monthly passes are about to expire.